and it's so much closer than it seems. A whole wide world of possibilities, but our one true passion is all we need. We're rising up, we're here to stay, we're having fun, we found happiness in the game. This is our game, so let's go. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal. Na 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 na. Focus on what we need. Teamwork will set us free. Nothing is out of reach. This moment is all we see. This is our game, so let's go. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal. Na 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 na. We found our purpose in the goal.
Disfrutar el juego.
This is our game, so let's go.
สวัสดีครับผมเฟสโทนี่เคนะครับผมจากทีมเฟสแคนครับผู้เล่นคนโปรดของผมก็คือโนวาออเดอร์ครับเพราะว่าเขาเป็นคนที่เล่นเก่งแล้วก็ฉลาดครับดีใจมากเลยครับที่จะได้เจอเพื่อนเก่าของผมคือ GD ครับผมเรามีข้อความจะฝากถึง GD ด้วยนะถึง GD เพื่อนรักปีที่แล้วพวกนายเล่นได้ดีมากในเวทีลีกซึ่งมันทำให้ทีมของเราเริ่มมีปัญหาแล้วเพราะมันทำให้เราเล่นยากขึ้นมากกว่าเดิมในการแข่งขัน 4 ปีนี้แต่ครั้งนี้พวกนายจะไม่มีทางได้ไปในรอบแกรนด์ไฟนอลได้อย่างง่ายดายแน่นอน
Kepada Face Clan, memang kalian sangat handal. Tapi bagi kita, kalian sangat kurang, masih kurang. Apalagi di dalam kualifikasi ini. Di PMGC kali ini, kita bisa menunjukkan yang terbaik. Ya, saya merasa bisa menghasilkan hasil yang terbaik lah untuk di PMGC Liga kali ini. Jadi ditunggu saja. Untuk favorite player saya Nova Order karena dia memiliki aim yang bagus, pemilihan positioning yang bagus. Dia juga bisa dibilang player yang jarang kita lihat. Ya bisa dibilang paket lengkap lah untuk di tim. Kali ini saya akan ketemu Giki Yuhai dan saya akan menulis surat untuknya. Kepada Yuhai, halo, kita berjumpa lagi. Ketika kamu di BTR sebelumnya, kamu bukan tandingan kami. Kali ini, kamu kembali ke Malaysia dan sama sekali bukan ancaman. Bersiaplah pulang lebih awal.
Hello, I'm back and I become stronger now. If you guys don't believe, you guys can come and find out. This time I will fight for Malaysia and I will bring the glory back to Malaysia. I feel very excited because the previous PMGC, me and my previous team, we did not qualify the final. And I'm looking forward to make my new team now to final for Malaysia. Throughout PMGC, I think my favorite player is from Starwood Esport. I think is top because when they play in group green, the player top performed very well, and I'm looking forward to fight him in the grand final. This week, I would like to meet Tony K from Face Clan, and I want to give him some message. Dear Tony K, many people call you talented boy in Thai PUBG Mobile, and I have seen your outstanding performance in C as a veteran of the battleground. I predict that two of us butt heads in the 2022 PMGC League, and that it will be an explosive meeting.
เราอย่าตั้งหน้าตั้งตารออยู่นะ คนที่ล่ำลือว่าเป็นเด็กที่มีพรสวรรค์ในมาเลเซีย แต่คนที่ชนะเป็นเราเอง
Welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. This year, we'll witness the world's best teams fight for their share of the $4 million prize pool across the PMGC League and final stages. The league stage will be held in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, with an all-new format consisting of 3 parts: groups, survival, and last chance. The group stage will kick off on November 10th all the way to the 27th. And we'll split our 48 teams into 3 groups. The top 3 from each group will advance directly to the finals, and the bottom 5 will be eliminated. The survival stage will take place from November 30th to December 2nd. The remaining teams from the group stage will battle to stay out of the bottom 8 spots to advance to the last chance, held on December 3rd and 4th, where the remaining 16 survivors will compete for the last 4 spots in the finals. The PMGC Grand Finals will be held from January 6th to 8th in Jakarta, Indonesia, where the 13 league finalists will compete with 3 special invite teams for the 2022 PMGC Championship Trophy and be crowned as the best PUBG Mobile team in the world.
Hello everyone and welcome to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage Group Yellow. So kicking off the day today, we have a team that showed us consistent and unshakable consistency, trained to kill from Nepal. And with me, I have, what's your name?
Zin.
Zin, T2K Zin. And this is very exciting for me because they are a team that despite not having any chicken dinners, they still made it to the top 3. So my first question for you today, how do you feel about participating in PMGC for the first time? Are you very nervous? And what's your mood before the start of day number 2?
हामी त एकदम खुसी छौँ पिएमजी सेलेक्ट भएकोमा अब आजको हिजो अब हल्का गेम बिग्रेको थियो र अब आज चाहिँ त्यो सुधार्ने मुडमा छौँ हामी
Yeah. We are very excited to play the PMGC 2022. Yesterday we did a small mistake, and today we will improve ourselves.
Wow, he sounds very, very, I would say, humble and really eager to prove himself. So my question number 2 for you is, how is T2K able to consistently collect points through every single match despite not getting any chicken dinners?
हाम्रो चाहिँ एकदम सिली मिस्टेक्सहरू भइरहेछ त्यो सानसानो मिस्टेकले गर्दा चाहिँ अलिक प्रब्लम आइरहेको थियो बट आजको दिन छ आजको दिनमा हामी मिस्टेक्सहरू गर्नेवाला छैनौँ
Yes, from the first day we learned so many things, but we did a simple mistake and some silly mistakes. But today we will improve ourselves.
Yeah, as I said before, this is very exciting for us because as we go into day number 2, the consistency and play of the team will change. So now, what do you guys prioritize more? Do you guys prioritize placement points or eliminations?
We prioritize placement points. अब अरू भन्नुपर्दा चाहिँ प्लेसमेन्ट पोइन्ट चाहिँ अब किलसँगै हो भनौँ अब लास्टसम्म सुरुमा टिक्ने त्यसबाट चाहिँ किलको लागि जाने हो
Yeah, our final destination will be the final match. Then even though we are trying for the elimination, and then our main priority is elimination and the final match to win.
Right, this is very exciting as well because when you think about it, we do need to find that sweet spot between survivability as well as placement points. Now, for my final question for you, Zin, what do you think your team needs to improve to finish the day leading up to groups?
दिन सकिन अगाडि चाहिँ अब के चाहिन्छ भने हाम्रो मिस्टेक्सहरू र हामीले अब कन्फिडेन्स चाहिँ लुज गर्नु हुँदैन त्यति भएपछि हामीलाई पुग्छ
Before the end of the match, we will improve our team. Then we will not repeat the same mistake. Then we will confidently we will play and we will win this match.
All right, thank you so much. So before we go, how do you say goodbye in Nepalese?
Thank you guys. Gokhali's here.
Thank you.
Yo, what's up, everybody? Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Global Championships Group Yellow. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, and here help us will go on with the show. We got none other than the 7 Worlds Gaming, and Glitter Explosion is back. How are you feeling, Glitter?
I am so excited to be back. I heard day 1 was a little spicy, so I'm ready to get back into the action because I think this is going to be a really good group now that I'm here. And I wore yellow, okay? I'm prepared.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. 7, how you feeling, brother?
I'm excited, man. I'm excited because of what Glitter just said. We had an amazing day 1, and I can't wait to see what this day 2 is going to be bringing. How are you, by the way, Hotchix?
Oh, man, I'm so stoked, man. I'm full of that Thanksgiving food, man. Yeah. So I am locked, loaded, and ready to go today. And so why don't we go ahead and start out by reminding every single one of you guys out there to just hop in the game and vote for which team you think is going to go and win this whole thing. Get your PMGC token, get in-game, and hopefully you can win some nice in-game prizes. Of course, I also have to give a big thank you to our sponsors for this show. Sony, with their Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream, they're actually created in collaboration with professional esports players. You can play PUBG Mobile at 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intense gaming and streaming. Also, gotta give a big shout out to our hotel partner here for the PMGC, Pullman Kuala Lumpur Bangsar. Our world is your playground. Also, Prime Gaming. Prime Gaming, our platinum sponsor. Guys, go check out Prime Gaming. They got some great in-game items from PUBG Mobile, other Prime benefits, and you can get some really nice stuff. So go check out Prime Gaming today. And last but not least, of course, the Maserati is in PUBG Mobile. You guys can pick up this skin up until December 31st. So the end of the year, that is it. So guys, go get it today and ride its style. Vroom, 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 vroom. Yeah, you know what? Speaking of putting that pedal to the metal, okay? Follow us, guys. Come on, do it. Click the buttons. And if you don't want to do it, then still do it, okay? Helps us all out here. Right, Seven?
That's 100%. And I mean, if you are going to be tweeting out or doing anything, make sure you also use hashtags PMGC or PMGC 2022 because I've been keeping track of those. And you guys are sending some interesting stuff.
So talk about it. Get that conversation going. Get that conversation to go. And there's so much to talk about here. Why don't we go ahead and show everybody who's possibly tuning in here for the first time the participating teams here. And these are the squads that got to play yesterday. This is day number 2. And we saw some teams pop off at the start and some teams we thought were going to pop off, Seven, that didn't quite really hit the mark that we expected.
D Savior. Yeah, just, you know, putting that one out there too. Some teams popped off for sure. I mean, Geek Fam, that's one team that I'm going to be looking at. We'll go into that a little bit later. And then there's some less desired teams. But you know what? Let's talk about some of the players. You can see, damn rude. I mean, 3,500 damage. And this team, Glitter, was just so aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, obviously 3 out of the top 4 from Geek Fam up here. I mean, to be fair, Tony K, phenomenal performance, especially from the 4th place overall team, still being up here as the best, or number 3 in the damage. But I mean, Rude has the number 1 highest damage on a first day performance so far. Geek Fam has been incredible, and you can also see that reflected here in their grenade use. One, obviously significantly higher than every other squad up here, but that's just going to speak to their aggression. It's speaking to their ability to loot and use utility incredibly well. And then that ended up being reflected in obviously their first place placement on the day, ahead of everybody else. I mean, you've got 3 out of the 4 in the top 4. Most nades used, 7. This is an incredible performance for day number 1.
It is an incredible performance, and it's even more incredible because of what GK was able to do at 1.2. At one point, they had, I think it was a 28-point lead, and then Geek Fam decided to just obliterate all of that and say, you know what, we're actually here. We're going to be trying to get some chicken ears. We're going to be trying to get those high placement besides just the high eliminations that we're getting. And when I say high eliminations, I mean Geek Fam was going in right now. They have 51 eliminations, and when you compare it to GK Esports only sitting at 29. So a completely different team than what I've seen before, and I'm really enjoying to see if they're going to be continuing the aggressiveness, and then some of the other teams, hopefully they'll be able to step it up. I mean, GK, they didn't end the day so well, Glitter. They ended up with the 9th place finish and only 1 elimination on one of those games, and then the next one was a 12th place finish with 1 elimination. I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to change that.
Yeah, and we talk about that too, right? We talk about how momentum plays a factor into that, and on the flip side, teams that did close out the day really well. Another one that we'll probably be talking about is going to be T2K, Trade to Kill. I mean, they had multiple 2nd place finishes. We saw the interview at the top of the show with T2K as well, and they were just really consistent across the board with no chicken dinners, still in the top 3 at the end of the day. And we talk about that a lot, Jukes. I heard you gasping before with excitement for what you were watching. Consistency is so important.
Oh, it's so huge. Every single time I see one of them squad wipes, you know, I get so pumped up. And not to mention yesterday, the first play that we saw, Iron Sight Car 98 from across the map. That was so dang sick. Let's take a look at the rankings. And you know what? And the reason why I was gasping a little bit earlier, this is where we all stand right now. It's crazy to see that grenade usage ended up being the same stats as we see here on the overall rankings. Geek Fam, most nades used. Geek 2nd. And we see them here in 1st and 2nd place here, 7.
Yeah, these teams have just been battling it out. And I mean, at one point, we had a 40-point gap between 2nd place and 3rd place. So I'm glad to see that has kind of narrowed down a little bit more. Glitter mentioned it perfectly. T2K, they have been super consistent. FaZe Clan, though, this was a team that didn't really perform that well at the start of the day. They finished on a great note by getting that chicken dinner. We also saw 4 Angry Men. And then the teams that I was calling out earlier, I mean, Xavier, a lot of people expected this team to be at least top 3 at the end of day 1. Right now, they're currently in 15th place with 19 points. And Glitter, they better wake up because those teams at the top are looking to get all the points.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at those bottom squads. They're the only ones with the single-digit eliminations. That's not what they want, because now we're looking at the average eliminations. Ooh. And Geek Fam literally has an average in what Xavier has in total.
Aggressiveness, right?
Ouch.
That's what we're talking about. And the damage that they're being able to output, even when they didn't have a great performance in regards to placement, they were still able to come out with those eliminations. And I think that's definitely what played out a big difference between these two teams. With GK, I mentioned it earlier too, I'm really intrigued to see what kind of team we're going to be getting here as we do look at the top Erangel performance. You can see Geek Fan, I mean, I'm not surprised to see them there. FaZe Clan, I am a little bit surprised to see them there as, you know what, I'll tell you why later. And then IHC, 16 ranking points, 21 elimination points, and GK. With the thing with GK, I have to tell you guys this real quick, is that they were too passive at times, and I'm hoping that they try to be a little bit more aggressive today and not just go for placement points.
I like it. I agree.
Can't go for placement points. You got to be able to go for both. You got to go for broke here. These is today's matches. This is the same good old cycle that we've seen multiple times in a row. But I think that's the championship formula here. You know, is that no matter what situation you're in, what zone you get, you got to put up some points. You know, get those 8 points. Say, hey, you know what? There's no chance we're gonna get first place here, but let's just try to put something on the board. And then when you do get that zone, you can't just get a chicken dinner. You got to get that chicken dinner with like 15, 20 eliminations. That's what really sets that first place mark. And man, we saw Geek Fan, they did exactly that strategy yesterday, Seth.
They did, and it wasn't even just the chicken dinners. It was like the third place finish. When they ended up in third place, they ended up with 12 eliminations. We saw them being able to get more points than the teams that were actually winning the games, and I think that's currently why they're at the top.
Well, you know what? Speaking of teams at the top, I got 2 of the top best analysts in the game right next to me, and these are their teams to watch here going into match number 1. So I see you got some interesting picks there, Glitter. So why don't you break down your picks for us?
Okay, I mean, 7, we obviously agree on 4 Angry Men. I don't know your reasoning here, but for me, I mean, they started off the day fantastically. I think everybody had higher expectations of them, and it was just like what started to be a steady downfall that just kind of plummeted into not finishing above a double-digit placement after that. And I want to see them bounce back here today. I already talked about Time to Kill a little bit, how insanely consistent they were. 3 second-place finishes out of the 6 matches, and I want to see if they can finally close out a chicken. And then Geek Fam. We've seen teams at the top fall off. I want to see if they can continue this dominating performance or if it was a flash in the pan.
Yes, I'm so glad you mentioned that for them too, because now with 4 Angry Men, this is my reasoning, okay? And the only reason why I picked them before this Erangel, yes, they won the first Erangel, but they just kept getting into weird engagements right off the bat in every single Erangel. I'm even looking forward to seeing how they're going to be able to adjust to that. Are they going to be getting any of their players knocked super early on, or have they been able to go back, watch that tape, and maybe work something out that doesn't happen again? Now with Game Lord, they were steady in a way, and I know Imperium is going to love this that I'm talking about them. They were steady in a way that they're able to put themselves into position to actually strike at the end. They finished off the day with 2 very strong games. I'm trying to see if they're going to continue with that momentum, because if they can, I will like to see them at least top 5. And then last and not least, Xavier. You heard me talking about it earlier. Please, wake up. You can't do this.
Well, you know what? They need to wake up, and all of you watching need to wake up, because it's time for match number 1. Let's take it on over to our casters, Zute and Espraxi.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. We are back with day number 2 of week number 3. And if it goes to show, you know, day number 1 was great. Day number 2 is just going to get better. And 3 and 4, well, it just goes up from there, Esproxy.
I mean, yesterday was a statement and a half that we saw from some of these teams. We saw a very explosive start from the likes of 4AM, as we mentioned, but as we continued, I mean, it was Geek Fam, it was GK Esports bringing in that consistency, and that's going to be the key today. I mean, we mentioned D Xavier, we mentioned Besiktas, I mean, with one of the craziest clutches that we've seen, not only as an individual with that 1v4 against Train to Kill, but then also in that 2v3 right at the end of Miramar. I mean, come on, they just brought that synergy, and if they can do that again today, then we might have a whole different storyline to follow.
So many different storylines already developing through the first day. The one I'm looking out for in particular, though, is the Geek Fam team, right? Geek Fam, we saw them pretty much play the same style all 6 matches, and they absolutely crushed it. It was the same consistency. They didn't change things up game from game. And even though in the last game, you know, they faltered a little bit, you know, going out early with only 3 eliminations, they stuck true to their playstyle. So that's what I really like to see coming into today, though. I want to see if they're going to stick with that and if it's going to keep working for them.
I mean, we mentioned a little bit off camera, you know, we were talking about those damage numbers briefly, and I mean, as a team, Geek Fam brought in 11.2 thousand damage, whereas second best, we're talking about a 6.7 thousand damage. That is insane, but it makes sense when you think about the eliminations they were bringing in, when you think about how aggressive they were playing. Yeah, their placements don't really match that, but I mean, ultimately, we mentioned it before, even if Geek Fam goes down, at the very least, they take out a couple names with them back into the lobby, and that just thins out the competition. Doesn't really give anyone a shot when Geek Fam just rolls on up and says, well, your territory is ours now.
Yeah, it was just so many eliminations, right? At one point in the tournament, we saw another team had 2 chicken dinners and Geek Fam with only 1, but they were actually in the lead, and that was only with like a few games, right? If this was over the span of like multiple games, one team having more chicken dinners and less points, that's understandable, but only in a couple of games a team with an extra chicken dinner had less overall points. That just means the elimination points were really starting to stack up for the Geek Fam team.
I'm loving it, but there's also just so many opportunities for some of the other teams to bring on in. I mean, Vivo Keyed, you know, we started off with that Erangel match. They drove straight into the Valley of Doom against Furious Gaming, but then they started picking up some of the pacing. I mean, I just go back to that match on Erangel with that horrible zone, that horrible terrain, and yet they were still trying to stick it out. They were still trying to stay alive, moving on in. Furious Gaming literally falling off the ridgeline with Game Lords. I mean, these teams have had to go against some tough terrain, and we had some very interesting zones yesterday. But now the question is, are we going to see a little bit more of that today, or are some of the teams that are sitting towards that bottom of the leaderboard going to pick up the pacing starting today?
You mentioned sticking alive or becoming alive, right? One team that really started to show up towards the later half of the first day was IHC. Right?
Ooh.
When they subbed in Ziol, it was like complete 180 change. Like, I'm looking at the stats right now. Okay, round 1, right? They go out in 13th place, 0 elimination. Round 2, they do better, but not in the form that IHC probably wants, right? They got 3rd place with only 1 elimination. They were down to 1 player very early on, and he got lucky making it in. Right afterwards, 14th place with only 3 eliminations. And then I think it was game 4. Game 4, they made the change. Game 4, they brought in Ziol instantly. 2nd place finish, 9 eliminations. 10th place finish, not that good, but 5 eliminations. We saw them go down fighting. And then the very last match of the day, 6th place finish, not too bad, not too shabby. 12 eliminations. That is a stark difference. Now, I'm pretty sure they're going to start off today with Ziol. So currently IHC in 5th place overall. That's another team that could really stir up the pot and change things up.
And I mean, IHC was a team that we were all rooting for. We were all waiting for that starting movement from them, especially with that beginning little bit of a phase between 4 Angry Men and themselves on Erangel with those Car 98 shots. I mean, IHC all the way, and then we just didn't see that. But today, it's a whole new day. They've shaked everything off from yesterday, and now they need to bring the action.
Yeah, so many teams actually need to start bringing the action right now. D Xavier in particular, that's one team that the analyst desk mentioned that they're keeping an eye on. And for me, it's honestly between Geek Fam, right? I want to see if they're going to be able to pull off what they did on day 1 in similar fashion and style. And if IHC is going to continue that run back that they started to make towards the later half of yesterday.
going to be the question here. But that zone, once again, it just seems like Erangel is the southern map of the day. We keep going towards this direction one way or another, at least this time, starting off from that eastern side. So some pretty good opportunities for the likes of, I'm thinking of Besiktas, if they wanted to go to that mansion or Jasnaya Poliana situation again. FaZe, if they wanted to head through to Milta Power, well, easy pick'ems for them. Then the question comes through, what are we been seeing on the military base island? We know IHC love that Novo position. 4 AM generally seem to have been joining them on the military base island, but now it looks like a straight drop for 4 Angry Men over towards military base.
Yeah. Yesterday, 4 AM also got bridge camped, right? Leaving military base when the zone was very far up north. And they got bridge camped by Geek Fam, no less. Geek Fam, a team that likes playing, from the edge. Makes sense why Geek Fam didn't rotate in. We do have the first circle. It's going to be on the southeastern side. A bit of military base in the mix. And this is a little bit different of a drop. Now, these two teams, Falcons and Tem Entertainment, they've been sharing Jasnaya, but it's usually, we take the west side, you take the east side. However, this time around, looks like Tem Entertainment has stretched a little bit into the Falcons' territory. Not a full-blown engagement by any means, but seems like Tem Entertainment is starting to back up, maybe assert some quick dominance, apply some pressure, but they don't really want to engage into a fight either.
It's interesting to see that, like, we're on day number 2. We've already had all of these teams going up ahead against each other, at least in 3 iterations of Erangel, yet we're still seeing, like, mini versions of hot drops. We're still seeing teams dropping on a very similar locations, getting those loots up and jumping into those earlier engagements, which it's unlikely that we would see that still, but yet here they are still proving a point. So Falcons and Tem Entertainment will be interesting to see if they do go head-to-head, if we will see that earlier engagement. We saw a few delayed engagements, if I could call it that, yesterday. Some of the teams taking a little bit longer to make their plays and either get out of the situation or get those final engagements. So hopefully today we see a little bit more of a quicker pace from these teams.
Also, stop crashing into things when you're driving. Yesterday it was the military zone where we saw a car make it past the bridge, which was great, and then he crashed into the only tree in his way, and both players got eliminated. Right? So,
yeah.
Oh, more crashing. Luckily for these guys,
it's you, Zute. You're doing it to them on purpose.
For them, they're not gonna, be shot at by an entire team of. It was IHC actually, bridge camping. So crashing into things right now, not too punishing, but later on, gotta watch out for where you're driving, especially if you're the driver. But it's tough sometimes, right? Because when you're driving in the vehicle, you're able to third-person peek, meaning you could rotate your camera around while driving in a certain direction without affecting which way you drive. And when you're getting shot at, of course you want to see who's shooting you and from where, so you get a better idea of what's going on. But then that means you're not keeping your eyes on the road, and it becomes a deadly mistake sometimes.
That's where the teamwork has to come in. You have to have your spotter, you have to have your driver. Second, if you're in that passenger seat, your job is to spot out who's shooting at you. But
yeah, it's like keep your eyes on the road. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we don't care about what's happening on the music. Your job is to see who's shooting at us. That is the only job you have as a passenger. But hey, at least we'll see those teams maybe stepping it up. If not, Zute is coming after you. You heard it here first. But in terms of the 2 spots that we have on the map right now, at least with the early possible engagements, it's just Jasnaya Poliana that has that Falcons and Tem Entertainment action. And it was GK Esports and Rejects over towards Rozhok. But Rejects has already disengaged and they've moved up a little bit closer towards Ruin. So I'm already liking that we're seeing that early pacing where they're like, look, it's not really worth it for us. Especially if you don't have loot, man. You can't go into a fight if you're like on the weapon disadvantage. Just back on out and try again a little bit later.
Yeah. It looks like Tem Entertainment did back off. They did shift back to the western side of Jasnaya to continue looting. So maybe the initial drop was just to, apply some pressure, which I was saying earlier, but not really looking for any sort of engagement. Fights might start breaking out between those two teams, though, as the matches go on, when one team becomes a little more desperate for points, or when one team, start feeling a little bit more confident, as in, hey, we might as well go for it. Looking at the map, we're about 5 minutes in. Couple of teams have already started rotating in near the center of the circle. Now, this first zone is actually, I would say, smaller than usual, right? Because a good portion of it, I'd say like 20 to 30%, is the military base area. And with the circle like this, I think everybody's pretty much counting out military base. So that eliminates military base plus the water that is in play. So immediately, first circle, a lot less, viable playing territory.
And what's even worse for the likes of, let's say, IHC or 4AM, when they want to take that eastern bridge rotation, well, surprise, surprise, that happens to be the center of zone. I mean, we have already 3 teams situated within that opposite end, such as Nongshim Red Force. We've got Furious Gaming moving in. We've even got Genesis Dogma Gids that have moved in. FaZe moving down from Multa Power towards that bridge. I mean, it is stacked now. So for 4AM, they're going to make that trip on through. You can see right past Nongshim Red. Thankfully for them, it doesn't seem like Nongshim Red was quite ready for a little bit of that containment, but they will have a stock rotation to make immediately as soon as they reach the mainland.
Definitely agree. 4AM did make it past that bridge, didn't get camped. They find an open compound. Of course, they can't really get too further in because, as you were saying, many teams all set up around here. But luckily for 4AM, I think their biggest concern was getting bridge camped, right? Yesterday, they ended the last game going out to the Geek Fam team because they were bridge camped. It was quite a good fight, though, on the bridge. It went back and forth. 4AM actually got the opening 2 knocks, but then Geek Fam held it down. And somehow, some way, Geek Fam, I mean, there's a reason why they have so many elimination points. They took that fight back from a 2v4 and eliminated the entirety of the 4AM team. So 4AM definitely breathing a sigh of relief. Their worst nightmare, the bridge camp, is not going to affect them on this first game.
Yeah, we don't want any of that PTSD to move on into today's games. 4AM, I mean, we talked about Geek Fam. The main factor for me for Geek Fam and why they've been so consistent, why they've been so successful, is that confidence, that bravado when they jump into an engagement. It's like they know exactly what plan they've discussed, they all know their roles, and they just execute it time in and time out to such perfection. We talk about individual prowess, but then it has to be matched with, an equal amount of team synergy. And Geek Fam, for me right now, hopefully they keep it up because they are just hitting some beautiful PUBG Mobile action. And if they can continue that,
look at those damage
it's going to
numbers.
Be tough. Oh, it's disgusting, actually.
That's after one day. At the PMGC level. They're not pumping damage into chumps, right? This isn't your classic match where you could rack up like 2,000 to 3,000 in one game. Okay, they're racking up that much damage against the best teams in the world. That's a lot harder than playing classic matches. And I want to draw a comparison real quick between Geek Fam and, ooh, that's a nice shift. All the way up to the top of the forest area where the Pride Rock is in play, just right above prison. This is going to get interesting. But before things heat up, right, HVVP and Geek Fam, very similar playstyles, controlling the edge, fighting their way in, dominant in eliminations. It seems like, this style will get you in first place overall as long as you're executing it properly. And we saw with HVVP, you have one bad day trying to execute this style, which is quite difficult to pull off game after game. You quickly could drop down in the leaderboard. So we might see the same fate for Geek Fam just coming into day 2 even.
4 Angry Men right now on a car chase. They're chasing Team Entertainment. GK is chasing them. Just running through shelter like an absolute madman, trying to get that rotation and trying to regroup. Thankfully, it looks like they will be able to, but it's going to come down to what Team Entertainment will be able to do here. The line of sight looks pretty limited. So hopefully, 4 Angry Men should be able to move on into center. I mean, for the likes of FaZe, they literally just rotated off Milta Power, and now it might be an opportunity to rotate back.
Here's that Pride Rock position that I was talking about. Now, 4AM, we saw in game number 1 yesterday, they really prioritized these rotations. They even lost a player on rotation very early in the very first game of Erangel, but they ended up getting the chicken dinner because of it. So once again, second circle pops up. They really gun it for a central position, and we saw on the camera so many teams all around them taking shots at them, but it's a calculated risk, and hopefully it pays off for them. They are pretty much somewhat center, a little bit north of center, but they're at a strong position to work the rest of the map. So very good rotation by them. The Rejects team taking things a little bit slower this time around. Rejects also in the very first game yesterday did similar, mad dash rotations, but it ended up costing them like the entire team with 0 points. So it looks like they're going to play it slow now as a new game plan coming into day 2.
Yeah, polarizing performances from these teams, and I like what you said in terms of that comparison between GeekFam and HVVP. Also for HVVP, I mean, having a bad day on the literal last day, the literal last opportunity that you have to put up points. I mean, you couldn't have talked about like worse timing.
Yeah.
It does happen. It does happen though. You are in a PMGC stage, and to keep up that level, even for GeekFam, to keep up that level of aggression, that level of engagement, and having that higher success rate, it's unheard of. Over 4 days at a PMGC level,
Yeah.
we'll have to wait and see if they'll be able to do it. But imagine if they do. Imagine if they do. I feel like there's a world record around the corner for them.
92 points after just 1 day. See what GeekFam could do today. Speaking about GeekFam, they are located on the southwest side, pretty much on the edge. The only team behind them is IHC. Now, IHC versus GeekFam, that will be a very interesting fight if we do get to see it. Both teams very aggressive, and they like to take their 4v4s. You see right there on the southwest, IHC just now moving out of military base, GeekFam edging in from the southwest as well, and the circle does pretty much pull off the eastern side. Milk to Power no longer in play, shifts a little bit towards the west. Everybody should be very familiar with this terrain here. There's a lot of different ridges to play in, and of course on the eastern side it's all high ground going uphill. On the west, pretty much all flatlands with a few compounds with the bunkers of shelter coming into play.
Can you imagine if we have a shelter final zone? Like the chaos of all of these teams shuffling into shelter, into the different levels, now trying to find one another, that zone
All the
closing
different
on
bunkers. Which bunker do you want to take?
The different levels.
Uh-huh. I could, if it does end around shelter, we're gonna see like a whole like pack of cars just blown up, crashing onto the different shelter bunker sites. It's gonna be like a parking garage almost.
It would be chaos. Imagine for the first game of the day, we have that sort of an ending. We've already had a few treats. I mean, I've never seen such a Western, wrangle zone before yesterday. Like such an even 50-50 split between main island and military base island. Once again, we're treated to the eastern side of things. And now potentially a finish on shelter. I mean, come on, what more do you want?
Also, 64 players still alive. We are almost 14 minutes in. Huge difference from day one. Day one, we saw like maybe 6-7 players go out by zone number 2 due to haphazard rotations, the nerves, the jitters. They didn't get their timings. Yeah, they didn't get their timings in right. They didn't, respect, the rotations out of other teams, thinking they could get away with things. Now this time around, we're 14 minutes in and not a single player has gone down. Teams are definitely playing way tighter and definitely, taking more precautions after day number 1. They see where they are in the leaderboards. They know what they need to do to keep up in the top, and they know what they need to do to try and rise up to the top.
I mean, it's crazy to think that we haven't dropped a single player. We haven't dropped a single team. We haven't dropped a single player. And again, I think it comes back to those early engagements, avoiding them as much as possible, making sure that they're quick on the trigger when it comes to that possible disengagement. And teams so far, they've been following suit with that, which is lovely to see. And this is what we've been missing out of the chaos of yesterday. But yet, a wrangle might still prove to be a little chaotic depending on this next shift where we will be centering up. And, shelter is still in play. Still an opportunity.
It's the shelter zone that we were just talking about. So that pretty much, that south side still has a huge, the hills are still in play. A good chunk of it is still the high ground hills. And then you start heading down into the shelter area. We have 64 up. There's not going to be 64 up after this circle closes.
Not at all. Rotations heading on in. GK making that appearance now, and it looks like they spotted out at least a lone member here of Genesis Dogma, and this is what we were talking about yesterday. We saw this happen yesterday with Genesis. They didn't have that opportunity to save their teammate. Once again, not in a position to do that. Daybot unfortunately getting caught out, and for Genesis, there's no road to recovery from this.
I'm quite confused what Genesis Dogma was doing there. It might have been a split, and then this player got pushed, but From the way, GK are already set up, it looks like they sent one player down there with no support, and they are taken out. Now, Xavier getting into the mix of things with Nongshim Red and Geek Fam, of course, here to third party and take shots whenever they can. They have one elimination already. All of Xavier in one tower right here, and Nongshim Red just finally gets taken out, and it's actually due to the side of Geek Fam. Geek Fam, oh, you know it's coming. This team's so aggressive. They saw it in the elimination feed. Multiple players of Xavier has gone down, and yeah, they're going in for the finish now.
Only Frankie up and alive, and we saw Frankie do some
aggression.
fantastic snipes, but here it comes, Geek Fam. They know what they've done. They've taken out 2. They want that final team wipe, and it is almost instantaneous. They don't even get to finish a sentence, and then we immediately move on to FaZe, fighting for control of these hilltops up against Genesis, and oh, what a tough fight.
Yeah, it's like a powder keg just went off. It's fighting all around. Literally, it was quiet only a moments before, and now it's just all-out mayhem. A lot of teams deciding to fight for the high ground. Not many teams full sending it down to the shelter area, so prioritizing the high ground and working down. Of course, I don't think they expected this many teams, this much chaos up here. GD Gigs right now trying to throw some nades over. FaZe did lose. No, FaZe had a player knocked, but they're up as a full team. Geek Fam finishing up their fight, not even in the zone yet, right? They'll take fights wherever it comes.
We talked about that winning condition for Geek Fam, and it's that they don't need zone. They want the outside of the zone. They want to constantly be fighting their way into zone, fighting their way through the blue. And now it's going to be up to the likes of Genesis Dogma Gids to see if they can replicate that, because they also find themselves right alongside Geek Fam trying to push on into zone and hopefully trying to do so without losing any further members. But again, up against GK Esports, we can already see GK taking a little bit of actions. Genesis makes that stand, and so far they do well. They pick up 2, but oh, come on, Geek is here as well?
Yeah, this is a familiar scene. We literally just saw this like moments before. Geek Fam, third party 2 teams. Once again, Geek Fam, third party 2 teams. But they might have a taste of their own medicine as another team moving in for their third party. It's VK. Or not VK, sorry, Vivo Keed. Vivo Keed coming in, but a second too late. They actually get pushed back. And now Geek Fam sitting in the edge of zone in a decent position. And I think they still managed to keep 5 eliminations.
This is ridiculous. Vivo Keed now trying to capitalize off of that chaos, but Geek Fam might be just a little bit too quick. That vehicle rotation is going to come on in. We can see the push. We can see the attempt at applying that pressure from Diego, but HP are looking low. Snipes is down. They have lost a member in the meantime, so this is technically a 2-on-4 situation. Maybe a 2-on-3 if they can get the reses coming through.
Oh, look at all of those nades raining in. That's going to do it for Geek Fam. Geek Fam go out, but 7 eliminations. That's not too bad. And I mean, they fought maybe 5-6 teams on their way in and finally getting third party themselves. Very good, smart push by Vivo Key, taking advantage of that opportunity. IHC here saw them start popping off yesterday towards the later stages. They have made their way down to the shelter area, keeping 4 alive, looking very strong, very healthy as a team, and gatekeeping out the Furious Gaming team. Furious Gaming, I don't think they're going to make it past IHC here.
Again, IHC running with a different roster. We saw Zyol replace Godless yesterday. This time, both Godless and Zyol on the roster. And IHC looking pretty refreshed, looking pretty hyped. I mean, they're already picking up those 2 eliminations as Furious Gaming goes down. So this might be a different version of IHC, at least the version that we were expecting. We'll have to wait and see if they can bring through that performance as Vivo Keed now, after their wonderful success, need to make that rotation into center zone. And look at this outskirt, look at the vicinity. I mean, you've got GK Esports, you've got Tem Entertainment, you've got Besiktas and 4 Angry Men right up ahead of you. Where do you go from here?
Pick your poison, right? Pick a team, take the fight. There's not much playable area left. There might be some pockets that, on the very edge that Vivo Key could survive in, which it actually is not too bad of a choice, right? You don't know where the circle's going to go, and if you take a position on the high ground and a fight might be elongated, and then the circle is going to shift in a way where you don't have much control. Speaking of control, Besiktas right here controlling the low ground, which is probably better than the high ground, because the high ground, everyone could see you from up there, and more than likely, you're going to have to come down. So you're just going to be constantly in the sightlines and firing range of so many different teams. 4AM do get that revive up to 4 eliminations, looking a bit better than their performance towards the late stages of yesterday. IHC, of course, just constantly controlling the edge, fighting their way in.
Oh, the last member here of Satan being caught on art with Vivo keyed in their rotation. It was only a matter of time as they head through that southern rotation. And currently they do find themselves pretty well centered up, so they pick their poison beautifully. And now Falcons up here against IHC fighting for control of these edge points of shelter. IHC making quite an aggressive push.
Oh man, Falcons are just pretty much stuck down there. That's never a good look. Whenever you're fighting for these shelter positions, you want to be the team that's pushing. You want to be the team that's aggressive. Of course, don't get third-partied. You got to make sure that they don't get shot in the back by the reject team, which is looking like what's going to be starting to happen. IHC, one member is knocked. They will be getting that revive. Falcons, however, trying to fight back with the grenades. That's a good one. They do get another nade. Now's the time for Falcons to push out and do something, because if they don't do something now, they're going to get a full reset, and Falcons are already down to 2. Look at how low IHC is. Falcons needs to make the push. They will apply some pressure with that Molotov. Hopefully it's good for them. Otherwise, they're going to let IHC come back. And, oh, yeah, that Molotov nearly eliminated the entire team, and Icy goes down. That's what I like to see out of the Falcons team. Some punch-back power, and Falcons defend beautifully against the 4-man team of IHC.
It's been long awaited. Unfortunately, though, their journey does not end. We see Yusef going down there to Vivo Keyed, who have a beautiful line of sight. And of course, with all the mayhem and the chaos that's just erupted, they know exactly where the action is. They know exactly where there are some potential eliminations around the corner. 4 angry men pushing on up here just on the outskirts of zone, now having to move into potentially either Vivo Keyed or Tem Entertainment, or take their chances with the Besiktas, who we know Besiktas are not strangers to any uphill battles. Falcon once again on the chopping block up here against Rejects, moving on in with that push.
Man, Rejects just slammed in here. Here's that parking garage I was talking about. Look at all those cars. So many cars. Falcon down to 1 player. Rejects now taking over this bunker position. Beautiful push by the Reject team. They just went for it. They realized what they had to do. 4AM trying to do the same thing, just going for it. However, they are now down to 1 member. Like I said, coming from the high ground to the low ground on these flat open hillsides is definitely not the advantage you want in terms of high ground. They're not only getting shot at by the team that's defending against them, which is Tem Entertainment, but I'm pretty sure Besiktas was raining in shots as well.
I mean, absolutely. After that clutch that they head through, they brought on Miramar, they're absolutely no strangers here to these uphill battles. Train to kill. Hello, making an appearance here on the scoreboard. Already 3 eliminations. Looking to add a 4th, maybe even a 5th, as Vivo Keyed with their 8 eliminations. Am I reading that correctly? 8 eliminations for Vivo Keyed, moving in from that southern position.
Oh, make that 9 if he could get that. Did he? I think he's... No, he did not manage to steal away. So close. 8 eliminations still for Vivo Keyed in a beautiful position. They managed to slice right down the middle of that high ground, using those rocks and smokes to a very effective degree. They're going to manage to beat out the 4AM team that was coming down from a similar position. Rejects down to 3. Not fully in the circle. They should be okay. Just scooch on in just a little bit. Make sure you get those smokes down first, though. And the side of Game Lord and Train to Kill on the northern side, they've been sitting pretty quiet, very comfortable, avoiding a majority of the fights that are happening down on the south.
The only real competitors to them are, well, each other, but coming through from that side with that little bit of a ridge line, having the opportunity to, as you said, all the teams moving down from that hilltop, just exposing themselves, lying themselves open basically for a few extra potential eliminations, either to Game Lords or Train to Kill. So the opportunities are there, but these teams will not be going down that easy. We can already see Vivo Keyed keeping their eye out on that horizon, and of course, keeping their heads on a swivel, because they know there's so many teams moving in from the southern portion of the zone down to the north. Tem Entertainment now, a couple of shots, heading through to Vivo Keyed, and Rejects just on the opposite end of that hilltop.
Circle shifts north once again, so everybody has to come off this hilltop now. A little bit of the southern side is in play, but that's pretty much just the roadside and just flat open terrain. I'm going to imagine all 3 teams on the south are going to suffer some sort of casualties. Meanwhile, the teams on the north sitting very comfortable. Train to Kill and Game Lord do get that circle towards them. Game Lord might lose that ridge in play, though, with his circle slightly shifting down south of them.
Train to Kill just getting a slight more of a zone blessing in this situation. And for Vivo Keyed, for Tem Entertainment, as soon as they go past those trees, their cover, it's null and void. So Tem Entertainment now trying to make a dash on in, trying to close the gap a little bit closer, heading into more of an eastern approach. And this is going to be an interesting one now because they might actually have a perfect line of sight onto Viva Key. There it is, Adrian down to a sliver of HP, nearly down to nothing. But they just managed to get behind that care package.
Great smokes for them to use right there. Zone slowly starting to choke teams in. You see Vivo Key losing one player, another player lock. Here comes the Rejects team. They have to make their play. Falcon finally gets taken out. Good job for Falcons with that solo player trying to make it up to the 6th place finish. Now it's Vivo Key versus the Rejects, but Vivo Key have to worry more about than just the Rejects as Tem Entertainment firing him from the sides, getting a knock, and then Rejects getting the finish with the beautiful nade. We're down to the top 4 teams. Rejects sitting comfortably. Tem Entertainment, however, same cannot be said for them.
I love the push from Rejects. That was quite a gamble, but now they find themselves on a similar approach to Train to Kill, just absolutely hitting so many shots towards Tem Entertainment. And Tem Entertainment feeling the brunt from pretty much all 3 sides. Maybe Rejects can apply that pressure to Train to Kill, and that will give them the space and the timing needed to recover their losses. But for the time being, there it is. Tem Entertainment, Train to Kill, now picking up each other's pacing. Game Lords need to move on in. They need to join the action.
That is a nasty angle Duelo has on the Game Lord team. If he remains calm and fire off some more accurate shots, those are really good knocks that could be had. All he needs is smoke down to his left side. I don't know if he has a smoke, though. Maybe Divine has one. I think Divine did just pop out a smoke. If Duelo could get his left side smoked out so he doesn't have to worry about Train to Kill, he could have some really nasty shots onto this team. Game Lord, however, deploying smokes of their own, effectively obscuring the vision that we just saw Duelo have earlier. Now teams are firing back and forth. Every teams are taking shots at one another. Circle closes beautifully into the middle, forcing all of these teams to make some sort of move.
I like that. Really putting these teams through the gauntlet now as they need to snake it up into the grasses. They will be losing majority of their respective ridge lines, majority of the cover that they've been holding onto so beautifully up until this point. But Tem Entertainment, I mean, I feel so sorry for them. They have just been getting punted lead after lead bullet, just going straight in their direction, not having any sort of time to recover. We can see they're right on top of each other, just trying to stay alive. And now Duelo comes on in and adds to the pressure gauge.
Yeah, I feel sorry for that tree right there. That tree's been soaking up a lot of bullets as well. The only hard cover that they have, and the rock, but man, I think Tem Entertainment is about to bow out here. Too many teams raining in fire from all sides. Still got one player left here. If he could weather this a little bit longer as Train to Kill. Train to Kill getting... Oh, when did the Train to Kill took out Game Lord? I was so focused on Tem Entertainment. Game Lord has just been eviscerated out of the match, evaporated. And now, hold on. Take a look at this. RC goes out. And Tem Entertainment stays alive with 2. And they're going to bring it down to a 2v2.
But look at their mates, Tem Entertainment. They don't have much to work with. They have literally nothing. Now down to Mormon as Train to Kill are just on a rampage. They got 10 eliminations, and now they're looking to close it out for good. Down to Mormon, we can see nothing to do with mids. Nothing. We've got
he got the knock.
That's it.
Tem Entertainment, he got the knock on the other player though. Legend is down. These 2 nades for the Hail Mary. Oh, he uses all 3. It's a little bit far. Can one bounce a little bit further? Oh, shooting the buggy, trying to blow that up maybe. Oh, they'll get the revive though. But no meds, is it worth the revive? That's the question. Oh, I think he went back and dropped him some grenades. He's prone in the open. Did Jane spot it out? Some shots raining right back, using his teammate as bait. Gets some good damage in. But Jane's got one more first aid. I think Jane knows he's out in the open. But he does not want to risk firing off some shots and then getting hit back as Jane almost went down earlier. Oh, good timing for Jane though, right as he pulled out the grenade. What a win. What a clutch by Jane from Train to Kill. I mean, it looked like it was Train to Kill's game, and Tem Entertainment was going to be the 4th team out, but all of a sudden Game Lord's out, Rejects is out, and then it was almost a win for Tem Entertainment. Tem Entertainment, that's a team that's way down in the leaderboards as well. They didn't get the chicken, but that was a good finish for them to, you know, really shoot themselves up the ranking as far as Train to Kill is concerned. I mean, they're not doing too shabby, you know, third place coming into today and then getting that chicken dinner. That gap between second and third, that 20-point difference almost, is suddenly a lot smaller.
Oh, absolutely. This is what we were waiting for. Yesterday, as we mentioned, as our analyst talked about it, we only had a 40 points gap between that second and third at some points. That closed on up right towards the end. We had Train to Kill picking up the pacing, which is something we've been waiting for. We knew that they brought in some interesting, you know, opportunities for themselves. It was just that final execution that they needed to bring through, and here it is. That winner chicken dinner. But what an absolutely beautiful showing from them in that final zone.
Honestly, this first game I liked a lot because it pretty much showed us all the teams, you know, that aren't in the top besides Train to Kill are showing up today. Everyone's coming out swinging, but the team that swings the hardest in this first game will be Train to Kill.
Train to Kill Esports bust out the first chicken dinner here of the day with 27 points on the board. TEM Entertainment, man, trying to snake their way and take that one away from them, but just couldn't get it done at the end of the day. They ended up with 18 points on the board. I'll tell you one thing, Seven. Train to Kill Jane popped off in this match.
I agree with you, baby. I'm so glad you brought him up, Hot Jukes. Jane put up 8 eliminations, and what's more impressive out of those eliminations is he was able to do that with just, I think it was 409 damage. Talk about being able to steal some eliminations. I am happy to see Rejects there towards the top two, 15 points for them. That's going to be good. And then Vivo Key, we saw Vivo Key taking on the fight with Geek Fam. By the way, Geek Fam, this is what I was talking about, Glitter, earlier. Only 1 placement point, but 7 eliminations.
Wow. The aggression. It's the aggression all over again, and they were doing well in the eliminations. They just got caught out a little bit earlier than they would have liked, but you guys were just highlighting Jane. Phenomenal performance. 8 elims on 400 damage. That is efficiency, okay? 8 elims for and 34% of the team contribution. Plus, we also get Legend up here for T2K. Geek still making an appearance because of all of those elims. And then, like you were also saying, Seven, we had some Vivo Keyed popping off. Adrian with 6 of those elims. But listen, I put him in my teams to watch for a reason. T2K. All those second places, they paid off. We start off the day with a chicken dinner.
You called it. Glitter Damas is back.
Could be. Could be, in fact, back in the fingers are on the head. She is charging up and ready to go here. And you can see right now, this is the actual fan vote leaderboard. So all you guys that went in game, got your PMGC tokens and voted. So far, S2G is still up on top. You see Bigatron in second place and Power all the way at 5th. I wonder if we're going to see this change soon, Seven, with how some of the teams are performing in this group. Do you think that's something likely? Who would you vote for?
I would vote for Geek Fam, and I'm surprised we're not already seeing Geek Fam out there with the way they're currently performing and the aggressiveness that they're being able to showcase. They're just a fun team to watch, like the way they're currently playing.
Glitter, who would you?
I would agree with that. Honestly, I'm a big fan of the aggression. You know that we love when teams are elim heavy, okay? Yeah. It just makes the games that much more excited, and when they're not afraid to have those aggressive early and mid-game stages, it makes the game more entertaining. Now we're looking at the overall ranking, though. Geek Fam holding on to first place, hitting the triple digits off of those elims, but the jump up from T2K into second place, and they actually had a pretty sizable gap that they had to make up, Seven.
And the down roll spiral continues for GK Esports. They got 0 points, and now they're going to lose on that second place to T2K. I am going to be looking at some of the other teams, though. You can look at Vivo Key right now being able to push up there. We saw a tie between some of those teams in 4th and 5th. And Reject, this is why I was happy to see some of those higher points out of them on that first match, moving up to 9th place. And it's crazy how most of these teams are going to be packed. Like, if this continues on, I'm going to be so excited because we might get a flashback to last week when it came down to the last game on the last day. And I called them out earlier. I'm going to have to do it again. The Savior. I mean, I don't know what's going on with this team. They decided to take onto a fight outside of the circle instead of focusing actually going into the circle, and that's what ended up hurting them. They saw one player knocked and they fully sent it to, not sure if it was just a spur of the moment, but Miramar is coming up. Hajux.
Yeah, Myanmar's coming up here next. You know what I really like to see was TEM Entertainment. They got a nice little bump from where they were sitting on the leaderboards after a rough day number 1. So to see them start off strong, put some good points, yeah, 2nd place. I'm looking forward to see how they perform here for the rest of the day. Here at the top, Miramar performers. I mean, Geek Fam, I think, is going to be on the leaderboards of pretty much almost any one of these stats just to do how they're performing. But hey, we also see a team that you were calling out earlier, 7 up on here.
Which one? Which one out of all of them? Are you talking about Rejects? Are you talking about Geek Fam?
I think it's going to be Rejects right there.
Yeah. I'm hoping they can continue on with what they were able to do on that first match in Erangel, but I'm actually going to be looking at Besiktas. This is a team that's currently in 12th place. And if Miramar is your strongest map, and if you're maybe able to start off the day here on a good Miramar note, why not? Besiktas is probably going to be my pick to watch as well.
I'm glad you said that, though, because they were in the top 11, fell out of it after this first match, and now they're heading into a map that they supposedly can do well on. So this is a perfect opportunity to bounce back.
Yes, indeed. Why don't we go ahead and take a look at y'all's team to watch here for match number 2. And I see that you got Vivo Keyed in there, Glitter. I mean, they got some points in match number 1. Do you, what are you really expecting to see from them here in match 2?
It was the aggression. The reason I picked them, it was the aggression. They had so many eliminations, and that was just, especially from the way they started yesterday, a night and day difference from the performance that we saw. So they went back and they did some sort of review. They fixed some mistakes, and it's working so far. I want to see if they can carry that on into Miramar. And then Game Lord 7, we both picked them.
You want to go first? You want me to go first? Yeah, you know what? Keep going. Keep going, Glitter.
You can't. It's too. Listen, I know it's my first day of this weekend here, but it's too passive. I'm not on board. We even heard the caster say Zuti didn't even notice they died when they did die, because you can't just hang out and watch all of the action go on around you. I want to see them bring something to the table now. They're definitely capable of doing it. We saw them had some good performances towards the end of the day. Give me more elims. 5 people at T2K. Consistency.
She's being nice. I'll be a little bit more harsh. When you have 4 people alive, 25 minutes into an actual game, and you have 0 eliminations, yes, that is way too passive. We need to see a little bit more aggressiveness out of them, and that's what I was talking about in the first segment, how this team, yeah, they are getting those placement points, but that's just not going to be good enough, especially if you're trying to go for the top 3, and I hope this team is not thinking about, oh, we just want to make it to survival stage, because no, this is the PMGC. You can't be thinking that way, please.
To be even a little bit more harsh there, to translate what Seven said earlier. I think at one point you even said, is this team allergic to elimination points? You know, it's tough to see them that late game busting out 0. But you know what? I hope we're saying this to hopefully motivate that squad to really turn up that aggression, because if you want to make it a top 3, hey, you have a chance right now to get it done. You have to turn up the heat right now. And speaking of turn up the heat, we got Miramar up next, and it's almost ready to go. Let's take it on over to our casters.
Thank you, Hot Jukes. Game number 1 is down for the books, and the biggest takeaway is a lot of the teams that struggled yesterday, well, I mean, they are here to play, and they are swinging hard. It's no longer, you know, a 2-team show that out of GK and Geek Fam. There's some other teams now putting their name into the mix for us to really keep an eye out on. And man, it's just getting better and better as Proxy.
I'm loving it. We were talking about it off camera. The fact is, we're seeing a whole different side of these teams. We're seeing the teams that we've been waiting for step it up. Yes, it's not everyone. D. Xavier, we are waiting for you as well. There's a few more teams that have to join the party. There's a few more teams that have to join the fray and bring forth that performance that we know that they are capable of. If they were not capable of it, they would not be here on our second map of the day in Miramar for the PMGC. Come on, we're waiting for it.
Yeah. Oh, Miramar, here we go. Plane is out on your guys' screen, and it looks like it's going to be a very western plane path. Yeah, from west down to south. Pretty good one, honestly, for a lot of these teams. Yesterday's Miramar games, I'm trying to recall how they actually went. Yesterday was, we got that one circle all the way down southeast in Porto.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I feel like yesterday's Miramar was very unique. Not a real taste of your typical Miramar games, which, it isn't a bad thing. But I'm more of a vanilla guy myself, right? Like, that southeastern ending, I don't think any teams really had a good idea of how it was going to play out. Hopefully we get a match that's, for the lack of a better word, more cookie cutter, because then it's like, yeah, sure, it's like we've seen it before, but it's like we know, more importantly, these teams know what they have to do instead of, just kind of scuffling about and trying to fight their way in and then not really, committing because there's like so many ridges and it's like, maybe we'll just not push, maybe we'll just stay here, maybe if the nade connect. Yeah, there was a lot of hesitancy yesterday due to, simply the terrain, so to say. So now let's see where this first circle is going to go, and well...
Oh, okay. Goodbye. Whatever you were looking for, goodbye.
No,
So
no.
we are getting down to the southwest.
Okay, this is also a very unorthodox part of Miramar, but not as many ridges for use as cover. For sure there's a lot of high ground, but it's more like do or die high ground, right? It's not a high ground with a lot of different, ridge levels where it's like, okay, maybe we can play in this pocket, and this team will play in that pocket, and so on. This is more of a, if you control the top, you control the top. If you try to get the top and you don't get at the top, you are out. Pretty sad, like pretty simple.
Pretty stock standard, really. I mean, we see this all the time. I mean, looking at the drop sites, if we were talking specifically about that area with Chumacera, Val del Mar, I'll talk about that in a bit. Bashikas,
shots.
good morning. Good morning to you. Or good evening, rather. Thank you for that. That was a lovely little bit of a start. So already we've had one elimination. This is compared to a wrangle about 12 minutes sooner. Than what we saw.
Yeah.
So teams definitely stepping it up, and again, it's that whole thing of where yesterday we were just talking about Miramar being the get in your vehicle game, vehicle simulator. There wasn't a real opportunity for teams to jump into any sort of potential early positions to get themselves set up to play with that containment early on because it was just it was such a hard shift. But now. Still a hard shift. I'm not going to lie. I mean, all the teams that run that northern side, like, Game Lords, like Falcons there towards Hacienda del Patron, I mean, congratulations. You need to join the territory of Nongshim Red Force, who love that Chumacera. We need to join Four Angry Men over towards Val del Mar. It's going to be a fun time for rotations in these teams.
Speaking about rotations, Geek Fam here, the furthest team away from the circle. I mean, it's what they want, right? It's maybe not this one. Maybe when I don't know, Miramar, when the circle is that far away, and if it goes any more south, all they got is uphill battles. This one's maybe not the circle Geek Fam is looking forward to as far as fighting into zone goes.
Yeah, no, it's not the expectation here, but what is nice to see is that we are still sticking to some of those expected drop sites. I mean, Train to Kill over towards Graveyard. At least there's some sort of normality there. Of course, GK Esports making an early rotation into Chumacera, which I like. Again, this terrain for me it's a little crazy, but I agree with what you said. The first team to get it to the top and contain that and hold that, they've got that advantage. It's not a case of they suddenly are surrounded by like 50 other teams in pockets. So now we want to wait and see who's going to be that first team to take the gamble to set themselves up.
Yeah, they could create a buffer zone, essentially. We saw one of the GK members, they don't even have a vest, like not even a level 1 vest. So a very fast early rotation, not even taking the time to look around for a vest to secure a position in a really crucial point on the map. Now, it is the first zone, right? It's a good spot, but anywhere on the Miramar match or Miramar map that's a good spot in the first circle may not be a good spot by the time the second circle rolls around. So we'll just have to see how the circle shifts, how the cookie crumbles. IHC taking their time looting. Of course, they don't mind. They could have had a really good straight shot into zone and just in a high ground position as well. No teams in front of them essentially besides 4AM, but 4AM is way down in the south. But IHC, they don't want to rush their rotation. They want to grab all the ammo they can and all the meds they can because their plan is to use all that ammo and all those meds fighting their way in.
Yeah, taking a page out of Geek Fam's strategy book, but they've been able to do that before, and we know on Miramar, IC, if needs be, will take a swim. They'll make sure they get those placements. But what I want to see is, IHC right now, they're very comfortable there over towards Monte Nuevo, so they'll be taking a more southern approach. They're just on the cusp of getting themselves into the zone, and Furious Gaming, moving on in from that El Pozo region, might be able to miss them completely. So if that is the case, IHC completely left to their own devices. And we've seen what happens when you give any team that much space, that much time to formulate their plan and to basically choose their own engagement, choose when they get engaged. That becomes a very dangerous game to play.
Speaking about being left to their own devices, I just realized they're no longer hot dropped in Montornevo. Genesis Dogma, it was Genesis, right? Yeah. So they gave it up completely, and they definitely gave it up because the plane flew right over Monte Nuevo, making it a very easy drop for both teams. But instead, Genesis were forced to scrap loot on the southeast, and that actually costed them a player very early on to the side of Besiktas. So already effects of day number 1 spilling over into day number 2 in terms of drop spots.
I love it. Again, I think that's why we're seeing that different, zone, that different presence from these teams. The fact that on Erangel, we only saw some action over towards the 14-minute mark. Yes, here, 2 minutes in, we at least lost a player, but all teams still alive, and now we're finally seeing a little bit of an engagement here on the seventh minute marker. It is FaZe Clan up against Nongshim Red Force. Busy just clearing out the angles, getting a nice flanking position. And Nongshim Red Force right now very split up. I mean, there may be 1 or 2 members pretty close on out, but they're already backing off. They're already saying, listen, this is not worth it for us. We still want to get ourselves set up.
Yeah. They're just creating a pretty much a buffer zone for the northern region. Usually, this is a really good spot to do so, but honestly, with the circle being so far south, controlling that entire Chuma High Hills, chances are it might not even come into play by the time the second circle rolls around. A lot of teams actually making it pretty deep into the center of the circle. They're just skipping past all the high ground, right, in the middle, because, like I said, it's do or die. Like, if there's a team up there already, it's going to be tough trying to get up there. So a lot of teams aren't even going to peek their heads up there. They're just going to assume it's taken, and they're going to take the roads and play the low grounds further down south, which is technically even more center, so it's a better position in theory.
It's crazy to see. We basically got that entire outskirt of the zone completely open. Other than, Furious Gaming, they're over towards the west on that high ground. Everywhere else, it's open for the taking. It's only really crazy stacked teams over towards the center. So, I mean, for the likes of, Falcons, Game Lords, and even Geek Fam making their rotation, as we can see on the map now, they will be very happy with the fact that these teams have chosen that rotation. What are these zones, Zute? Come on, I've never seen this. In my career, I've never seen this.
I love it.
I'm speechless.
It's beautiful. This is better than the ice cream I had yesterday that I was telling you about.
Oh, stop! Stop!
Oh, here comes a mad dash of rotations. Everybody, time to visit the beautiful island of Los Higos. Good luck making it there. Now, there's 2 bridge access ways. We see one here on the western side. Already a fight breaking out, but Besiktas managing to just get slightly ahead of Tem Entertainment. That's going to work for them. And on the eastern side, actually, this is the eastern side. Sorry. Wow, yeah, I mean, goes to show how often I see fights. It goes to show how often I see fights down here. I thought this looked like the western bridge to me. But my mistake. Eastern bridge breaking out a fight. Same with the western bridge. IHC versus Furious Gaming on the western side. And then I see a lot of teams going for a swim, just straight down the middle potentially. Some teams electing to just play on the northern island well, when I say island, I mean Myanmar. They're playing the northern part of Myanmar, the southern island, being camped out right there smack dab in the middle. A lot of teams looking like they're going to try and camp some swimmers.
This is ridiculous. I mean, I feel like we're on military base island, but it's so much better. We were talking about Impala and Puerto Pareso as a final zone, as a very uncommon part that we see of Miramar. You know, some of the teams might not be very comfortable, might not be very aware of the terrain and, you know, some of the pockets they can utilize. Well, we've just one-upped it. We are going full throttle. We are taking a full road trip around Miramar, the spots that you never see in competitive PUBG Mobile esports. Welcome to the side of Los Higos, as all of the teams now are making a swim, making a dash. Xavier at least reaching land, but for how much longer? Frankie still yet to cross.
Is it a road trip, though? Or is it more of a boat trip? Yeah. A lot of teams.
I guess if you take the bridges.
A lot of teams having to, you know, swim or maybe boat over. I don't think there's many boats to be had that even spawns in down here. So, taking a look at the map, let's see who's made it across so far. Furious Gaming, they've made it across. They lose only one member. IHC is going to get in comfortably after, you know, winning that fight on the Western Bridge. But Sheikta's camping the Eastern Bridge, completely denying access way. And then you get this mess, this chaos, just straight down the middle. A lot of teams swimming over, a lot of teams not swimming over, wanting to camp this area instead to pick up eliminations. But if it goes south, which it might go south, they're going to end up getting camped themselves on the other end. And we still got teams rotating in from the blue zone because poor old Geek Fam. Look at that. Geek Fam are like, oh, God, we were not ready for this. And that circle goes further down south right onto Los Higos. What a crazy zone. I thought last week we had really insane cool zones. Man, this one takes the cake.
Group Yellow, baby. Here we are. Geek Fam, they're going to have a little bit of PTSD for Northern Drop Sites, I think, for quite some time, as four angry men are now making their approach and unfortunately running into Xavier. Game Lords have found at least one of Falcons, as Yusuf is just getting swarmed and completely alone. No opportunity really for that engagement. Never alone. A little bit further off is going to try and close that gap as Damar looks for the res, cooking up a beautiful nade, but is going to be sending it in the direction of not where they need it to be. And that means the Falcons lose 2.
Falcons do get 2 down right here. Continuing on with the fight, though, I think they realize, hey, we're probably not going to make it into that circle. May as well take this fight and pick up some points. Geek Fam finally making it out of the blue zone. There we go, finally. They're out of the blue zone, and they are going to keep rotating, of course, because zone is still far away from them. Got to go down that stretch of road, and Falcon Sniper is popping in some nice shots over to Game Lord, not connecting, however. Falcons down to 2, and it's like, at this point, it's like, do you just stay and fight for the points, or do you try and make it into the zone still? I think these teams are really struggling with deciding what to do in terms of those 2 options.
What's even crazier is while we've been talking, the zone has centered up on Los Higos. So for the first time ever, I get to say on a Miramar map, majority of the zone right now is water. You got to take a swim, you got to take a boatation, you got to try and jump across a bridge if you get the opportunity to, but you can just see the absolute chaos that is being ensued because of this ridiculous zone shift. Our rejects, I mean, they were one of the first teams to make that swim across onto Los Higos, and now they might be reaping the benefits. Geek Fam, unfortunately, when we talk about those third-party opportunities, now literally in the water, getting shot at with what option?
Man, so many players just swimming onto shore right now. I love how you could see some of the cars, some of the vehicles still just poking out of the water. There's so many cars just in the water as well, serving as some sort of hardcover, to be honest. in the water side, that could actually help some players out. But yeah, take a look at, I see a buggy, I see a smoking vehicle. I think that's a 3rd vehicle. Mika trying to grab some air, and the second he gets some air, shots raining down on him. This is FaZe Clan here, trying to farm as many elimination points as they can. Same with the rejects. They swam early, and now they're reaping the rewards, being able to shoot back at everyone else. And yeah, this is indeed a straight up Los Higos finish on Miramar.
Oh, it is beautiful. This is one of the first times I've been able to see this. And what chaos can we expect from this? So Besiktas moving on in from that eastern side. They've also been treated to some beautiful land, some beautiful real estate as Rejects pick up a few more eliminations. But again, the elimination counters are not that crazy. You see the numbers, they're not that insane just yet because there's still a whole slew of potential, still a lot to go around as Falcons move on in right next to Genesis Dogma Gids. Daybot will get that information. Doesn't seem like they're going to be jumping into the action just yet because they've got a few of their teammates in the water, at least with the backup there of their duo. Maybe they can get powerful and never alone out.
4 a.m. getting into fight. This is on the southern side of the part of Miramar. This is on the Los Higos Island. They will take down that player. D Xavier, both players swimming ashore, forced to get into quick engagement right there. D Xavier go down to 2 members. This is Geek Fam with 1, GK still with 2, Train to Kill with 3. I'm taking a look, trying to figure out which teams are still 4-man teams. There's a couple of them still, which is going to come into play huge, especially for the side of 4 a.m. They got to push their way in and fight their way in onto Los Higos.
I mean, I'm taking a look at FaZe, I'm taking a look at Besiktas, you know, Tem Entertainment, who do have full numbers, but they first have to get their way through Train to Kill. So might be a potential there coming through from that eastern side for Angry Men, also rotating around from the west, right alongside IHC. And Rejects still keeping their eyes out here on the horizon, around the water, to see who's going to be making a crossing and who they might be able to pick up. But again, so much zone availability has been given up to the water. So yes, maybe some of those vehicles might help them out because at this point, I don't know, if we go anywhere closer to the water, I don't think these teams have an option.
IHC successfully defending against that 4 a.m. push. Now it's down to 1v1. Svan should be... Oh, nope. Just as I say that, that is actually FaZe from the other side of the river getting that finish right there. Now Svan is the last member up for 4 a.m. This 4 a.m. team was just literally a 4-man team a second ago. Now they are no longer 4 angry men. They are just 1 angry man. Same with the IHC. IHC down to just 1 player on that island.
Genesis hitting a few couple of shots. At least Alan has made it across, and they will be hopefully trying to make sure that their teammate can swim across quite safely. But we've got so many teams on this side. Reject still just being an absolute menace with that beautiful nade onto Victor. Does mean that Game Lord will now drop to only 1 potential player for that rotation. Vivo Key, they had such a good start on Erangel, but I don't think alongside them and every other team in this lobby, they were expecting this kind of a zone. How would you even prep for this kind of a zone?
Well, one thing I learned is just go for the swim early. All right? Like, just go for it. Rejects right now sitting really comfortably in a strong position right there on the south side. Also being able to farm a lot of points. We are 100% confirmed on the Los Higos ending now. Tim Entertainment, they managed to avoid the fight with Train to Kill, just circumventing that and wrapping down to the southern side. That's going to be good for them. There is a 2-man team of Furious Gaming right in the heart of Los Higos. Now FaZe had 4 up. They decided not to cross the river and instead has been setting up camp at that compound, taking shots at everybody for the last like 10 minutes pretty much. Now they got to move in, but they do have 4. This 1v1 between Svan and IHC. Both teams down to their last players. Both teams need to move just a little bit further to go in. It looks like Alex is going to try and avoid this fight and instead wrap into the zone, giving Svan a nice way in. Here we have FaZe now crossing over. Nosham Red here taking a lot of good shots from inside the vehicles into the swimmers of FaZe. FaZe lose 1. FaZe still has 3 up though, but they have to deal with the rejects and GK on the other side. Ragnar waiting for them.
I do not see an opportunity here now for FaZe Clan to make this happen. Tony K actually circling back over here towards Nongshim Red to see if they can find a different way through. Vivo Keith, one of our other only 4-man teams, also didn't decide to make that trip over into Los Higos and now will be paying the prices. Tony K rotates on back around to give Dooms a bit of a surprise, trying to take out that shot trying to take out that pressure from the vehicle, but now out in the water they all are. Sporter will be looking for FaZe, looking for that final shot onto Tony K. So hopefully get a conclusion to this. Oh,
I like what Nosham Red Force is deciding to do there, honestly. They know with 2 it's very unlikely that they could, well, maybe one of them will make it to the other side of the shoreline. But may as well go for the points, right? Go for those elimination points. They sit in the vehicles instead to use it as a means to be able to shoot in the water. And they take out, well, not just them, but them with RC take out the FaZe team. RC still taking shots at so many swimmers, man. They must be, I was going to say they must be spent on ammo, but then I realized there's loot in Los Higos too. They probably looted some ammo up, which they are utilizing to full effect right now.
and they were one of the only teams to take a hold of these compounds early on. So if there was loot available, likely Rejects has taken all of it, which is why we can see them being the first team to reach those double-digit eliminations as Train to Kill with that rotation on end. We were talking about those 4-man teams. It was Tem Entertainment alongside Besiktas that made that trip down to Los Higos. It is no longer Tem Entertainment, who are now reduced down to only 2 as Nongshim Red Force unfortunately feel the brunt of Rejects and their just big brain plays, man, making that rotation onto Los Higos. I mean, oh, loving it.
This fight's about to heat up even more, though, because if the circle goes right into the buildings, the city, the heart of Los Higos, we might get to see an urban finish, and there is still 18 players left alive. And if you take a look at this beautiful scenic shots, yeah, fighting here won't be easy either. It's almost like a city ending. It's just a mini city for all of these teams that are left. A lot of fighting out on the outskirts, though, as teams finally manage to swim in, slowly rotate in. Train to Kill now coming into the mix of things. Taking a look at Genesis Dogma Gids. Genesis Dogma, this team has been struggling a lot throughout the 2 days, and this is definitely a struggle bus in of itself, but they've made it pretty far, all things considered. So many teams already not being able to make it to this end game late zone.
I mean, here's the question, do you play that outskirts zone? Was it up to the early eliminations for Genesis? They might have had a slower rotation, but just choosing that timing right and managing to get in and capitalizing off of some of the chaos that might have been happening inland might be why they were rewarded with some opportunity onto Los Higos. Now, though, it's coming down to this potential of that urban finish. Will it end up in the urban side, or will it actually shift towards Besiktas? Because then, I mean, my money's on them. They have full control of the terrain. They have all the ridge lines. If they can take out D Xavier, at least the last remaining member of D Xavier, then they are in full control of the southern portion.
They are aware of that last member of D Xavier as well, which is really good. That's the worst thing that could happen to a 4-man team, getting caught by a solo player and then losing one player. But they'll control this territory for now. They're playing very cautious. They could play more aggressive, honestly, take more territory. But like I said, that one player of D Xavier, if they were a little bit overextended, they could have easily lost one or maybe even 2 players going from a 4-man down to a 2-man. So playing it rather more cautious and not. I mean, the chicken dinner is in their sights pretty much. The only 4-man team, Rejects and Train to Kill with 3. Those are the only 2 other teams with 3 players. Everyone besides that have either 2 or just down to the last solo.
The beautiful benefits of that chaos. This is what we are reaping. We are being able to see what these teams are able to do in an absolute gauntlet of a Miramar, as only their second map of the day, mind you. So after the insane pace change that we saw on Erangel, immediately back into the chaos because there just was no other option. These teams really did not have another option to play a different style, to bring in a different form of energy. Miramar has just been, it has been ruthless. That's the best way I can say it. And now Genesis Dogma coming on through here from this northern side. The moment they stand up, it looks like Train to Kill are, well, trained on their position, waiting for those pixels to move.
Circle slowly crunching in. Every team pretty much stalemated now. Neither team looking to make a move until the next circle shift. Tem Entertainment here with only 2 up. It's been an absolute slugfest just making it here. So much bullets expended already into the water side, and there might be more as Enjoy is swinging out over here. He smells something fishy. He will spit out bevy there, and that's another member of Tem Entertainment down. I think Besiktas now feeling a little bit more comfortable. They're making a group effort push rather than just holding that split. They will take down the side of Tem Entertainment. Next zone shifts too. It goes south. As if it can't get any more south, the last zone will go on the south side of Los Higos. Not just Los Higos, the south side of Los Higos, mind you.
It has literally just been the worst possible opportunities for any teams moving in from that northern side. And this is what I was talking about. Besiktas holding in that southern side, they are in full control now, at least of a portion of it. But however, the Xavier, at least the one player, is still alive. So that could be a potential threat, could be a potential thorn in their side. Train to Kill now moving on in from that northern end, trying to find an opportunity here up against the likes of Besiktas, but they have to fight their way into the zone.
Same for 4 a.m. Oh, I don't think he wants to fight his way in. I think he's going to just, he's going to try and crawl his way in very slowly to the tippy edge of the zone and wait a little bit longer. Lamborghini, he's kind of safe down here as long as Besiktas doesn't decide to push him, right? He's kind of isolated down here by himself. He can almost use Besiktas as a shield on his right-hand side, which is why he's taking shots. He wants to act big enough to keep him occupied so they don't think about pushing him. But here comes Train to Kill going for the push, and Rejects versus Furious Gaming in the city of Los Higos. I like this push out of Rejects. They're not playing too passive. They want to take full control and may as well do it now while the fight is somewhat isolated.
What a potential, absolutely booming game it could be here for Rejects, running already with 13 eliminations, just trying to close that gap onto Furious Gaming, who are having all of their nades prepped and ready, which is the only real helping factor here as a 2-on-3 scenario is about to ensue. The action comes on through. Duello actually finding Genesis Dogma in the meantime as well, as if you had time to focus on another team. Here it comes through.
You always love seeing that. When a team is focused on a fight and it hasn't fully broken out, they could turn their heads and just, knock a player from another team. Genesis Dogma will get that revive. The Besiktas and Train to Kill fight is starting to ensue now. Train to Kill not really getting the better end of things. They did manage to knock one player. They will get one confirmation there onto Besiktas. So Besiktas will hold strong and take out that team, but they go from a 4-man down to a 3-man.
Still massive potential. I mean, and the only other potential 3-man team, it is Rejects still up against Furious Gaming. And Justice is out for the hunt here, and they will do so. They will succeed. They are on 14 eliminations. This is the performance we've been waiting for from Rejects, but now their journey's not done. Genesis Dogma gets still up and alive in this one. Again, reduced down to only 2. We've got Besiktas moving in from that eastern side. And then we've got a few potential stragglers of 4 angry men. Well, 1 angry man and Lamborghini from the Xavier.
Man, 4 a.m. look like a new and revitalized team. And a more aggressive team. Or not, the Rejects team. Yeah, they are just... Yesterday, we saw them be extremely passive. Yesterday, in the very last match, you remember, they had 4 players, and they full sent it into a shack with 4 people all hiding in a shack, and they got absolutely decimated. Now with 3, instead of hiding, they're taking fights, they're being active, and they're picking up those points. This is the Rejects team that, Japan really wanted to see, and I'm so glad that they're showing out now. They had a good game in the previous match as well, racking up a lot of points. So Rejects looking very strong today. We'll see if it holds true. We're down to the last 5 teams now. Got 2 solos. The 2 solos actually really close to one another. The 2-man of Genesis Dogma. Man, shout out to Genesis Dogma. I don't know how they made it this far. They were one of the later teams, right, to swim over from the northern side.
They capitalized off of the chaos here in this zone, off of the chaos of this entire map. The way that we have been rotating, the way that we have been going through this terrain. I mean, they just got the perfect timing after the chaos, but now it's going to once again coming down to those decisions. Rejects now finding the last remaining member here from 4 angry men. Leaves us down to our 4 teams. We still have that straggler from the Xavier, but Rejects, they look to be on a literal rampage with 15 eliminations as Genesis now finds Besiktas.
Ooh. The third party coming through. Rejects decides to strike now. Great timing. Besiktas down to 2, and Lamborghini is still up. If Lamborghini times as well and this fight kind of stalemates out or goes back and forth, Lamborghini could potentially steal the chicken dinner away from both of these teams. Besiktas will get the revive, quickly knocked back down to the nade by Justice. Good peeks back and forth. They don't want to commit too hard and lose one of their players. Besiktas now down to 1. It's all up to Peace. Can he get 1? Maybe 2 knocks. Doesn't even get the single one. Now Lamborghini has his work cut out for him. This Rejects team about to take the chicken dinner. They're feeling confident. They didn't lose a single player, which was actually crucial. If one of them got knocked, Lamborghini could see that from his position, and he would have stood up and third-partied. But Rejects playing so disciplined, now clearing this last area together. Spots out
It's
Lamborghini.
over.
It is all said and done. Look at the joy out of the Rejects team. An unlikely match to get a chicken dinner from, honestly, for everybody. Everybody involved. Probably, that's not a typical standard fashion, zone ending. Oh, yeah, we've practiced this before. This is how we're going to take the chicken. Rejects so happy bouncing back after a terrible day number 1 performance, I'd have to say. 9 eliminations, 1,372 damage. If we had a statistic for bullets shot into the water, it would be off the charts for this game.
And all of that just from one player. We have to remind ourselves that at one stage we were talking about Rejects having 15 eliminations before they took out the last 2 remaining teams. Xavier, though, coming through in 2nd place. I'm happy to see that. I'm happy to see those placement points. But as we've been saying, you can't just solely rely on those placements. You need to hit it strong with those eliminations. I mean, look at this. Rejects topping up with all 4 of their players in this fantastic showing of Miramar, picking up such a ridiculous amount of damage, a ridiculous amount of eliminations. And it was just a beautiful showing from them to pick up, like you said, that winner chicken dinner on such an unlikely map. Man.
You notice next to Rage, he's got those binoculars on top right. That's how he got all those eliminations. He was spotting out the fishes with those binoculars. Very good game out of the Rejects. A Los Higos finish, a South Los Higos finish. Never seen before. I can't wait to see what happens next. Rejects looking strong.
We talked about him a little bit earlier, the Team Reject, and look at what they did in match number 2. 35 total points, 20 eliminations. I think this is a record for Group Yellow, if not a record for the whole PMGC 7. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think you are absolutely right in regards to Group Yellow. I will have to go back and watch some of the other teams because we did get some pretty high elims. Nonetheless, though, this team, they really didn't have to travel that much. By the way, in regards to the top 5, they were the team that least had to travel, and that's because they decided to rotate super early to Los Higos, and it ended up working out for them wonderfully. And then look at the stats from these players right here. I mean, Regico being able to put up 9 eliminations, 1,300 damage, and then Sun HP from Besiktas being able to put up 700 damage, but he's not going to appreciate that conversion as he was only able to put up just 1 elimination, Glitter.
You know what? This is probably the most perfect comparison we could have gotten storylines wise. We talked about them because they started off right next to each other on the leaderboard at the top of the day. Then, a little bit of separation. Besiktas drops down. Reject go up, and now, insane performance that skyrockets them. But you have to give a little bit of credit to Besiktas too, because even when Reject sponges 20 elims, They still got 8. That's actually a lot, considering how many were taken away from the lobby.
Yep.
That's true. Without a doubt. I mean, that is tough, especially considering when you see Reject just go and popping everybody to still steal 8 eliminations there when you really need them. Hey, I don't think you can really complain too much. But I mean, I guarantee you, we're going to see these leaderboards change big time. When you have a team take 20 eliminations and a chicken dinner, oh yeah, that's a big difference. And we're going to see that big difference right in a little bit, right after this break. Welcome back, everybody. I'm your host, Hot Jukes, here with 7WG and Glitter Explosion. 2 games already in the books here in day number 2, and we still got 4 more left to go. I hope you guys are really excited. And speaking of exciting, of course, we have to give a big thank you to our sponsors, Sony. The Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. Play PUBG Mobile in 90 Hz with Xperia Stream's total cooling system and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. Also give a big shout out to our platinum sponsor, Prime Gaming. That's right, you guys can get some free in-game content with Prime Gaming. You guys can claim PUBG Mobile items as well as other Prime benefits. So go check out Prime Gaming today. All right, now that we got the sponsors, I think it's time to take a look at those overall rankings. We mentioned them a little bit earlier. We're gonna see a huge jump from Reject. Just how far did they go? 4th place, baby. Woo!
Being able to jump 5 spots there for Rejects, I mean, that's what one amazing game can definitely do to you. And I'm also going to be looking at the top. I mean, Geek Fam really hasn't had... to be fair, though, that Miramar didn't help them out because they had such a north landing that they weren't going to be able to do anything. Nonetheless, though, T2K being able to catch up to them, they're only 2 points away from being able to overtake or at least tie 1st place, Glitter.
Ooh, and see, and then this is what we were also kind of alluding to. Besiktas back up in the top 11 now. Okay, jumping up to 9th place. Game Lord, Furious Gaming, Tem, all dropping down just a tad here. We see a little bit of movement down there at the bottom. Nothing crazy. But what I'm loving is that I think we're seeing a lot more aggression out of some of the teams that were just a tad bit quiet. I mean, to be fair, this last Miramar was what Rejects did well on, and then when they went into the Sandhawk match, they fell off just a little bit. There's a lot of teams we have to kind of keep our eyes on here, 7 for consistency's sake.
Yeah, with the Xavier, I'm actually going to be seeing if they're going to go for that strat they went with yesterday, which was just placement points, something that we saw out of them just now in Miramar that worked wonders. Got them 15 points. And when we're looking at the drops, we got to talk about Bootcamp because you can see there was 2 teams there. It was FaZe Clan and it was Besiktas. FaZe Clan ended up winning that fight, but they did end up losing 2 players. I wonder if those teams are going to be readjusting. And you can also see a bit of a hot drop too towards the top northwest hot team. You can see Falcons, and I think that might be the Xavier. So we'll see if they actually decide to take a fight there, Glitter.
Ooh. I mean, there's lots of possibilities. Painan, IHC, and Reject down there. I mean, there could be, especially if you're coming off a crazy amount of elims like that, Jukes, I'd be a little bit worried.
Oh, big time. I mean, that Xavier Falcons, position is going to be tough if they hot drop each other in hot tid because, number one, they are really depending on that zone going to that island. And not to mention, they're both on the bottom of the leaderboard, so let them fight it out early. It's just not a win-win situation either way. But moving on, let's take a look at y'all's team to watch here for this next match, the Jungle. My most favorite match of the day. Favorite one to watch, least favorite to play competitively. Seven, I see you got some GK on there. Besiktas and Geek Fam, why'd you pick them?
GK, I mean, this is that last map was the 4th map that they just haven't really been able to perform well. Like a team that was so consistent at the beginning of yesterday has now completely disappeared. And we know what usually happens to those teams if they're not able to stop this spiral, and that's why I'm picking them here, because yesterday they were able to win that Sandhawk. If somehow they can at least end up with the top 3 and spark up their day, being able to be a wake-up call for them, this will be a great way to just break that bad scratch that they're truly on. Besiktas, you heard me talk about the hot drop earlier. And then with Geek Fam, I'm pretty sure they're going to be feeling the pressure a little bit, Glitter, of some of those teams currently trying to hunt them down in first place.
Yeah, and we kind of alluded to that a little bit too. Like, to be fair, they didn't have the most favorable drop when it comes to where the zone was on the last map. But we did want to keep our eyes on them to see if they were going to be consistently dominant like they were yesterday. And they have slowed down just a tad. I think Sandhawks are a really good opportunity to kind of ramp that back up. It's always going to be extra chaotic. And FaZe in the last game, I mean, they were just aggressive, okay? They had kind of picked up a little bit. It might not have been the chicken dinner, but they had kind of turned on that aggression. I want to see that carry through, especially in Sandhawk. Get a really strong performance out of them. And then, of course, reject after that. Just insanity. I want to see if they can keep doing it.
Take a look at some of the players here in the battle lobby. They are getting locked, loaded, ready to go. Here coming up soon. Sandhawk is always just so pressure intense to how fast that zone goes. Now with the update as well, where the healing strategy is no longer a thing. That zone damage is even more powerful than ever before. And speaking of powerful, it's time to move on over to 2 of the most powerful casters in the game. Let's move it on over to Zute and S-Proxy.
Thank you, Jukes. Well, if S-Proxy and I had a power, it is the power to create crazy zone endings, because, yeah. Lost Egos,
I'm telling you.
Yeah, we were saying, I don't think we've seen that happen in a competitive match of PUBG Mobile yet. I don't think I have, so, hey, you put S-Proxy and Zute together, that's what you get. You get a Lost Egos finish. Let's see if that power comes into play here. I mean, what could be the craziest ending on Sandhawk that we have not seen before? I feel like I've seen every circle on Sandhawk just because it's so small, right? Yeah, I do believe maybe docks ending like at the actual docks, like the to the right of the S, like that pier. That's one place I haven't seen it in before. I've seen it in like above the D in docks, which is pretty far down there, but I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. But the first thing that we got to settle out first is this bootcamp hot drop that's about to play out.
Oh, yes, indeed. Moving on into the action already. As we talked about it, in terms of the hot drops, we didn't see that on a Wrangle. Miramar, look, let's not count Miramar because Miramar was ridiculous. But are we going to bring in that action here on bootcamp? Are these teams once again going to jump in?
Maybe not. Besiktas actually, yeah, giving this location up over to the side of FaZe. If I could recall correctly, Besiktas yesterday opened 2 knocks onto FaZe, making it a 4v2, and then they lost, and we were talking about the killer mentality, right? That's just something that it was pretty evident that the Besiktas team did not have. And I was saying they should not hot drop, and they gave it up. Same with Genesis Dogma, another team yesterday on the hot drops that we were watching, and we were just really puzzled, like, this is not how you contest for a drop shot. They played so passive to a point where it was a mistake, like clear cut, like they're not playing it correctly by any means. It's not even playstyle question. It was just like, you are not playing this correctly. So both teams at least recognizing the fact, like, hey, we are not a hot drop team. This is not what we do. This is not what we're comfortable with. We're going to just give it up and figure something else out rather than trying to tough it out and dropping a couple of games to learn in the process. So good on them to just straight up adapt. Rejects coming off the back of a very strong game will go down to 3 members early on to the side of Furious Gaming. A little bit of a split contested drop here, which is a little bit interesting.
It's quite interesting, especially when with the fact is that we're talking about Rejects now losing 1 member right off the bat, pretty much right off the bat, with 2.5 minutes into the Sandhawk. And we know Sandhawk, it is third-party central, so you want to have as many numbers possible just to be able to contest all of the chaos that is surely going to ensue. We can see 4 angry men, but Chow being a little bit angry themselves and ensuring that elimination will happen. So 1 pickup here for 4 angry men, and another pickup at least for the likes of Furious Gaming over towards Rejects. So a few eliminations, a few trades back and forth, but generally we're still seeing the teams kind of just getting into their relative positions. I mean, Besiktas, yes, they gave up that bootcamp, era, but as we can see, Sun HP now split up, keeping an eye out on the Xavier. Oh, and Peace, as I mentioned it, they were very close to bootcamp. They had to take a rotation out to try and join the rest of their team. They're over towards Camp Alpha, and now they're gone.
A lot of split drop fighting right now. Fierce Gaming ended up taking down another player of the Rejects, so Rejects now down to 2. Besiktas improvising a new drop, a new split, do get themselves caught against the Xavier and potentially even the likes of Falcon. They're doing like 2 on the northeast of the bridge on the north side and then 2 west of the bridge. So it's a good split if they could get away with it, but it extends a little bit too much into the Xavier's territory, and they're not going to be happy about that. And then with Rejects, they're doing a split, south of boot camp. They drop in the trifecta area, that bridge compound crossing. Then they drop south of boot camp, and then a little bit southeast of boot camp. Problem is, Furious Gaming, they do a wide quarry split. They do 2 players, quarry-ish area, and then 2 further west of quarry, and those 2 players, ended up conflicting with the 2 of Rejects. So that's how we're getting all of these little eliminations coming across the board. And Rejects, another player knocked. Rejects down to 1. Yesterday, they had polarizing performances too. I think yesterday they had 1 really great game. I think a chicken dinner even, And then nowhere to be seen for the rest of the matches. Today, they get a huge chicken. Now they're about to be the first team eliminated.
I'm getting some deja vu. We're getting crazy zones. We're getting Regis with some polarizing performances. It's all coming down to the same pattern here. And now, I mean, Justice, well, rotate, leave the situation, go hide in the grasses. I mean, there's really no option. And unfortunately, we talk about the time in and time out. We've had a lot of teams going for those fantastic placement points, and that's great. Don't get me wrong, that is fantastic, the fact that they're getting up into those higher placements, but you need those foundational points. You need those eliminations to back that up. I mean, at a stage like PMGC, one or the other is not going to cut it. We need both. We need full throttle running up that overall leaderboard. So it hurts to see this happen for Rejects, but it is Sandhawk. We know there's a little bit of craziness. Rejects had that interesting engagement with Furious Gaming, and then just from there on, unfortunately, running into team after team. So we're not really seeing a single team stepping up in terms of the elimination points. It's been relatively, well spread across at least the eliminations from Rejects. So wait and see who's going to be that first team to step on up. Some rotations now needing to come through, as well as we can see the likes of Game Lords right alongside Train to Kill and 4 Angry Men moving on in from that northeastern side. Do you think they're going to be alright? I do see Nongshim Red Force as a straight shot right ahead of 4 Angry Men, and they're kind of sticking around that outskirt almost as if they're waiting for a team to make that rotation.
It's going to come down to just the next shift, I think. I think both teams aren't going to even bother really breaking into the first circle. They're going to be rotating towards that way, but off the next shift is going to determine which way they swing. Something interesting I want to bring up in comparison from week 2, the group of death, and this week is Stalwarts. Godlike Stalwarts, actually, very similar performance like the likes of Rejects. They were polarizing too. I remember day 1 we were talking about, they're doing okay. They were like 5th or something like that. The next day, nowhere to be seen. Very polarizing performances. I'm pretty sure 7 on the desk, if he's listening, he could agree, because we were both talking about it. They would go up and then they would go down extremely hard and then nowhere to be seen. They lose players early on. They lose 1, they lose 2. go down to 2-man, first team down to 2, just like the Rejects, and well, Godlike Stalwarts ended up being the first place team overall in the group of death. I'm not saying, you know, the Rejects team had the similar caliber or experience to pull off something like that, but hey, just, you never know. It happened to Godlike Stalwarts, so yeah, up in the air.
Opportunities always there. We know PUBG Mobile, and the likes of RNG is always going to just bring in some interesting performances. I mean, speaking of those interesting performances, Train to Kill now down to 2 as Legend's been knocked, and now that recovery has to happen here. A few rotations means that IHC did at least pick up one of the members there. Train to Kill now clapping back on the likes of Game Lords, who made that late rotation, and Train to Kill has been delayed as well. So now we are seeing a little bit of an opportunity as IHC fight GK Esports. Almost an immediate elimination for Gaith, and Satan down to a sliver of HP.
Yeah, I think that nade's gonna... Yeah, ooh. Actually shot by a different team there. Alex trying to go for the confirmation as fast as he can. He knew that was... Oh, he got it! Alex jumping over the car. Yeah, Alex jumping over the car with the DBS. He got it. That's that killer instinct that I'm talking about, right? He just knows. He hears the shots coming in from the other side. He knows that knock just went down. He's like, we want this point. Instantly brings out the DVS and runs it and guns it and gets that 1 point. 1 point can make a crucial difference here.
Absolutely, just running in with that DBS action and running in with the vehicles. It is Genesis Dogma Gids up here against Tem Entertainment, and now Tem Entertainment, at least the duo of Tem Entertainment, need to step it on up. We have a 1-2 split, at least for the time being, as Baby steps on out to try and delay Genesis Dogma, but Geek Fam doing what Geek Fam do best. The third parties are here.
Dang, Geek Fam was just getting into a fight with IHC's fight earlier with the other team that rolled on in. What team was that? It was GK. GK rolled on in down to 1 player. Now Genesis Dogma here. Oh, that's Tem Entertainment taken out, actually. Tem Entertainment was a team defending in Genesis Dogma in full force. That's the most aggressive I've seen Genesis Dogma. It works out for them, at least securing that compound. But Geek's going to have something different to say about that. It's not Geek that picks up the point, though. It's actually IHC from over out top that picks up that one.
No, these third parties are just heating on up. Genesis Dogma losing
5
another player.
Already.
Oof, it is disgusting, but it is fantastic to pick up these amount of points right off the bat. IHC once again stepping up. And I mean, we talked about that change of roster once again, another change of roster up into the first few games of today. And it seems like IHC have found their groove, at least until Yuhai has anything to say about it.
So many different angles being exposed up there. Geek Fam playing in the ruins area, very split up. This is what playing aggressive looks like when you have 4 players alive and you have the zone and you're safe. We saw game number 1, I think it was Game Lord. I think Seven was saying, I want to see them play more aggressive. They had like barely any eliminations. Sure, they had the zone. They were safe. They could have sat back. Geek Fam, they have the zone. They have 4. They could also sit back, but they're so far spread out on ruins that they're able to third party 2 to 3 fights to pick up scrap points whenever possible. Next zone shifts, it does go up north right into the heart of ruins. It could end around there. It could even go up a little bit to the northeast where the reject player is sitting in a shack, I believe. The last one up for the rejects. Maybe he could squeeze out some placement points if he gets circle blessed long enough.
It's going to be that question that has to come through here. And I like that, just the aggression that we're seeing once again. Geek Fam, one of those teams that we've said have been so confident, those teams that have not been afraid of taking the engagement. So it's good to see the likes of Genesis Dogma also picking up that pacing a little bit, but we have to see that consistency follow through. We saw with Geek Fam, I mean, in the first couple of games, we didn't have a single movement on our top 3. That last game, our top 3 didn't make a single movement on the overall leaderboard. Now it is an opportunity to climb back in. You can't give any of these teams space to work, or they will close that gap up against you.
Nongshim Red Force here, coming in with 3
hello, to your right. Hello?
1v2. RC could do this. Justice, he's got the DBS. He gets another one. The third player, though, from out on top will get the elimination. Good try by the Rejects team. FaZe, Ventorez though. Spot. Oh. Wait. Did Dooms accidentally throw a Molotov instead of a smoke?
I don't know if that was FaZe, maybe.
No, it showed.
I think it was Dooms.
Yeah, it showed Dooms Molotov.
Oh no. Oh no. I mean, Longsham Red Force just off of the back of a sub as well. I mean, they dropped Satan, brought in the QX. This is not the impact that you were looking for.
Yeah, and also it's just you mollied your down teammate, which you could have revived and get back up to 3 and near the center. Man, Longsham Red Force, it just seems like they've been having so many troubles. Here we have a little car chase happening. You don't see this in Sandhawk almost ever. Game Lord with the YOLO full send rotation straight into the hearts. Well, not the heart of Ruins, but on the outskirts of Ruins. One player will go down. Last player in desperately trying to set off that smoke. Can he get it down in time? Give him some cover. Give him some reprieve. Too many shots from too many different angles. And, man, with IHC's sight train on you, they will not let up. IHC up to 6 eliminations now.
But as if that was enough for Game Lord, Geek Fam also reached in from Ruins. They put themselves in a perfect crossfire between IHC and Geek. So regardless of what IHC would have done, Geek Fam would have jumped on in.
Those are two teams you do not want to be sandwiched between.
No. Lamborghini, we saw what they did on Miramar. Will they be able to clutch it up against Falcons who just drive on by?
Nice little swing by right there. I like it. I respect it. Falcons. Looking strong. Falcons, man. This team's also been struggling a lot. Looks like they're playing a bit more loose, a bit more confident, and it's working out for now as they pick up those 2 elimination points so far. Next zone shifts. It does come off of the North Island. I think everyone on the North were ready for this shift, so let's see what their plan is. 4 a.m. meanwhile swinging in from the western side. 4 a.m. started all the way on the northeast, so they did a full, complete wraparound. Working out so far, but can they get further?
Ooh.
What a nice shots with the silencer as well. That QBU with the silencer, oh, sounds so nice.
It's deadly. Just tap, tap away, and it's done. But DX Xavier now, I mean, we had the drive-by from Falcons. That took out Lamborghini. Now, T-Duck out here, the nade. Oh, sliver of HP. You're out of the blue, and they can't even get around. They're just going to go down. No other option. I mean, at this point in time, Falcons have their number, and DX Xavier will go down with not a lot to show for it, unfortunately, but we'll see what they bring on back. At least 2 eliminations to the tally as Geek Fam move on in, still hunkering down here towards Ruins.
Yuhai instantly knowing his backside just got compromised is going to adjust his positioning. Quick heads-up play right there. Genesis Dogma will find this shack to play in for now. Geek Fam do want to close in on this, but they're also dealing with Furious Gaming the whole time, and that's a player knocked out of the Geek Fam team. That's just going to slow things down for Geek Fam. They're going to go back and reset as GK Hope comes in, and I think he saw that burning car. I was like, that's taken. Ends up getting taken out by the 4 a.m. team instead. GK, once again, slipping on the leaderboards. Eliminated very early. No placement points. No elimination points.
At the very least for our top 3, you know, GK going out, but we still have Train to Kill, we still have Geek Fam, and we have Furious Gaming, who decided that, you know, pole position is looking real nice right now. Let's just see if we can take out Geek Fam as Genesis Dogma chime in as well. Geek now stuck in between a rock and a literal hard place, as all of the teams in the vicinity are moving in for those potential third parties, just spreading out the damage. Rude down and knocks. Geek Fam snipes, trying to rotate out for that res. Look at this, right behind that tree. And we've seen what these trees have been able to do today, Zute. It's not some good cover to work with.
Yeah. I feel like if Aiden had, it was a Genesis Dogma player, if he had a little bit more trigger discipline, he could have waited for the next stretch of crossing, which was less trees in between the second and third one, and probably got the knock. But him firing off the shots right there, getting a little trigger happy, will incite that player to drop down smokes, to get the crossover, to get the revive. So Geek Fam will go back up to 3, losing their 4-player strength, which would have been crucial in a match like this coming out of Ruins. They would have had they want full force control. Circle did shift north off of Ruins though, so we'll see the likes of IHC have to make a play. Geek Fam, Furious Gaming, GD Gids, and everyone else coming in from the eastern side of things.
Longsham Red Force still in this at least for another second before FaZe Clan move on in. Picking up at least an elimination or 2 or 3 as they move on forward. And now they're going to be coming through from that eastern side rotation. The only other player really in contention for them would have been Train to Kill, but bam, there they are. They are out for the count. So in terms of our top 3, it's only Geek Fam left, up with 5 eliminations, still moving on in from Ruins right up ahead of Furious Gaming.
4 AM looking strong right now. All of 4 AM still up, coming in from the west. Geek Fam trying to do what they can with 3, and it's working so far. IHC did make that drive over. They find some sort of cover. One player knocked, should be able to get revived. Constantly have to deal with the GD Gids. Yeah, that shack being taken completely ruins Geek Fam's plans, and now they are getting pieced apart by everyone from every which angle. Geek Fam went from third-partying every team to having every team look at them, taking shots at them. Yeah, from his backside, from his left side, from his right side. Nowhere for Snipes to go.
Snipes about to get sniped as all the teams are moving on in. Furious Gaming still need to get themselves in the zone. Falcons going out at least with 5 eliminations. Here it pops off now as Furious Gaming, they turn it all around up to a IHC at least before Alex steps on in and confirms the entirety of Furious Gaming. But it's not going to stop there. Snipe still somehow as a solo fighting back against the entire mountain that they need to climb here. IHC holding them down, keeping him locked in. Rotations are going to be tough.
Genesis Dogma still alive. 4 AM controlling the western side very beautifully. They do know Genesis Dogma is down there, and they know it's more than one player based on the amount of shots they've heard ringing out. That nade does not connect. They really want to take care of everything around their backside and corners so they don't get spoiled. Will they commit to a full push? FaZe here, taking some shots, and Geek finally gets taken down, and it's by 4 AM of all teams. 4 AM up to 4 eliminations. About to be 5, Svan with that QBU. I think it just got stolen potentially. Yeah, it was Besiktas that picked up that.
I am loving what IHC are bringing into this action. 9 eliminations, but they still have to find a very good entryway into the zone. Alex now being caught on out by Genesis Dogma. This is a good amount of energy that we're seeing from them, but they're taking this fight right along the ridgeline away from 4 angry men who seem to have smelt blood. It looks like they're pushing on up. They want that third-party opportunity.
Peeking up and over, they get the finish. They take care of their flanks. Very well done by the 4 AM team. Zayol, last one up for the side of IHC. He can potentially make the run over since Genesis Dogma is taken care of. 4 AM now focused on their front side, no longer concerned about the southern region. 4 AM starting to push into, Vivo Key coming into the mix. One of their players gets knocked. I think he went up above the water and went for the knock on Svan, but instantly the support was there. The trade was good.
IHC, they were holding strong. In comes 4 beautiful shots from FaZe Clan as they close that one out. IHC will go down though with those 9 eliminations. 4 angry men holding onto the coastal line here from that western edge of the zone. Just confirming Vivo Key. So I mean, in terms of what we're looking at in the zone, it's Besiktas in center that have been extremely quiet. They haven't been picking up these eliminations or capitalizing off of those third-party opportunities. And now FaZe and Falcons will join our 4 remaining teams in the zone. And it is looking good in terms of the positioning for Besiktas, but will they be able to capitalize and pick up the eliminations?
Oh man, Svan with his QBU still. So deadly. Just 1 headshot, 2 headshots, and that player is down and out. It's going to be shaping up to be a beautiful ending. Usually Sandhawk is a lot more chaotic, but with the way the layout is, it's going to be a more methodical approach. Of course, Besiktas in the dead center in a strong position. But no matter how strong your position is, if you're getting pushed in from multiple sides by multiple teams, it becomes very tricky. FaZe lose 1 member trying to cross over, making a play. 4 AM just playing it conservative, playing really well here. FaZe do breach into the compound. It's not fully yet in circle, and they lost 1. Now the Falcons trying to do something. Falcons get a nice knock there onto Safam, but they're traded back, and the blue is pressing in closer on them. 4AM knows where they should focus now. All 3 players left. Now make that 4AM. Looking towards the sightlines of Falcons. Ooh. That's another player down. Falcons down to 1, and 4AM should go for the isolated push here. Besiktas is a little bit worried about FaZe Clan. With good reason, FaZe Clan pushing up now. Besiktas, can they get the knock? They get 1, but one of them go down. FaZe Clan finish out by 4AM of all teams. 4AM isn't just only focusing on Falcon. They're focusing on everybody. They're taking names, and it's not just one team's name. It's 1 team down, 2 team, 3 team. 4AM looking so strong. Besiktas now down to the last 2 players, and 4AM have a good idea. They get the reknock. They push him for the final swipe, and 4AM get the chicken dinner. The distance traveled also by this team. The fact that they won this match, starting from the hard northeast, wrapping all the way down to the south, wrapping back down to the southwest, then back up north, all the way into ruins. Those are some
gorgeous finish.
Yeah, those are some rotations if I've ever seen them. We often say Sandhawk is not a game of rotations. Well, if anyone could prove that wrong, 4AM just pretty much won that game off of beautiful rotations, isolating their backside every time, striking in at the most optimal positions that set them up for good engagements as well. I don't think they were at any point at the chances of being third party. They always had some sort of ridge to work with, and it's just map knowledge and rotations coming in for this Sandhawk match for 4AM to get a big chicken dinner.
4AM making that showing, making that statement once again, bringing in a beautiful amount of eliminations. You can see it's so well spread up. It's only really WWX moving on in with the better eliminations alongside Qingsheng. So it was a very good team effort, I would say, bringing in such a beautiful showing, bringing in that winner chicken dinner. 4AM. I mean, in terms of the distance traveled, they did have to work. As you mentioned, look at that, 11,000 meters worth of distance traveled, right alongside Falcons, actually, who similar had that approach into that final moment, but just couldn't quite find the angle to work with.
11,000 on a map of Sandhawk, by the way. Sandhawk. It's a small map. If you could travel 11,000 on Sandhawk, that really does say something. But man, what says even more is the fact that 4AM, well, I mean, they're once again back with a strong chicken dinner. Can they continue?
And the 4 angry men just got angrier. 30 total points after being a little bit quiet here for a little bit here in Group Yellow. Finally getting another chicken dinner once again. And then Team Falcons finally showing up and getting 16 points on the board here, 7.
What impressed me the most about 4 Angry Men was the rotation. They were able to wrap around from the south and bring it all the way to the west. They were willing to take some damage from the blue zone, but it ended up working out for them because they were able to put themselves in such a great position next to that bridge on the west. I love to see those plays and love the bounce back too. I mean, this team, Glitter, they really didn't perform that well yesterday in the Sandhawk. They ended up, I think, with a 12th place finish and 0 eliminations.
Yeah, and that was one of the reasons, not this specific map per se, but this was one of the reasons we called about at the top of the show, okay? Now, we get to look at the top performers here, and it's going to be half of 4AM as first and second place. IHC making a performance, and Geek, we called Geek out, wanted to see them have a little bit of a resurgence, and they're bringing it back, but I mean, okay. Across the board, we've got 5 elims and 5 elims on Ching Chen and WWX combined. Over 1k damage, though, but almost equal team contribution. And we wanted this. We were waiting for this. We knew they were capable of it. And like you said, Sandhawk was a map where they struggled. This is good. Figuring out Sandhawk now with the new zone and everything, this could be a huge, huge gain for them.
I just love that rotation.
Absolutely.
I can't get over it.
Dude, me neither. I mean, when you're able to make a play like that, you know it's got to hype the squad up, especially after your team hasn't been performing the way that they've been expected, you know? So to be able to pull something like that out right when it's needed, that's that clutch factor. And you know what? One team that we talked about a little bit earlier, Seven, was Rejects, right? They had a good pop-off performance here. So I think it's time we talk to one of the players, and let's go ahead and move on over to an interview with the excellent Tash Bunny.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the 2022 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage Yellow Group. And we're halfway through the night already, but before we continue, let's have a chat with the team who opened the day with a chicken dinner, Reject from Japan. And with me, I have Reiji Oko. Okay, you got a little bit embarrassed there. Hi Reiji, how are you?
Hi, hello. I'm fine.
Oh, genki desu ka? That's how you say how are you, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so I have a question for you. My first question for you is, how do you think your team's form today? Are you confident on getting the top 3 in the total ranking?
はい、今日の出来具合を見た感じで、トップ3に入れるかのちょっと感想いただきたいです。
入れます。
I think I can get into top 3.
Okay, he thinks he can get into top 3. So what do you think is the hardest thing that you have to do in order to get into top 3?
Okay. 第3位トップ3位に入るようにするには何が一番大変だと思いますか？
生き残ってポイントを取ることです。
For he said that to survive and to earn the point will be the very difficult part for him.
All right, surviving and getting points. Of course, we have to talk about that sweet spot. But for now, my last question for you is, you won the winner chicken dinner on the second match for today, but you were quickly eliminated on the third match. So does this unstable result affect your mood, and how will you guys adjust next?
はい、2回目の試合では、結構いいスコアを取ったと思うんですけども、3回目の試合ですぐに負けてしまったと思うんですけど、その中でSorry, what was the question?
Sorry, so it's you got this winner chicken dinner on the second match for today, but you were quickly eliminated on the third match. So does this unstable result affect your mood, and how are you guys will be adjusting?
そうですね。2回目の試合では結構トップの方に入ったと思うんですけど、3回目ではすぐに負けてしまったと思うんですけど、それはどのように今の結果を影響するかっていうのと、どのようにしてそれを回復するかをお聞きしたいです。
まあ運が悪かっただけなのであんまり気にしてないです。
Okay, so he said it was a bad luck. It was just a bad luck, so he don't actually care. Yeah.
Oh, bad luck and he doesn't care. At least he's gonna go GG, go next. I'm very excited about that. Now we're gonna be going into the 4th match of the night. How do you say goodbye in Japanese?
Goodbye を日本語で何て言いますか？
Sayonara, everyone, and we'll see you guys back on the desk.
Sayonara. Well, hello, dude. Welcome back, everybody, here. What a great interview right there. What was your real takeaway from that one, Seven?
I love that he said he didn't care and he just tossed it out to bad luck. I appreciate that, and you know what? It is bad luck because earlier they had some amazing luck in Miramar when they were able to put up all those eliminations in the chicken dinner.
True.
Yeah, I mean, hey, and that's a good way to kind of get over all the issues with your team, right? Just say, hey, it's just bad luck, baby. You know, it's good luck.
Happens.
Our hotel partner, right? Our hotel partner here for PMGC, Pullman, Kuala Lumpur, Banksar. Our world is your playground right there. And yeah, it does happen, Seven. Sometimes you just got to brush it off. Say, hey, dude, you know what? It happens. And you know what? Let's talk about Prime Gaming, of course, our platinum sponsor for PMGC. Guys, they've got a whole bunch of great in-game content, Prime benefits, as well as you can get some PUBG Mobile in-game items. So go ahead and check out Prime Gaming today. Alrighty then. So, Glitter, I think it's time we take a look at the overall rankings, baby. Let's see who is on top of this thing. It's Geek Fam still. But look, we are definitely seeing some changes for Angry Ben. Now in 3rd place.
That's a big jump up for them. I'm glad that we were able to take a look at this because that's a huge jump up for 4 Angry Men getting themselves in assaults. I mean, still very close now, but now that they're at 90, GK is down at 89, Reject at 85. That top 8 is slowly really shrinking down as far as any sort of like cushion goes with those points. So I think it's going to be become a really close race. But now Vivo Keed is going to be dropping down. And on the second page, 7, Tem not looking so great.
Tam is not looking so great. Furious Gaming is actually not looking so great. Furious Gaming is starting to give me vibes of Evos from last week when they were just not taking advantage of them actually being within the top 11, and then everybody was able to catch up, and that's exactly what everything is currently happening. I mean, the gap right now between those teams is really not that much. One game, and we're going to be seeing a lot of switches there.
Yeah, and now's the time to do it, especially before we go into day 3. And I'm just hoping we don't see, GK act like HVVP from last week as well. Starting off strong and falling off towards the end. But hey, you know what? Still a lot of PUBG Mobile left to be played here. We got another match coming right up, and it's time to take a look at y'all's teams to watch. So 7, of course, you got Geek Fam on there. They're doing great, but could be doing better. Am I right or wrong?
100%. They could be doing better. I'm actually going to be looking at 4 Angry Men because they didn't perform that well in the second half of the day, especially when it came to Erangel. We saw how they were able to turn it around just now in Sandhawk. They didn't do so well yesterday. Today, they won. What is 4 Angry Men going to be bringing for us here in the next Erangels? And then for Tem, I mean, we talked about it. This team currently sitting in 13th place. I'm pretty sure not where they want to be. They want to be able to close that gap a little bit more. And why not take advantage of it? And I know you have Tem as well on your teams to watch, Glitter.
Yeah, I want to see a bounce back from them. We saw clearly like these moments where they're very capable of having some solid performances. They're just not on the consistent side today so far, but also I really like what we're seeing out of FaZe. I feel like they started off the day a little bit quiet, a little bit slow, but they've really picked up their aggression. They've picked up their position and their rotations. I want to see what they can do now in the second half. Back on Erangel and see if they can improve from the first time around.
FaZe up! FaZe up! Let's see who's going to be up here in this next match, everybody. It's about that time. Let's take it on over to our casters.
4 a.m. back in the leading for the top 3. They just barely make it in though. GK has been slipping quite a bit. 3 performances so far, not up to par with their day 1. Day 1 to day 2, things can change up a lot, and we're seeing that now.
We talked about it. Don't give these teams an inch. They will take you for a mile. 4 a.m. now finally catching up, closing that gap, getting closer and closer to the top spots. And they don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. But like our analyst mentioned, that second half of yesterday didn't quite look like the performance we were expecting. And there's a little bit of a danger for that to happen once again. But I am loving the fact that we are seeing a few more names jumping up to the fray. We're talking about more teams in contention for those top spots.
Players definitely warmed up by now. 3 matches in. I love the shots of the player cams because we could see a similar mood setting across all of them, regardless of where they are in the leaderboards. Everyone's really focused right now. Everyone's really serious. I remember like day 1 before the matches started, the player cams, players were like laughing, having a good time, enjoying themselves, relaxing. But now it's like, it's serious mode. Like, they've been practicing and training all year for this moment. And this is not your standard grind either. All the players here, most likely, play the game for fun too. So even after practice and after training, after scrims, they're probably playing the game just for fun too. So they've been playing this game 24/7 almost, leading up to this moment. And this is where they get to display it for the entire world to watch. As we come into game number 4, back onto Erangel. This playing path a little bit skewed to the north. We might see something interesting happen as far as teams, dropping to the southwest goes. Might have some rotation skirmishes, when they fight for those vehicles. But besides that, we should be heading into a regular game. I mean, I feel like Erangel typically doesn't really promote hot drops, even with playing paths being a little bit skewed.
Yeah, there's a few potentials out there, but again, just based off the first wrangle that we had, that pacing that these teams brought in, they weren't looking for those hot drops. You know, if there was by chance a potential for the hot drop, which what we saw there over towards the Snipoliana, the teams would pull back. They didn't want to immediately jump into that engagement. They wanted to give themselves so much time to work with and bring their strategies to their best potential. I mean, what did we have? Like 14 minutes before we finally saw that first elimination, before we finally saw some action. And now with that centered zone, we are giving these teams the best possible opportunity to bring forth their best performances, to bring forth what they are planning to showcase and how they might make those final jumps up into the top slots of the overall standings.
No crazy circles this time around, at least in terms of the first circle. Might see some crazy shifts, but besides that, it's going to be a pretty standard game of Erangel. Nothing like the Miramar one we had. Boy.
No.
By the way, if you guys are just tuning in or you missed the Miramar match, it was game number 2, right? You guys might want to just rewind back real quick, game number 2. Just take a look at where that circle ended. I'll give you a hint if you're too lazy. Los Higos, south of Los Higos. As we do get a knock between Vivo Keed and IHC. IHC actually picking up in the first blood. So this isn't a full out hot drop, but both teams try to stretch as far as they can from the plane path to South George Pole. And one player of Vivo Keed did not make it to the other side of the road. And Zayol actually taking quite a bit of damage. Look at his helmet and vest. Came down to a very close isolated 1v1. So Zayol just getting the better of that, which I don't know. I see that as two different ways. He had teammates around him, could have isolated and did a 2v1. Instead, he did a 1v1 and almost lost just based on the armor damage. So a little bit risky, but hey, it's IHC. If they're feeling confident, if they're feeling it, I mean, go for it. As Divine, getting caught out. There's those rotation skirmishes I was talking about. Game Lord setting up a nice little trap onto Divine there.
I mean, similar to what we saw on Sandhawk, however, like these players are getting isolated. These players are alone. I mean, taking Divine, that late rotation on up, obviously trying to, you know, recoup with the rest of their squad, but as a result, getting caught out and alone and really no opportunity for Rejects to do anything about it. So hopefully they'll regroup, keep that tight, you know, keep that tight-knit, you know, pattern that we saw on a wrangle, the first wrangle of the day, so that we can bring forth the longevity of these teams. I mean, you know, Glitter mentioned it. We were talking about Tame Entertainment. They've shown those brilliant moments today. They've shown those glimmers of hope, but we need more, and arguably we want more from all of these teams. We want to see them climbing to the top of heights that they'd never managed to reach before.
Definitely agree. We're 3 games in, and one of my questions was Geek Fam's consistency, right? Playing from the edge and fighting their way in. That Miramar game, I'll toss out the window. Like, that one...
It doesn't count. It's not a map.
Yeah, we'll give them a hard pass. That Sandhawk, they did pretty well. They stuck true to fighting their way in. Just ended up getting crossfired by too many teams. It happens sometimes. They picked up quite a few eliminations in Game 1.
Yeah.
They third-partied 2 teams, like 2 to 3 times, and finally got third-party themselves. Sometimes it happens. I think Geek Fam, as far as playstyle consistency goes, they're sticking true to that style. And hey, they've managed to hold first place. You know, less could be said of GK, which not as consistent as Geek Fam. So I think Geek Fam, they just need one of those zone shifts where, I mean, it goes off of them, but it's in a nicer way for them to manage isolated 4v4s or just third parties where they don't get third party themselves. And I think we'll see Geek Fam spring back up in a bigger lead, maybe with this game, maybe with the next game, but they're looking good so far. They just need that one decent game to really, you know, give them a little bit of a bolster.
Yeah, no, I would 100% agree with that. I mean, Train to Kill, I also just want to say that they've brought in that consistency today. You know, it hasn't been ridiculous games from them. It hasn't been, you know, absolutely crazy performances, but it's been that somewhat consistent. I mean, they started the day off with, what, 65 points? Now heading on that one away from the triple-digit marker, getting very close to that pole position, and if they keep up that performance, we could be actually seeing them taking pole position, potentially, That is before we consider the looming threat of 4 angry men and the pacing that they've been bringing in. And once again, if they can keep that consistent, I mean, it's been the same question for Geek Fam. If Geek Fam can keep up that dominance consistently throughout this week, then yes, we're talking about Geek Fam going all the way, but it's a hard pressured game. Again, I mean, I would say yes, Geek Fam have been consistent, but the rest of the teams, they've stepped up. They have stepped up to catch up to that pole position.
We're about 6 minutes in now. Only one casualty in South George. That on to the backs of Viva Kid against IHC. Few teams rotating in. We don't see as many teams rotating in early because this zone is so ambiguous, almost being the center of Erangel. No real clear distinctions in terms of territory. The first Erangel game, we had a very eastern zone, right? So we immediately saw a lot of teams take the high ground of South Prison. Here, just smack in the middle. I mean, there's a high ground smack in the middle, but could easily go down to the low ground on the south or the north or dip over to the east or even the west. So it's like teams are going to take this one a little bit slower, even in terms of rotations, in my opinion.
I would agree with that. I mean, especially with the fact that we've got so many teams already clustered into the center zone, they need to be careful of those rotations, especially the pathings that they're going to be taking. A lot of teams, as we can see, rejects sitting up in the buildings, having those, those scopes out, waiting for some of those rotations just to give a few welcoming packages along the way. This is how they get those foundational points, and this is a prime opportunity to do exactly that. Some of the first teams who have dropped center, they've looted, and now they're set up, and they're waiting for those opportunities that are looming in around the corners.
I love the way 4AM scouted that compound, by the way. That compound usually a very popular one. Hard to tell if there's anybody there. You can hide your vehicles. But 4AM pulled up on the very north side of Rozhok. Using that vantage point, they had one person covered, scout out for vehicles, scout out for movement, didn't see anything, and they'll slide right in quite easily and comfortably. Not super center of circle, so probably why it's not taken, but that's how you make progress into these matches. Good scouting, good rotation pathing, and you won't lose any players, and you'll keep all 4 up. 62 players up. Going into the next circle shift, will this one give them more distinction on what kind of game we might be seeing? Does go hard down to the south, so now it's pretty much divided on the high ground and the low ground. Now teams will definitely prefer one or the other. There's some very strong compounds on the low ground that's more central, that if you take it now, you might be heavily rewarded for it. So we might see some clashes there in this new circle.
Potential here for Pachinki and Farm. We had a request for a Pachinki zone on Erangel yesterday. It's a little late. Maybe it might happen today. Maybe we might finally get those answers. But these rotations with that center clash that we saw with the teams, 4 angry men right alongside D Xavier, who just seemed to be losing out on the luck, as we were talking about in that interview, just not having the opportunities. But will they have the same, just momentum, the mentality against this opportunity like Rejects have, saying, well, it's RNG, it's luck. Sometimes those rotations come through. Will they be looking deeper and finding out what they can do differently to prevent that moving on into a map like this?
4AM with a very far rotation will play on the southwest side of the center. That compound's a strong compound as a launching off point, though, because they will have kind of control of the ridge to scout further in. As Geek Fam getting into fight with Vio Keed. He's solo and isolated, actually deciding to challenge really quickly. He could have gone down early there before the rest of his team could get there, but he applies damn rude, does apply the pressure onto Vio Keed, essentially slowing it down, giving him time for his teammates to get there, and just in the nick of time, his teammates will get the trade. Diego swings out wide, will get one, potentially almost getting the second one. It's getting a little bit dicey for Geek Fam here. They might want to commit another player down here to help, but that will essentially give up the high ground for them, and they are getting third party. They do have all 4 players down here, actually. Will there be a third party? Diego, last one up for the team. He gets another one. The 2-piece. One more to make it the 3-piece, and that will be a full squad wipe onto the side of Geek Fam. Yuhai, the last player up. Previous team, BTR. We've heard in his interview he's looking forward to challenge BTR, his old team, and Yuhai showing why. he got picked up by Geek Fam, showing his prowess. This Yuhai player, by the way, since his debut, has been making a lot of splashes and waves. And that was like about 2 years ago. So good to see him progressing with that nice drop shot, that nice clutch, getting the full entire reset onto 4 players of Geek Fam. That is huge.
Rejects moving on in with that. We saw at least one extra knock coming through from the side of Rejects onto Geek Fam. And now IHC keeping their eyes peeled on exactly that position. Hopefully closing the gap. We can see Falcons and Train to Kill in the meantime finding one another. This is happening over towards that northern side of the zone. Train to Kill wanting to move on into the zone, wanting to get good position, but
wow.
will invest just a tiny bit into this engagement. However, with that shift now, this adds that timer into this engagement. This adds that extra pressure point because they want to get a shift up into that northern side. And then whichever team makes it will be the controlling team of that northern edge.
No teams playing the Potato Hill area. That's crazy. I think teams were having PTSD of the southern shifts on Miramar. So when they saw that southern circle,
yes.
everyone was like, okay, we're playing on the south side of this central circle. We're not messing around anymore. Yeah, but that's a hard shift back up north, so a lot of open territory. Which team's going to be able to scout it out effectively to know the strongest position on that Potato Hill? Pretty much wide open.
Might be Furious Gaming, as you can see Trigger making that rotation. In the meanwhile, D Xavier picking up a good amount of damage, now picking up those 2 eliminations, so a little bit more energy coming through from them, and this can be huge. We've been waiting to see something coming through from D Xavier. As a former team making it to the PMG Grand Finals, we expect that performance. We expect this from 4 Angry Men, finding Ventura's Tony K down to half, as 4AM will just not let up the pressure. It is the Valley of Doom and Death if anyone should find themselves here.
FaZe forced to rotate into the trenches, being neighbors to also a banged up Rejects team down to 2. Last game, he called it bad luck. I could say it's a little bit of bad luck and more so ill preparation. This time around, down to 2 players again. Can't always call it bad luck. There's some mistakes to be learned from here, as they are gonna hope they get circle blessed there. They're pretty central, a little bit west of the center. 4AM is actually dead center of the new circle, playing that valley position. Very nice find for 4AM. I like this, the way 4AM has been playing Erangel. They will go for those hard rotations, those calculated risk rotations. Previously, I've always recalled 4AM like 2-3 years ago. Their style was always, play it slow, edge in, fight their way in. But this new style of being able to flex that, go for rotations or fight their way in when they have to, has been proving to work out for them pretty well.
I like it. Again, those gambles that they're able to take, but then with that added information, they don't just rush into the opportunity. Like you said, it's calculated. They get that information, they get that scouting party, they know exactly where those teams will be rotating in, and then they make use of an area, of a vicinity and territory like this one. Any team that unfortunately might find themselves there, it is going to be a hard run. Furious Gaming now moving on in from that Potato Hill will be having a beautiful line of sight down towards 4AM, just looking for a couple of shots, looking for those potential connections. And that zone is going to provide them extra time to do so. 4AM Furious Gaming loving their positions into this one.
Yeah, I really like the way this circle is in general. It's a very small circle, but there's so much dynamics going on here. You have the high ground of Potato Hill, this deep gully dip by 4AM that's dead center, the farm fields to the west, and the few scattered compounds that are left in zone here that all have a strong position to have teams work their way in to any subsequent circle shift. So a lot of teams with a good chance to pick up points and potentially even still close out a chicken dinner. It all comes down to execution at this point for each irrespective team in their positions.
It's going to be an interesting one. That is absolutely for sure. Just that, as you said, the dynamic that we have in the territory available is going to mean these teams are going to have some tough choices up ahead of them. Geek Fam giving a bit of a welcoming gift here to Game Lords as they immediately take that rotation hard to the west. Again, this is a rotation they need to make into zone. Both of these teams fighting on the outskirts as slowly but surely we will see that pressure forcing them into the chaos. But Geek just applying the pressure. Oh, Tim Entertainment, they found Genesis Dogma. And look at the numbers that they're working with.
It's a 4v4, which could easily break into a third party, especially whenever Geek Fam is involved. But Geek Fam, they're going to go for a rotation instead to look for what to play in. And oh no, the bunker trenches. Or not the bunker trenches, just the... Oh! Reiji. A little bit of bad luck there, potentially. Not getting that underhand tossed over the top. And oh, Reiji with a nice shot with the UMP peeking out over the top. Gets one knock. Forced to fall back because there's a lot of teams everywhere with sight lines that could third party this. Yeah, he's going to use the util instead. Good job. It's actually FaZe using the util. Reiji will eat the nade instead. The rest of Geek Fam going to start funneling in here. Rejects down to 1. Throws down the smoke. Should be able to get that revive. But meanwhile, look at that battle ensue on the high ground. The hilltops between Tim Entertainment, Genesis Dogma, and Game Lord. That is 3 teams fighting. Tem Entertainment is out. Now it's down to the 2 teams. I'm surprised Geek Fam wasn't the one staying up there deciding third party everything. They made the choice to go downhill into the trenches, and they still have 3 up and still making progress. Another good nade onto Reiji.
That was all thanks to Game Lord. We're seeing that Hunter instinct coming through now, that aggression that we've been lacking, and Geek Fam somehow turning the tide onto Rejects. That is them completely eliminated. Back into the storyline here with Game Lord. They did so well up against Tem Entertainment, but there was that looming threat of Genesis Dogma. Victor finding that nade onto Booms is going to allow them that extra space as they try. And they try to make that flanking opportunity, but Genesis is holding on to every vicinity, every angle, every line of sight they have on lockdown. Now it is Victor up against trying to straggle back, trying to give that buffer zone. They need that time to recoup.
Yeah, Game Lord looking like they were the aggressors, all of a sudden now being aggressed on, down to 1 member. He's going to have to go somewhere, find some place to play from. As GK, this team has been awfully quiet today. Looking good on the initial defense against Besiktas. Besiktas pushing in with the 4-man team, instantly cut down to 2. Now getting shot in the back by, I think that was still the GK team getting an angle there. Now Besiktas down to 1. This should be easy cleanup, easy finish. GK showing us why they were first place yesterday. Clinical defense right there. Picking up the 4 Besiktas without having a single player even knocked.
I love that you mentioned that. Exactly that. They didn't drop a single player. Even the HP bars in general, it looks like they just brushed off a couple of those bullets like it was nothing. And that's great because they have a heavy road ahead of them. That zone has shifted towards that western side, just slightly anchoring towards the north, which means that rotation will need to come through. Nongshim Red Force is towards the east, and right up ahead of them, we can see the likes of 4 Angry Men and the Valley of Doom and Death that they have been planning. But now, a little bit of a distraction here. We've got a few rotations in. We've got GK Esports moving in. We've got Nongshim Red Force as well. So 4 Angry Men will have quite a lot ahead of them quite soon.
4 AM with the prone. Nice spray down. Meanwhile, on the northeast side, they have the Falcons and Train to Kill trying to get the high ground. Furious Gaming sitting comfortably, able to just keep both teams back. Satan does go down, gets confirmed. As GK, they crash in. They get a run over for the opening. But GK, not enough members left alive to fully commit to this. We'll let 4 AM get the reset unless if Genesis Dogma decides to get a nasty third-party timing in here. Looks like they're thinking about it. They're getting closer. They're not quick to pull the trigger, though, and not quick enough as Ching Chen providing the sightlines, providing the cover from this exact potential push will shut it down.
I don't know how, I don't know why, I don't know where, but somehow, some way, 4 Angry Men have turned this one around for the time being. Genesis now trying to make that flanking opportunity right alongside Train to Kill. We can see all of the surrounding teams now filtering in, filtering all of that damage center. As King Shen might be in some danger here. Genesis Dogma trying everything to try turn this battle around and get a good position in zone. Meanwhile, Falcons in that rotation up against Furious Gaming. It seems to be all down to Milos right now, holding the ridgeline, waiting and trying to stay alive for the likes of Furious Gaming before the rotations move on in.
I love the aggression out of the Falcons. This is a team that has the experience. I don't think they've had the confidence so far yesterday and today, but you see it here. They're coming out in spades right now, taking this prime position away from Furious Gaming with a very, very coordinated push effort from the entire team. They do get backstabbed a little bit by Nongshim Red Force, so just as I was complimenting them, things are starting to fall apart. They can still bring it back, though, with 2 players up. Oh, now just down to 1 player.
Ooh.
Falcons. Powerful. Last one up. Nongshim Red Force. Well, good for them. Looks like they have the confidence to start fighting, and third-party teams as well. Down to 3, but they have a prime location on this high ground.
Again, it's just like we're having the teams that have been so quiet suddenly step up all in tandem, all in a beautiful choir as they're moving on into this crescendo that is going to be this next zone. Now waiting, GK Esports just prepping a beautiful nade, trying to find that connection onto 4 Angry Men, give them that space. In the similar fashion, Nongshim Red Force, they move on in with those utilities that they've been saving. They've been quiet. They want to take out the Falcons, who are reigning through with those 5 eliminations, and they are just 1 connection away. It's powerful mixed dash, but this dash is right in front of Furious Gaming. They have an opportunity to chime on in.
Oh, Falcon. They never dealt with the last Falcon player there alone. Will go down. Nongshim Red Force should be able to get that revive as well. GK, another player goes down. Ragnar, last one up. They spot the vehicle, so they do have a good idea where the last player could be. And 4 AM, well, they're always going to clear out their flanks, clear out their sides. And the 4 people trained on that sight line, that is GK eliminated. 4 AM, potential maybe for back-to-back chicken dinners as Geek Fam here. Now, their time to strike, and oh man, they're just so good at fighting.
How?
They came in here as the 3rd team to show up, weathering the defense of both. It was what? It was
Rejects
and Rejects,
FaZe.
yeah.
The Xavier even took a couple of pot shots at them as they made the rotation in. Everyone had an opportunity to take out the likes of Geek Fam, yet they're still in the conversation. Nongshim Red Force, just as we were talking about them as well, they find themselves on the wrong side of 4 Angry Men.
Ooh, Ching Chen. That would have been huge for Nongshim Red Force if they managed to confirm that. Any knock and confirmation on 4 AM would be crucial because they're so resilient. IHC finally making their play. They were playing out of Pachinki the whole time, just biding their time, waiting to see where the zone would shift to. And now they strike, and when they strike hard. They strike hard onto the 2-2 split of D Xavier, and that's going to punish them. D Xavier, they're going to just give it up. They're not going to try and push right back off of the knocks that their teammates had, and they're going to allow for IHC to get a full reset.
It has been the story of the game makers, not just the game players. You can stay passive all you want, but at some point or another, these teams are going to be finding you. We need that aggression. We need these teams picking their engagements. You can see 4 AM, they started that engagement with Nongshim Red Force. And why did they start it? Because they knew they had an opportunity to finish it. Now they pick up those engagements. Now they pick up those eliminations. And now they can pull it back. They can reset before they move on into anything else. Before they move on into Geek Fam, D Xavier, IHC, they have options, and it's because they have made their options.
I love that you put it that way. They have made their options, not gifted to them. They fought for it, which allows for them to open up the playbook, so to say. Next zone, about to shift. Will it go to the high ground, or will it drop to the low ground where the compounds are? IHC, a deadly force to be reckoned with, having still 4. Geek Fam with only 3. Also, just as deadly. We've seen their fighting prowess. Mika is knocked. That can and should be a revive if they have the smoke utils to smoke and cross over to him. Furious Gaming still has 1. Zone shifts on out. It does go mostly to the low ground. Let's see if 4 AM makes a dedicated push here. Actually, no. They still have some of the circle to play with for now on the high ground. You'll see how much more they can milk out of this position. As bad story for a Geek Fam, though. Geek Fam have lost the zone, I think, in the trenches.
And again, they're moving on in from those trenches. As soon as they exit those trenches, they give that line of sight over to 4 Angry Men, who, for the time being, have been trained on their position. We can see now some movement happening here. 4 Angry Men sending out some action over towards IHC, but Godless with the turnaround. This is the combination of Godless and Zyle we were missing yesterday. Now we get treated to it. Will they be able to leverage this into anything more? Will they be able to leverage themselves into the final zones? 4 Angry Men, they need to turn their attention off to some of these threats.
Some legendary names right there, Godless and Zyle. I'm so glad to see the both of them playing together. Geek Fam suffers another knock. It's just going to be constant knocks and revives until the blue zone forces them out of the goalie. I don't know if the Geek Fam team has a working vehicle. I love to see them go for a crash. If they do have a working vehicle, that's probably their best option at this point, because smokes are only going to do so much. When everyone's spamming the smokes, you are bound to catch some stray bullets.
Oh, King Sheng trying to do exactly that. Damn Root just somehow narrowly escaping all of those extra sprays that are just going through. But Geek Fam, surely but surely, they are moving up. They are trying to find another position. Oh, here's Savon, though, with the line of sight that we've been missing from 4 Angry Men, looking like they might finish it up. But we've still got a few more teams that might change that storyline, that might actually go for that steal.
Another knock onto Geek Fam. They are just really weathering the storm. Can they survive right there on the edge? Is that circle just deep enough to get them into the zone on the trench? You see how hesitant they are in leaving that spot. About to get knocked once again. And just getting farm damage. New circle pops on out, so they will be safe for this one, but the next one they are surely done for, as the circle actually favors 4 AM. It keeps them on the high ground for another zone. And the last one, well, we're pretty much it. We're going to head into the 9th circle, and it's going to close right in between 4 AM, IHC, and DX Xavier.
My question here is IHC, right? They're just on the outskirts of the zone. They know that DX Xavier are right up ahead of them in that compound. Where's that push? Where are they going to take that control? How are they going to alleviate the pressure that they're going to be feeling in that final zone? Here it is. I've been asking for it. IHC making that move into DX Xavier.
Yeah, I think IHC was so slow to make that push because there could be very well be 2 teams there with those 2 different buildings. So they don't want to push too early and get third party, but after this much time has passed, I think they've been able to tell, okay, it's just the last 2 remaining players of D Xavier. Geek Fam now making the play, getting into the zone, but man, yeah, just crossfired and angled from too many teams and people. They will go down. A nice try out for the side of Geek Fam. IHC, oh my gosh, Furious Gaming. We totally forgot about Furious Gaming in the backlines. That could have been at least 2 knocks, but he whiffs it. He gets 1 down, he gets like 2 down to 1 HP. And now IHC getting a full reset on the heels.
And now it's a 4v1. I mean, it's all 4 players of IHC trained on Milo Van's position. They know exactly where their threats lie, but DX Xavier is still up and at him. And 4 Angry Men, we can't forget about them like we did with Furious Gaming. They're still involved in this contention. IHC will have their focus split just for this time being because they've got DX Xavier right up ahead of them in this compound that they need for cover into this next phase.
Ooh, good knock. Oh, an even better finish. That is a huge setback for the likes of 4 AM, because more than likely they were going to have to try and push and third party this fight. But 4 AM, yeah, now down to 3. They're going to go down. They're going to leave 1 behind for the Overwatch fire. But, Furious Gaming looking to spoil 4 AM here. That nade does not connect. And there's a chance, okay, I was going to say, there's a chance they don't know if Milovan is here, but now they definitely know. Those DP shots right now. IHC taking the fight on the inside, gets the finish onto DX Xavier. However, they do lose 1 player. No, do they lose more than 1 player? Fierce Gaming taken out. Ching Chen with a nice defense there. Yeah, IHC lost 1 player, so it's down to a 3v3. IHC with the blue zone, pushing in on their backs. 4 AM with the prime positioning inside the center of the circle and the angles.
But IHC, this is prime.
Any team can win this 3v3 at a disadvantage, it would be Prime 8 IHC. How are they going to do this? Are they going to clear out the tree with the grenades? Oh, Godless. He has an idea. Blue zone coming in. Makes a toss, gets the knock.
Yes!
It's good. IHC to a 2v2 actually. Ching Shan or Good Xiao got the trade with the weapon. Goes for the confirmation. That's a little bit risky. Sticking your head out like that. They get another knock. 2v1. I think Godless got the knock. No, Godless going for the knock. Backed up in the shed and forced to push out. 4 AM making the decisive play to drive down while IHC was just finishing up their fight. It looked a little shaky when IHC took down Savan and got the confirmation, but a back-to-back chicken dinner. A super extremely tough game on Sanhok for 4 AM to navigate. This time around with 2 very precise rotations. They will nab the chicken dinner, and I think 4 AM, they should be shooting up to first place after that one.
The question is, have they broken that streak? 7 posed the question. They didn't look so good yesterday in the second half of the day, especially over towards a wrangle. Here we go, a completely revitalized, a completely refreshed 4 angry men moving on up, potentially, like you said, to that pole position with the performances that they've been putting up with the winner-winner chicken dinner from Sandhawk over to the winner-winner chicken dinner on a wrangle, and their beautiful performance with that setup in the valley. They are bringing home a very surprising performance here for everyone, or at least the expected performance that we were waiting for on day number 1.
4 AM looking so good right now. China overall looking very strong. Nova finished in second. In week 1, LGD almost made the top 3. Unfortunately for them, they were knocked down to 4th. And 4 AM, well, there's still a very long road ahead of them, but that road's looking brighter and brighter with a back-to-back chicken dinner.
And just like that, 4 angry men bust out another chicken dinner here today in day number 2. You know, this squad has got to be feeling themselves, not to mention, you know, IHC Esports, 10 eliminations. They put up some good points on the board, and we're finally seeing Geek Fam have a little bit of a comeback here, 7.
The rotations, the split that 4 Angry Men has done in the previous match and now in this match that just happened have been amazing. I mean, the split that they were able to do at one point towards the end, being able to just secure more area and then making a push for it, getting those different angles. And I'm actually surprised that Furious Gaming player weren't able to do anything in regards to those 4 Angry Men players being right in front of him, Glitter, because he could have easily at least knocked one down.
Listen, we heard the caster saying it. This was the performance out of 4 Angry Men that we were looking for from yesterday. And we wanted to see if they'd be able to bounce back because they had a slow second half of the day. They bounced back big time. I mean, 7 to 5 elims. But IHC, we were talking about this while we were watching the game too, Jukes. IHC out of nowhere just started tearing it up. And when you have teams at the top like 4 Angry Men that are getting all of those elims to be able to do the performance that IHC did is yet again impressive.
It's so impressive, especially right now at this stage, the perfect time in order to do it, because now that we're at day 2, right, you gotta bounce back strong because they only got a few games left here in this group. And we'll find a little bit more about this information when we come back right after a quick break. Hey, welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. And before we get started, I got to give a big, thank you to Sony, the official smartphone here for the PMGC. The Sony Xperia 1.4 and Xperia Stream were created in collaboration with professional esports players. You guys can play PUBG Mobile in 90 hertz with Xperia Streams, total cooling system, and multiple ports for intensive gaming and streaming. And you could tell, man, these guys, these four angry men, they are getting angrier and angrier as this show goes on. And I want to see just how angry they have gotten with this overall rankings.
Ooh.
And
Whoa.
quite angry indeed.
No way. 7.
First place.
Did you do this
Wow.
math in
First
your head?
place.
Did you see this coming?
I did not. I actually thought it was going to be maybe second place, but I guess the chicken there is the tiebreaker in this situation. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, well, here,
One more
let's
good
talk
guess.
about him a little bit more. 59 eliminations. I'll actually go a little bit more in depth into that because it's really impressive what they've been able to do in the past 2 matches. Geek Fam, though, I mean, it's not the Geek Fam that we're used to. They get a good performance in that last match, but I want to see what they're going to be able to do in this next Myanmar. You can see Furious Gaming being able to move up. That's good. Remember, that was a team that I was hoping they would be able to take advantage of them being in 11th place. It's good to see that. Game Lore, they're continuing with that passiveness. They have been getting more eliminations, but I feel like it's they can't find a happy medium, Glitter. It's either some eliminations and no placement points, or some placement points and no eliminations.
Yeah, and then down there at the bottom, I know it's not big, but I heard you kind of mention it too, Jukes. Tem falls even farther. D. Xavier actually jumps above them, which, the points are still very close, and we say it all the time, one match could change it, but I think it's more kind of the momentum loss, that mental hit that we talk about a lot too.
I mean, at the end of the day, top 3 is the goal. Okay, no matter what, like all these teams want to get into top 3, nothing short of that. For fourth place might as well be last place to a lot of these players here. At the end of the day, if you see Tem drop that low, if they want to bounce back and try to get that top 3, it is still possible with how many games we have left to be played. But I think we need to see something out of them right now in this Myanmar match, because 4 angry men are heating up. Right? Geek Fam is heating up as well. And I don't think they have any plans on letting go of the lead that they've created here, 7.
It is possible, but I'm so glad you mentioned 4 angry men too, because I want to actually talk about them a little bit more, especially in regards to eliminations. In 8 matches, that team was able to get 28 eliminations. In this past 2 matches that they have won, they have already gotten 31 eliminations. So if those teams towards the bottom do want to make a push, I mean, it's going to have to be now, especially with the performances that 4 angry men is being able to put up. Now we're going to be going into Miramar. I tend to expect a great match out of Besiktas. You can see their south landing spot right there. And also, I'm going to be looking forward to the Xavier. We finally saw a little bit of a wake-up call out of them, and they were able to move up to 14th place, making that gap even closer, Glitter. And GK, same story continues. They're just nowhere to be found after yesterday.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. I mean, 4 angry men at this point, I want to see if they can continue. Go for the turkey of the chicken dinners.
Yes.
Can they get the back-to-back-to-back? Because right now, they look a little bit unstoppable. But to be fair, they just tied Geek Fam for first, and Geek Fam was one of our top Miramar performers. So Geek Fam is one of my teams to watch for this next match. And then IHC, they're starting to look a little bit more solid. They're kind of stepping up, getting a little bit more comfortably aggressive. And I don't want that to go away. I need that to stay here.
Yeah, stay right here where you're at. And you know what? I love this part of the tournament because once you hit day 2, those first day jitters by now are gone, right? Like that whole initial just stress of, oh my gosh, we're here, we're live, the land, that they should have gotten used to that by now. So now we're going to start seeing the true potential from some of these teams. And I think IHC is one of those squads that, had that initial nervousness, are starting to finally start putting a performance, but you can't let go of that pedal. You got to put the gas heavy on. And speaking of cook it with gas, let's go ahead and get this next match started. Let's take it on over to Zute and Esproxy.
Yeah, we're back to Miramar, cooking on gas. Well, if anything goes to show, Miramar, that last Miramar we had today. Ooh, Los Eagles finish. I don't think we're going to see anything as crazy this time around, but last week, I mean, I saw a circle in way far up in the north, a circle that ended way far down in the south. Now, today, who knows what this Miramar game is going to bring, but I'll tell you what these players are going to bring. They're going to bring their absolute best. They're going to be trying their absolute hardest as we're almost, getting to the halfway point of this week number 3.
We just passed the halfway points of the day into potentially the halfway points, of course, at the end of the day of the whole week. So these teams, if you want to talk about that pivotal moment, that point that these teams know that it's do or die, it's you need to bring that performance now or it's going to be never. I feel like we've already passed it, but I'm going to say it's at the end of the day. If we don't get to that halfway point and you're not feeling comfortable for the last 2 days, we saw what happened with HVVP in last week when they were pole position holders for 3 days in a row. Yet still in that last day, we had miracles happen. We had teams stepping up. We are having teams step up today. And they are bringing through a force that if you don't calm it down, if you don't bring your A game on right now, you're going to fall behind.
Yeah, speaking about bringing on your A game on right now, right? The teams are feeling that pressure. We just saw a couple of seconds ago, Xavier, they made a sub. Xavier, one of the teams that we talked about at the beginning before any matches started, a team to kind of look out for based on their previous performances. They subbed out T-Duck for Vicoy or Vichoi. So Xavier, they're feeling that pressure. They need to make a change, and it's not just Xavier. We've already seen a few teams do some sub-outs, sub-ins, and I think it was better to do it early. One team, the very first team almost, I think, if I'm not mistaken, to do a sub was IHC, and that's been working out so well for them that they recognized the problem early on, and they tried to fix it with a sub. These other teams following suit might be a little bit too late, but hey, we're not at the halfway point just yet. There's still hope, there's still time for these teams to work out their kinks, whether it be with the current roster that needs to synergize better or maybe bring in a new player.
IHC, I mean, Zyol, I feel like is holding the title of Super Sub right now. Remember, as soon as they jumped into that game, first up, the first elimination we had on that map, also, who did it go to? Zyol, bringing in that energy, almost making a statement as soon as their feet hit the ground, that IHC, the storyline, it's going to change. The chapter has opened, and now the same thing has to be said. We've had 2 subs in today. It was Nongshan Red Force and now Xavier. We need that performance to match. We need that energy to move on back in.
Playing path quite heavily favoring the western side. A lot of teams splitting out to the east. Not too bad though. It's better to probably stretch to the east than stretch to the north from a southern playing path, because a lot of road access ways all run from east to west, and which means a lot more car vehicle spawns for teams to work with to try and stretch further to the east, unlike, the opposite way around. We saw the circle pop up. The circle will be actually favoring more of the eastern side. Los Leones dead center of that new zone pretty much. Taking a look at the mini-map. No hard hot drop contestations, but once again, with the playing path being so far west, we might see some scattered split drop fights or rotational fights.
Yeah, moving on in from that western side, I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to happen. Again, we had that ridiculous murmur on the first point of the day. Actually, it follows through as to what happened yesterday. Yesterday's first murmur was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. The second murmur was a little bit, it was skewed. It was definitely still providing these teams with a lot of rotation options, but it was a little bit more normal. It provided the teams a little bit more spacing. And in those maps, what it came down to were the first teams to, again, same as Los Higos, making position, making that call, making that opportunity and that early rotation to put yourself into the best possible footing. Again, not a lot of information this early on into a zone, but I would like to see a few more teams taking a hold of that eastern side. I mean, we had the flight path. We know what the zone is going to be pulling. They have that information. Let's make use of that eastern side.
We're riding with Snipes here, driving in FPP mode. I almost feel like it's better to drive in FPP mode because then you're forced to keep your eyes on the road, right? Whereas in third person, you can,
there's trees.
Yeah, you can not keep your eyes on the road.
You are coming up for these players and their driving skills, Zute. You are the guardian of the drive today. You're like, listen, if you're crashing, get out. Next driver, like either go FPP or like stop. Just use your passenger to your advantage here. But again, just for a reminder, if any players watch this back, if you drive bad, Zute is coming for you.
Oh, I've had my fair share of mishaps with driving, especially on the competitive stage. It's honestly the worst feeling there is. But it happens. It happens to the best of them. And I don't think I've seen a single tournament yet where there hasn't been any driving mistakes caught on camera. So it's a part of the game. Even if you're the
observers
best.
are watching.
Yeah, the observers are watching. And even if you play this game 24/7, those trees, they literally do sometimes spawn out of nowhere, I gotta say.
And the observers they're just waiting for those moments. They're waiting for that reel for the funny moments. They're waiting to catch those points.
The observers are like, we're gonna plot down a tree right here and
right
now. It's like, I swear that tree was not there before. Yeah.
Oh, it is beautiful. But I mean, hey, looking at the performances that we've seen so far today, beautiful from 4 Angry Men to climb to the top of that pole position, tied of course with the Geek Fam, who has been bringing in a similar performance in terms of the aggression they're wanting to show, but those placement and that positional not the awareness, rather just the rotations that they've been making. I mean, they had no business, and I will say this happily, they had no business surviving those trenches. They pulled up into 3 teams, they had a 4th and a 5th team shooting at them, and somehow, some way, they stay alive long enough to make an impact. Same with Ruins on Sandhog. I mean, Snipes was literally getting shot from every possible direction, and yet they still make that impact at the very least with the eliminations.
Yeah, it's just, I feel like if Geek Fam, like I said, if the circles shift in a way where it's just slightly more favorable for them to entry in on, that's the game where they pick up a lot of placement points plus elimination points. When the circles shift in a way that's a little bit trickier to deal with, I mean, they'll still make it work. A very strong, resilient team, but I just don't feel, the only thing they're missing if we want to do a direct comparison, right, with 4AM that just overtook them, is they don't have those clinical, surgical rotations, but that's just not their playstyle. We saw, 4AM make some really long stretch of rotations on both Erangel games and the Sandhawk game. That's more so in their playbook, and that either, rewards them really big, or sometimes they'll lose players on rotation. That's the risk that runs with it. Geek Fam, they don't lose players on rotation because they just take it slow from the edge. Nice knock, though, from the FaZe team. It's a long-range knock, but VK, Vivo Keyed here, caught in between 2 different teams that could get very dicey for them as Game Lord's committing to the push-up here. Vivo Keyed fighting on both fronts now.
CeeLo and Diego now trying to hold the line here, going to find that initial knock, going to find that initial damage, but it is Victor from Game Lords to actually confirm that knock. And now Game Lords trying to scramble Diego, returning the favor. And again, this is a good hold, but it's a little bit too split up from Vivo Keyed. They, again, as you mentioned, they had a second team to worry about, so I don't blame them that their focus was split between either FaZe or Game Lord. Running that 2-2 split, they're losing out to the numbers advantage.
The flank players needed to create a better buffer zone, which was not done. Now they're getting shot in from behind, pushed in from behind. FaZe getting into the mix of things. I don't know if Game Lord realizes Vivo Keyed was in a fight with the likes of FaZe. FaZe might actually just continue to pressure this fight in. FaZe wants more. Game Lord looks like they want to back out, or at least space out a little bit to get better positioning here. And that is Vivo Keyed just crunched in by both FaZe and Game Lord. It's like sharks in a shark tank right there, and they were fish food.
Pretty much. You mentioned earlier about that performance from Geek Fam, and it's hilarious that we're talking about, now it's coming down to those rotations. Yesterday, we were talking the storyline that the way in which Geek Fam have been playing, their winning condition is them not having zone. Their winning condition is them having to fight into zone, being that outskirts team, and now It's coming down to that rotation. So that stark difference in the storylines also is coming through because we're having so many other teams step up. We're having so many other teams put up obstacles that in day number one, Geek Fam didn't have to worry about. Geek Fam didn't have to think about, oh, you know, now we're having a 3-part rotation on the outskirts. We're having 4 angry men running off with perfect rotations. Now it's a whole different storyline. So they do need to make those small adjustments to give them that edge once again.
I completely agree with you there. Next circle shifts to the west side. This side, west side, the best side. But honestly, I love this area of the map. I mean, we just saw the fight take place between Game Lord and FaZe, but yeah, that ridge line, that mountainside, so much opportunities for teams to, you know, really mount a strong defense with good sight lines, and there's still so much left to play. It's almost looking like the end game of the Erangel, where very dynamic difference, you know, throughout the map, and each point that each team takes up has pivotal ways for them to play it, for them to maximize points and potentially get a win. It all comes down to execution once again. Every spot has its advantages and disadvantages for sure. Which team is going to make the best of it? That's the real question to be had now as we head into the second circle.
If you're talking about our current quote-unquote elimination leaders, not that there's a lot of eliminations that have happened, it's FaZe, it's Game Lords, it's Genesis Dogma Kids. 3 teams that, again, from FaZe, there's that consistency. From Genesis and Game Lords, we've been lacking a little bit of that aggression. We've been lacking a little bit of that killer instinct that you've been talking about. You know, we mentioned on Erangel, making your options open, being the game makers instead of just playing the game. Ensuring that you're the ones choosing that engagement, you're forcing that engagement, you're forcing another team into an awkward position instead of being the ones forced into it.
Yeah, a lot of teams are lacking that right now. Hopefully they find it throughout the course of today, throughout the course of this game. And sometimes, you know, on the flip side, it could be the rotation instincts, right? I don't know what, there's killer instincts and then the rotational instincts, because we, for sure 4AM has really, you know, picked up on the rotational instincts, really capitalizing on every rotation they make. But I mean, that just comes down to pure experience and constant studying of other teams and the map. IHC getting a long distance knock onto 4AM. These two teams had a showdown just the last match, and you can see it's pretty even. IC got the knock, but instantly he's shot down to half health and his level 3 helmet quite banged up.
Good return here from 4AM. And again, they don't need to jump into this engagement. I mean, IHC, they're very split up. You can see Zyol is actually just keeping a good eye out on, you know, the likes of that northern side for those rotations, while a few of those IHC members, only 3 in particular, are focusing towards 4 angry men. So it'll be interesting to see how long they keep that stalemate. If for now they just want that information, they just want that opportunity to apply pressure rather than getting into that engagement, because we're still waiting for that zone shift. We're still waiting to see where that pressure is going to be coming through from. And right now, most of our teams are centered up towards that eastern side of the zone, towards the north and towards the east. Those are our polarizing points. We can see it there. It's almost like they're drawing us a compass.
Next circle does go a little bit further to the west. Picado could come into play here. Team IHC has a nice slew of options to play for with good sight lines. 4AM is going to make another rotation, probably further up north to that compound that will isolate them down into the center. And I would say not the strongest of positions as far as play options out of it. But with this being so late in the game and with it being quite central, they might just be able to make good use of that spot. Teams that have to rotate in that we're watching out for: Geek Fam on the edge. We had Tem Entertainment GD Gids right here pressing into Nosham Red and Red Force, and they get a nice little pre-nade onto one of the players. It looks like Genesis Dogma Gids is going to actually stop here and go for the engagement. Nosham Red Force, though, definitely getting the better end of this fight.
But they've got those 2 initial knocks. Now it's slow it down. You've got that numbers advantage. Now you don't need to push out. If anything, you can just constantly apply the pressure. Look at that. Booms having to take a run away. That gives them an open finisher. That gives them an open opportunity to take another engagement. But what they are really happy for right now is that they've picked up those 2 eliminations without dropping a player. That's going to be huge for them moving on into the next engagement. Whereas for Falcons, it's not looking great.
Yeah, Falcons going for the gas station, end up losing How many they end up losing 3 players. Falcon down to just 1 out of Yusuf. Man, this Falcons team, very, very disappointing performance, I would have to say, as far as like what they've been able to do before. So 53 points only. Only 1 player left alive, not even in a strong central position. He's probably not going to get the next zone, and if he does, he's not going to be able to get many elimination points being a solo player. IHC, meanwhile, just chilling on the western side. Anytime you see IHC on the edge of zone, it's always in a good spot that gives them play options for further zone shifts. And FaZe Clan, yeah, FaZe just continuously laying out pressure 360 around, all from this vantage point that they're holding.
I'm liking it though. Already, we talked about it. They picked up those 2 initial eliminations. Oh, might be on the cusp of not just the 3rd, but they've already been looking at their 4th, as Yuhai is just down to a sliver of HP. And it's forcing the likes of a team like Geek Fam to rethink their options, to rethink their position. All of a sudden now they're being pressured, looking at a potential regroup, running that 2-2 split that Geek Fam are working with now. If anything, the 2 of Rude and Yuhai, they are isolated. They are in a little bit of trouble, especially when we start to think about Train to Kill. Moving on into their position, you can see already the first member of Train to Kill. They're getting closer.
Yeah, it's actually very strong for FaZe to take those shots. Like, the player's keeping his head down. You're not going to get any damage in, but what that does essentially is it doesn't allow Geek Fam to peek up to look for info, to put pressure onto Train to Kill. So with Geek Fam not creating any presence because they're constantly pinned down, that gives Train to Kill, more opportunity and comfortability to press closer to Geek Fam on the next shift if they do fight that way. But for a Train to Kill, they got another team to worry about, and for them, this might be an easier fight as they've already picked up an open to one of the players of Tem Entertainment. That will be a confirmation as Tem Entertainment is going to completely disengage and leave that player.
Yeah, and that opportunity, I mean, the way in which the terrain in which Tem Entertainment is working with, it's not worth it. And then before you even think about that, we have to consider the amount of teams in the vicinity with them as well. As we said, Nongshim Red Force, off of the back of that great 2 elimination pickup, they're feeling good. They've got that momentum. Genesis Dogma Kids, on the other hand, they're feeling a little bit scared for this engagement running with that duo. They do not really want to jump into anything just yet, especially when you consider that they are isolated. The 2 players that are left, they're alone.
Man, this FaZe team is just not letting up. Really trying to punish Geek Fam as hard as they can. Ooh, Train to Kill. Yeah, Train to Kill is going to be able to just slide right on by due to the pressure that FaZe is putting onto Geek Fam. Now, Geek Fam have to push into Train to Kill, and it's going to be a lot more difficult when they're constantly getting pressured by the likes of FaZe. Looking on the western side of things, few players have made rotations deep down to the center. Xavier, successful defense onto Game Lord. Where's the rest of the Game Lord team split up? There's only 1 player left up from Game Lords. The last player actually up north in Picado. So trying to do a 1-1 split here to just maximize their chances of getting the zone, but man, I don't think they were expecting a team to push them there.
Xavier actually running a 2-1 split as well, but unfortunately one of those hopefuls finding that 2 of Xavier will meet the end and mean that we do have Game Lords down to only 1. Akashi will reign that flag high, hopefully for a few more zones, get some good placements. You can see Nongshim Red now feeling the pressure, Train to Kill with that rotation. Lovely line of sight here from Sandesh, who can apply that extra bit of pressure while the rest of the team moves on in.
Nongshim Red looking like they're in a decent spot, to be honest. They're the ones essentially that's controlling the flanks of Train to Kill now. And they do push them away. Train to Kill do find a nicer position. But this allows for Nongshim Red to be, if they are able to execute it, it allows for them to play in a way that Geek Fam does. No one to their backside. They keep 4 up, and they just need to push into Besiktas now. So let's see if they are able to execute this properly. A team that's been struggling all week long so far. Now they're gonna face a tough challenge in the form of Besiktas.
Nongshim Red feeling some pressure all of a sudden. There's a turnaround. There's a reach around here from Geek Fam. And it's a nice little bit of energy to see them. They have been pinned down for so long. It's just good to see that they're picking up these eliminations already too. But those confirmations just out of reach. Nongshan Red Force now being forced on forwards. I don't know if they have time for that res. I'll have to wait and see. In the meanwhile, ooh, look at this Besiktas. The double tap there onto Nongshan Red Force. Nongshan Red Force between Geek Fam or Besiktas. Pick your poison.
Yeah, pick one, don't pick both. That's what it looks like they're doing. When that first player got knocked, the second player just stood behind that bus, like, hoping, praying that he doesn't get knocked too. He should have been aware. If my teammate got knocked in the back, they have angles onto me. So, Nongshan Red Force, just push forward. Don't just sit still and take the both poisons, like you said. Anyhow, it looks like GK making it into the late game. Some better rotations out of them, but Besiktas, man, on a warpath, fighting their flanks and fighting the front side. They're going to be looking to take care of Nongshan Red Force and then taking care of the likes of GK. GK's already hurt. And wait a second, it looks like Train to Kill getting some knocks onto the Geek Fam team. I thought that was Besiktas getting more damage into multitudes of teams here.
Well, they definitely have the option here, but Mika coming through from Geek Fam, trying to hold the line as the solo member and just getting absolutely shot. You can beeline as much as you want, zigzag all you want, but you've got two teams trained on your position. Now Nongshan Red Force, they initially wanted to go for that push, but that elimination from Geek Fam is going to provide them potentially a secondary option. This is still risky though, right in front of like, what, 3-4 teams? Oh.
I think Nongshan Red Force is going to go down there. Yep. Last player of Nongshan Red Force does indeed get eliminated. Furious Gaming has pushed into the likes of GK and looking very successful. Down to a 1v1. Swings out again, and Hope will be the last hope. Can he get the revives before Besiktas pushes in? Has Besiktas been keeping track of the elimination feed? They got one confirmed onto the likes of GK, and then they saw GK getting into a fight with Furious Gaming. I'm surprised Besiktas isn't pushing off that. Besiktas has how many players up? Taking a quick look at this. Besiktas has all four players up.
All four.
Yeah, they could take
all four.
They could have taken this position, denied the full reset, and given them pretty much full access to anywhere where the circle shifts. But without taking this spot, GK is gonna constantly be a little bit of a roadblock. And now Besiktas is coming in. It's a little bit too late. They could still win this one out though. But you can see here, yeah, they were completely unaware of what was happening earlier and a little bit too chaotic for them to keep track of. A team with better, quote-unquote, killer instincts, right, would have noticed that in the elimination feed, would have noticed a good chance of third party and taken this whole spot over by now.
I mean, I'm just hearing Seven shouting, you have all four of your players up and you're not going in for the eliminations?
Exactly.
What is happening? What are you doing? Why are we so passive? Come on, we need that energy, especially just when you consider the simple fact. At the very least, if you're just going for eliminations, that's great. If you get the team wipe, you open up options for yourself in this final zone. You open up space, which you desperately need, especially since most of the teams are stacked towards the southeastern side. So we will see what Besiktas will be able to do. They're running that 2-2 split 2, of which very close to GK Esports, who now hold position in the zone. They're going to be able to actually contain Besiktas out of it if Besiktas are taking a direct line of sight in.
New zone has shifted out. What was said earlier about 4 a.m. does play out true for them. They picked a very central spot into Circle 3. They are essentially surrounded now, but they get the subsequent zone shift, so they just have to hold that position down like a fortress. IHC, meanwhile, they can choose what they want to do. Go north, go south. They have full sight lines of everything. It's not going to be easy per se getting into this zone, but at least they have all their options laid out before them. Besiktas denying the rejects hard right now. Grenades raining in. It is all up to Justice to get those revives. Divine, he does not want to clump up with the rest of his teammates, and Besiktas now getting aggressive. I like this. Getting closer and closer for the kill shot onto the rejects team.
Bay is going to be closing out that engagement with Falcons. Rejects, not looking too great. Just as Justice wanted to go in for those revives, just to go in for those numbers, to pack it up. Here come Besiktas. This is the Besiktas we've been waiting for. All four players still up. And now they are looking to change the game. Down to only 2 members here of Rejects. getting some information, just popping up those heals, trying to reset the HP bars. Divine does go down, so it is just up to Justice. And I mean, what a way to try and do something with this. It's a 1v4.
They're looking for him. They know Rejects only have one up. Justice trying to lay low. Will get taken out. Besiktas up to 11 eliminations. So definitely playing a little bit slower, at least for the previous engagement where they could have taken out GK. Still does not mean that it's not going to work out for them. The killer instinct definitely kicked in, though, onto the Rejects team. They went for that as soon as they had the dominant position. GK, of course, could have potentially third party, but they kept 2 players back to make sure they get a heads-up alert on any potential aggression. They would have pulled their players back right there. So well done for the Besiktas team.
I like it, but now they need to continue it. Please do not stop this energy now that we're heading into this next potential zone, into these next few final moments of Miramar. We need that energy to continue. Besiktas running high with 11 eliminations, and IHC looking to maybe pick up one, at least, maybe on towards BHC, as they're taking rotation from the west. I completely forgot about IHC. I feel like we haven't been able to see them. Again, they haven't picked up an elimination. They've been making good rotations. They have all 4 of their players, but now they're looking for those engagements. They're looking for those possible opportunities.
I think the next engagement they're going to take will be on to the likes of D Xavier. We'll see where the zone shifts. Now GK has to mount this defense 3v4 against Besiktas. It's going to be a difficult one. Next circle pops out. Pick your poison. 4 AM. That has the prime position, but a much harder building to crack, and they have 4. Or take the edge of zone on the north side against 3-man team of D Xavier, but not the best position on the map. We'll see what IHC decides to do here. I think it comes down to whichever side they get a knock onto first, potentially. As Train to Kill, GK, and Besiktas also, they have to move into this new zone.
Besiktas still having a couple of bullets just flying past their faces. I see maybe making 1 or 2 connections. They're D Xavier with 5 eliminations. And I mean, looking at their current position over towards that northern side with a little bit of cover to work with, maybe they can make something happen here. It would be fantastic to see them rolling up high. But for Angry Men, now that Geek Fam are out, they can really solidify that pole position. They can really start to build that gap between themselves. And they're currently center zone. I mean, this is as bravado of a play I can see, but IHC might be here to stop the bravado.
Uh-oh. I was saying, whichever side they get a knock on first, it might be the committal. And, oh, Besiktas forced to go down into the open, use whatever rocks, trees that they can as cover. Meanwhile, GK on the north side will swing north. So Besiktas swinging south, GK swinging north. Which team will come out on top? Both teams have a very tough zone entry to breach. FaZe holding down this northern side at this deep dip, and they're doing well for themselves. 4 AM resets up to 4 players. It does not look like a full committal out of the likes of IHC will play out. IHC does lose 1 player in the process too.
IHC making just a little bit of a change, just a little bit of an opportunity to try work in a different angle to this. Besiktas, though, they're feeling the brunt of the action as they are just taking lead after lead after lead right from the barrels of 4 Angry Men. As Train to Kill, they find FaZe Clan, no other than FaZe Clan, as well as GK Esports, who are feeling the pressure now. Going to be interesting to see if Train to Kill can close it up, but it's not going to be the case. Sandesh does go down, and now Savan coming through with a couple of shots, a couple of pressure points that they can poke around here up against GK Esports. Again, they are within center zone. They are fighting against all of the other teams on the outskirts.
Another precise, critical rotation potential win coming out of 4 AM. And not out of it just yet. But with that position and with all the teams having to edge into the wide open, this is as free as can be for 4 AM, I feel like.
Oh, I do want to agree, but I also want to see what Xavier can bring in as they take out FaZe Clan. Lamborghini with the roll-up, running through with 5 eliminations of the total 9 that Xavier currently have. 4 AM still within centers, still applying that pressure to Besiktas. They are reminding me right now of Tim Entertainment over towards a wrangle, just not an opportunity for them to get out. At least this time, the cover's a rock, not a tree.
Yeah, that tree is going to be out in the blue zone soon enough. But Besiktas still managed to keep 4 up. I would have liked to see, with those 4 players, they played a little bit more aggressive against the likes of GK way earlier. They would have picked up some points there. Surprisingly, they're moving down through the smoke. They're getting very close to the likes of 4 AM. 4 AM also worry about IHC. They're getting pushed on both fronts, but IHC taking some shots onto the likes of Besiktas. Still getting pressured, though, by the 4 AM team. 4 AM just weathering this multi-pronged attack, but it's very broken by both sides as they don't have the hard cover. Everybody taking shots at anybody crossing into the open. 4 AM's going to stay up with 4. Oh, this would have been a huge knock if Savan could have connected, because that's the isolated player out of Xavier. Besiktas down to 2. 4 AM need to take care of this without losing too many players. Ideally, not a single one. Xavier looking to third party and strike. They're backed up in a corner. And hold up! Why is the fight not over yet? How many of 4 AM just went down? That's 2, 3 of 4 AM just went down? No, 2 players 4 AM went down. Spawn at critical HP. The other player trying to get the revives. Xavier will strike when it's hot. They're close. 3v3 situation. Savan finally popping off the first aid kit. They might be able to get another revive if they feel the pressure of Xavier slow down a little too much here. No, they'll get one confirmation. We're back to a 3v3. Xavier has the advantage. 4 AM has pushed out of the compound. That fight took too long. 2 knocks onto 4 AM might cost him this chicken dinner here.
Xavier just on the clutch, just on the cusp of getting a winner chicken dinner. It has been long awaited. We want to see that Xavier performance. 4 AM though, not looking to back on down, going for the turkey dinner as Quingshen does go down. Frankie moves on in with at least 1 confirmation and the trade can't be there. Instead it's Savan that will go down and Xavier, they pick up the winner chicken dinner after we have been asking for a performance from them from the beginning of today, from the beginning of yesterday. Finally, they are here to make a showing.
You know what it is, S-Proxy?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it is that led them to that chicken dinner?
Mm-mm.
It's that sub out.
Hey!
It is? Yeah!
Oh my goodness, no way! Yes! Yes!
Yeah!
Let's go! That is exactly it. We were waiting for it, and they've been so quiet. And then we blink, and they've got 11 eliminations. They're suddenly taking on 4 angry men. What is it with our super subs? What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. But man, look at the relief on that player. Not even smiling, because they realize with that win, all it means is that they got even more work to put in. That was pretty much them preventing a nail being, like the last nail being nailed into the coffin. They stopped that, but now they have to break all of those other nails out, rise up from the dead, and try and fight their way into the top 3. And that's going to be hard to do because 4 AM, they didn't get the chicken, but they got another 2nd place finish. But shoutouts to Xavier, another team potentially rising up from the dead. Let's see if they can keep it going.
Xavier pull out a must-have chicken dinner. We could just see it in the player's face. Even though you just busted out a win, 8 eliminations by yourself, you could just see the stress, the relief. Because, man, this squad had a heck of a hole dug for them, but this definitely put quite a bit of dirt in there. I think so. What about you?
2 great matches so far for them. I mean, to be able to top it off here with a 32-point chicken dinner, that is perfect for them. I do have to give some credit, though, for Besiktas. This team is becoming so good in Miramar, Glitter. 12 eliminations, the 3rd place finish for them. That's what you want to see out of Besiktas in Miramar.
They have just been so much stronger today, but so has DX. We're getting a head-to-head now between Lambor and Peace. DX versus Besiktas. And I mean, these are just impressive across the board. 9 elims, 903 damage for 33% of that team contribution. And then the throwables. I mean, we talked about the throwables at the top of the show, how important they were for Geek Fam. And now we're seeing how important they've been for Besiktas, for the other squads. And honestly, you called them out multiple times, Seven. You wanted to see more out of D Xavier. That was a team that from the very beginning of the day you talked about. And now as we take a look at the overall rankings, we can see, one, not only the gap that 4 Angry Men has now created for themselves in first place, but IHC has been very consistent too, and they jump up just barely above T2K.
IHC has definitely been consistent. I mean, they have been willing to frag out too, which has been impressive out of them too. Geek Fam, so far, not really having one of their best days, at least with what we were able to see yesterday. And then here on the second page, look at that big jump up. They were able to jump up into the top 11. This is what this team wanted to set themselves up, because after this game, we're going to be in the halfway point of this week, and they are at least putting themselves in contention here, I would say, to get within the top 5.
This is huge.
Oh, massive, massive. Because if you think about it, if D Xavier have this do the same game, right? Pull up the same numbers that they just did in the last one here in this next game, this squad will jump to 3rd place. That's literally how much of a jump that they just had. That's crazy. And this 3rd place is very, very tight. Now, there's only 20 points between 3rd and 9th right now. So anybody could take it here in this last match. And I guarantee you they do. You want to be setting yourself up in a good position. You have Aaron Gale left here and only 2 more days to go after this. You do not want to put yourself any further behind than you possibly can here, Glitter.
It's true. Honestly, last match of the day is always kind of one of those free-for-all options because, like you're saying, it's an opportunity for some teams at the bottom of the overall to maybe make a last-ditch effort to get some points on the board, but the ones at the top want to be holding on to that position. And we can see from the top performers right now, it's all of the teams that we've been talking about. I mean, now 4 Angry Men absolutely dominating so far today. Geek Fam, though, still the top Aaron Gale performer, so they have an opportunity to close that gap and bounce back just a little bit. And then, as we were just saying, Seven, IHC, wildly consistent. They're up here, and right after them is T2K.
Yeah, look at the eliminations that come out from Geek Fam. I think that's one thing that has definitely been saving them, their performance when it comes to Aaron Gale. I think so far today, they ended up in 12th place, but they were able to at least secure 7 eliminations. And in the most recent one, they ended up with 8 eliminations in that 5th place. So you can see how that elimination and that aggressiveness that we have seen out of them is kind of keeping them up there. But at some point, just like D Xavier did, some of the other teams are going to start stepping it up too. So the aggressiveness, yeah, it's great. We love to see it. I know you love to see it too, Glitter. But I actually want to start seeing some chicken dinners out of them. They currently only have 1, and I feel like this team could definitely have more.
True.
Okay. All right, so I got a couple questions for you. It's the last match of the day. I haven't asked for too many predictions from you guys. I know you got your teams to watch here. But, when it comes to D Xavier, all right, can we see another pop-off performance here? I want a percentage, okay? What do you think is their percentage chance of pulling out a game with more than 10 points, Glitter?
Ooh, more than 10 points?
Oh.
I'm giving it an 88%.
Okay, 7?
100%.
100%.
Not guaranteed.
The confidence.
Wow.
The
okay,
confidence. All right. Well, hey, I see you got a couple teams to watch on there. Tem being one of them. I mean, we saw at the start some good energy from them, and then just silence here. So I'm assuming that's why you have them as your pick, or tell me if I'm
That's
wrong.
exactly on it. I mean, you said exactly what I wanted to say about that team. We just haven't seen them ever since they put up that second place performance in Erangel. They have completely disappeared. And then going back to game lore, I mean, this was a team that we were talking about how their passiveness was going to end up hurting them, especially some of the teams below them were going to be able to step up. Guess what? These Xavier just show what you are supposed to be doing here in PMGC League stage. You're supposed to be going for it. They were able to do it. They passed them. Game lore needs to start switching the strategies. Glitter.
Okay, so you're looking for some of the teams that have been struggling to bounce back, and I am on the flip side of that. I'm looking at the teams that have been doing well. I want them to close out the day strong so that they can head into day 3 with some momentum under their belt. So I'm looking at Four Angry Men, I'm looking at Besiktas, and I'm looking at D Xavier. Okay, you asked for that percentage, Jukes. I gave it 88%.
Yes.
I need them to make me look smart now.
For real.
Okay.
100%.
All right, come on. D Xavier, pull up or shut up. It's the last game here of the day, and we are about to be at the halfway point of this tournament. 1 match left. You do not want to be in a tough position. GK is another one that I'm going to have my eye on right here, because this is a squad that has been performing kind of wishy-washy right now. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, after the start of yesterday, I mean, they had such a massive lead. We thought that, oh man, this may be a squad that just can run away with this. But then just after that 7, it's just been pitfall after pitfall. Why do you think that is?
Nothing's currently working out for them. I mean, since match, what was it, 4th, they haven't really had any performance higher than what they were able to possibly get just now, which was 6 placement points, 1 elimination. We're not seeing any eliminations out of them, which at least yesterday we got a chance to see some when they got those back-to-back chicken dinners, right? They ended up with a 5, and then they ended up with a 13. None of that is happening right now. They're currently dying down, and I think that's why they might be trying to go for those placement points. They might have been switching that solid just to get something going their way.
Let me ask you this, Glitter, right? When it comes to GK, do you think that the reason why their performance is faulting is it because they're performing worse than they did at the start, or the other teams are performing better?
I mean, I think it's mostly themselves. When you look at the stats, they're just not putting up the same numbers on any of the maps that they did well. So it's not like it's a map specific performance thing. It's not like it's a time of day specific thing. They're not burnt out, or maybe they are. I don't know. Maybe they can't. It's the full weekend stretch that's starting to tax them a little bit. But I think that they're very capable of bouncing back. They just need to at least get something under their belt that's a little bit better than what they've been doing, so that they can set themselves up better for tomorrow. Or if they don't, just be prepared to review those VODs. Make sure that you can make your adjustments from day to day, which is actually what we've seen a lot of the teams that struggled on day 1 doing here today. It's why they're doing better. And I also, we're seeing that here in this recap. I had also mentioned earlier about FaZe. They haven't been getting the chicken dinner, so we haven't been talking about them as consistently, but they have at least put themselves in a solid placement. They've gotten some eliminations on the board, and overall, they're at least setting themselves up for a little bit better performance than somebody like the GKs of the world. So they got to do something. These days fly by.
I was going to say with FaZe, I would like to see a little bit more of consistency in regards to placement. We see a big up and down between them. They go either 13th, and then they're able to make it within the top 5, top 6. Yeah, and then it goes back to 13. A bit more consistency. We know that you guys can get the eliminations, but just give us some better placement, please.
It just seems to be that just constant balance, right? It has to be both if you want to make it in the top 3. You have to get an insane amount of elims and placements points. This isn't the PUBG Mobile of 2018 where you could just go and just sit for zones and try to get some points, you know? Here, you got to make some moves, and you got to get those elims too. And it's crazy to see just a stark difference in so many of the squads, right? You see some have a whole bunch of placement points, some heavy on eliminations. And I think at the end of the day, it's those eliminations that give you that little extra bump up. But hey, you know what? We got the last match. I know you guys could hear us talk all day long, and that's what you want. But it's time to get the game, okay? So why don't we go ahead and get this last match started and send it on over one last time for today to Zute and us Proxy.
Well, we're here to close out the day. From day 1 to day 2. Very different. In this roller coaster of a ride, I feel like it's only going to continue. We're starting to see shines of brightness from teams that were looking kind of like almost dead in the water. Xavier just now with that super sub coming in and an immediate chicken dinner, and not an easy one by any means. They had to fight their way through towards the end through quite a few tough opponents. There was FaZe Clan, and then there was also 4AM that they had to contend with at the very end. I think it's shaping up to be the next 2 days. Things are going to still change and shake things up.
Oh, we like to see it. Again, we were talking about that halfway marker, getting to that halfway point, waiting for those teams to step it up, waiting for them to showcase what they have available, and at the very least, getting that momentum rolling. Because, like Lita mentioned, these 2 days that are after today, they run fast. These maps run quick, and we've seen teams literally drop from 1st place down to 6th place. We've seen teams going up from that exact polarizing effect. So there is still an opportunity for a massive comeback. I mean, like, you know, Hot Jukes mentioned, 30 points from 3rd to 9th. That is one potential game. We've seen teams literally put up nearly that amount of eliminations alone.
And also, many teams will be getting 0 points throughout the courses of the next few games coming up. Well, we have 1 game here, but we still got like 12 more to go. Even the top teams can, you know, run into a little bit of a whoopsie and then score a 0. So that 30 points, it is quite easily closable by anybody still. So we'll see how this last match goes. Players are getting prepped and ready. FaZe has been... I think FaZe is like one of those teams just like on the cusp of getting their chicken dinner. They've been playing so well. I feel like the entirety of today just not managing to get that final chicken dinner in, however.
It's weird because we have them in that conversation. We know that they're, you know, in the vicinity, like in that last Murmur. We know that they were in top 4, top 5. We know they're there. They're making that appearance. But it's almost similar to what we were talking about with Xavier. They've also been making it up into those top placements, and we just haven't felt that impact yet because they're not getting those winner chicken dinners. This all has been broken down already by the analysts, but they just said such nice words. I had to say it again.
Yeah.
So now we need FaZe to make that approach. We've seen them take those engagements, especially on towards a wrangle. Let's get a little bit of that energy back. Let's see that real FaZe performance come through.
You know, actually, I'm taking a look at the leaderboards. A team that I want to get the chicken dinner more than any team is actually IHC. And it's not because, you know, they was shit in the first place, but looking at the first page leaderboards, from first place down, okay, 3 chicken dinners for 4 Angry Men, 1 for Geek Fam, 0 for IHC, and then immediately following behind IHC in terms of chicken dinners, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1. Everyone on the front page has had at least 1 chicken dinner besides IHC.
That... I mean, we were talking about Geek Fam yesterday. They were also managing to bring in such a beautiful performance without getting that winner chicken dinner. So it's about that consistency, man. Bringing in those placements, bringing in those fantastic, you know, eliminations. Even if they're not getting you to that winner chicken dinner, if it's helping you make that stand, if it's helping you get to that 2nd, that 3rd, that 4th place, you're getting those points. And they've been active at the very least. They have been a consistent mention. There has been a few slow moments for them. There has been a few times we were like, okay, where's our IHC? You know, we just got used to you being all fantastic and all amazing. Bring it back. But they did. And now the question stands for the rest of the teams. Who else is going to be joining the fray? Who else is going to be picking it up? Train to Kill. They've fallen out of the top 3. We need them to catch up to IHC now. It's only 1 point, but still.
Yeah, not just Train to Kill, but if you look all the way down to 6th place, right? Besiktas, with that really good performance, they are only 12 points away from IHC, who's sitting in 3rd. Right, 12 points. not that big of a point difference either. We did have a very eastern plane path, by the way, and the first circle all the way to the west. Yeah, the center's,
Of course it is.
Yeah, center's right on. Basically, center's like right below the western part of the. Ooh, having a brain fart here. What's that mountain called? Mount Everest.
Everest?
Yeah, that's what we call it here.
Everest.
Yeah, right on the western edge of Everest is pretty much the center of the zone. So I want to see which team does take Mount Everest and how that plays out. But with the first circle, so much space left to be played, and everybody's pretty much looting on the east side, and if anybody's looting the west, they're not even there yet. And we're 3.5 minutes in.
And it's making those rotations, right? I mean, everyone's still having to loot up. Everyone's not in a position really to sit up on top of Everest because, well, guess what? There's no loot waiting for you there. So it's about that team that is able to loot up quicker. That's that team that maybe dropped a little bit sooner. That can take that rotation on in. Even if you take a look at like Vivo Keed, as we can beautifully see here, right alongside Everest, but there's no reason they're going to be taking Everest right now because I see a revolver.
Yeah, no, he's going to hold Mount Everest with a revolver. That's what he's going to do.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I mean, easy pickings. I mean, we're talking about the showdown here. We just need those hay bales and a little bit of and then we're perfect.
Imagine.
But no.
One man controlling the entire of Everest with the revolver. He just doesn't miss. That's how he's going to be able to do it. Furious Gaming with a very, very fast rotation here. I think this team is done looting, and they're going for their first rotation of the match. I feel like they're rotating in deep to the west and looting somewhere, and then working from, the west side in, rather than, looting up and then constantly working from the east end, where a majority of teams are going to be working from. Xavier also with a quick rotation, but of course they got to loot Pachinki, a place with a lot more loot. They should be better looted than the likes of Furious Gaming, and they'll also be ahead of Furious Gaming since they start off in Pachinki. Furious Gaming more further east of that. So a lot of teams prioritizing a very fast rotation given the polar opposites of the plane path and the zone.
Furious Gaming. A little bit close up to Everest. I don't know if they're going to be stopping here or, like you said, just moving on a little bit more towards the west, maybe heading into Georgia Pool, potentially for a little bit of looting opportunities. Just sticking to the ridgeline for the time being very aware of what could be happening in the vicinity. A few compounds right up ahead, but those compounds might be taken by Xavier.
A second too late. I don't know if he spotted the... Oh, well, even if he
knows
didn't...
now.
Oh, no!
No!
He swings out the bike. Too much momentum. And Fernan will go down. It doesn't happen too often, but it is a mechanic. It does happen. These players do need to be aware of that and not get off the vehicle so quickly. Furious Gaming, with such a fast rotation, they wanted this compound. They weren't going to hold Everest. They wanted they wanted some more loot, and that was a perfect compound to do it in. But we saw Xavier leaving Pachinki just as fast, and they will beat Furious Gaming to that spot. Such minute timings can change the course of a team's entire performance for a map, and that was a crucial moment right there. And fortunately for Furious Gaming, they drew the short end of the stick.
I am seeing a few marks there on towards Everest. We are waiting for that question. Who's going to be one of the first teams to actually take it? And it looks like Rejects. They're still in the vehicles, though. Doesn't seem like they've planted their flag, but they are in the vicinity. Might be holding on to that one. Moving on in from that eastern side, so hopefully they will be well looted up into this potential opportunity. We have a few more teams heading to the northern side of the zone. As we can see, Tem Entertainment and Train to Kill getting closer and closer to shooting range. Running right past a few lovely opportunities and a few lovely potential positions. But Tem Entertainment, what more from them? Again, those shining moments. We've had those glimmers of hope for Tem Entertainment, but they've had a rough start. I mean, we started off with a wrangle with them literally just hiding behind a holy tree.
4AM making a big adjustment from yesterday. They're no longer taking that western bridge because last time Geek Fam camped them out and they lost the fight. So they swung all the way to the east and in, and timing-wise, it works out because IHC was just about to take the bridge too. So that could have been another fight on the bridge for 4AM, but IHC, they play a little bit slower. They're still looting in Nova. IHC, does not care about the circle whatsoever. They're just gonna come in with fully kitted like gear, ammo, weapons, scopes, and they'll fight their way in like they always do. Rejects, they do have control, or they did have control of Mount Everest, but looking like they want to get somewhere more central. I don't blame them necessarily, Mount Everest. You know, a hard position to kind of hold and lock down. Sometimes you do get pushed from both sides, which makes things tricky. So they're going to play a compound instead.
I mean, it works out. So, you know, a little bit of a change up here for Rejects. They want to make sure that they're absolutely fully kitted. Oh, look at this setup here, though. Nongshim Red Force, they have taken that rotation in, jumped out of the vehicles just a little bit because they've seen a few stragglers in the form of 4 angry men making that rotation, looking for that revenge on the previous wrangle with what we had in the valley that 4 AM set up. This time around, however, Nongshim Red Force just a tad too far to actually make those connections. And so at the very least, they get that information. They know where there's another team making that rotation in. But it doesn't matter because the zone has favored the northern side. We are looking at shooting range, we are looking at ruins, even just the eastern portion of Georgiapol, the western portion of Rozhok, the sunken city. That's going to be where our zone is heading.
That's a hard shift and a half for sure. Problem is, there's like not a lot of bridges to go up to the north if it does go up to the north. So teams got to decide now which way you want to play it, north or south. You could be, you know, 200 IQ and play Rozhok, right? Which gives you, you know, north or south for the next shift. But if it goes anywhere to the west, all of a sudden, you're going to have to fight through multitudes of teams. This circle, very tricky. This one's very difficult for teams to navigate and figure out, especially given the way it shifted, right? It also puts in the dynamic of the southwest side of the zone. Going to be so packed full of teams now.
And again, in the back of their minds, they thought, well, the last time we thought it was heading north, it went all the way to Los Higos. So, what do we do now? How do we take this one now? I mean, west, north, east, south, every single cardinal position is a potential, and every single cardinal position is a gamble for these teams to make. So, Xavier now picking up a little bit of action here over towards Georgiapol. They need to be quick about this. We know there's a lot of teams moving on into the center. Ravi's now moving on in, finding that connection. Game Lords out here in the containers trying to use the vicinity, the territory to their advantage, and they need to. And remember, down out of the disadvantage, we've got a few teams rolling in. It needs to close up.
1-for-1 trade there. Oh, Rejects find themselves back onto Mount Everest, controlling the eastern side, which is probably the better position given the circle. But they are fighting against Geek Fam. This team, Geek Fam, they've been not as consistent as day one, I would have to say for sure, running into a bit more trouble. But I don't feel like that's because of Geek Fam's performance. That's more so because the other team's performance has increased since day one. And so now Geek Fam are kind of falling behind. It looked like they did pressure out the side of the Rejects team, or maybe they disengaged a little bit. 4 AM, meanwhile, on the southern side, we will get to see how 4 AM plays now without those precise, crucial rotations. They're going to have to be working and fighting their way in, which is the 4 AM playstyle of old. Let's see if they still got it. They're going to start off against GD Gids, getting 1 knock, looking like it might be a confirmed elimination as well.
4 AM just circling on around, so not an immediate investment from them just yet, but they know what's at stake for them. They know what a journey they have to take, maybe even scouting out a potential a little bit somewhere else. There's the IHC making that rotation on in, finding Nongshim Red Force, saying hello, how do you do? Sending through a few lead packages, not making the connections just yet, but the damage that IHC has been taking from that blue zone, you can see the HP bars, they're just below half. Feeling a little hurt, they're not feeling that great about the rotation, and now again that zone shifting more towards the west.
Ooh, 4 AM gets another opening here. They're going to continue the pressure. 2 players isolated, 1 already knocked. A pre-cooked nade by Allen. Going to try and slow things down. 4 AM get the confirmation onto 1. Allen with the nade. Oh, that was actually a flash. My eyes blinded. Think they're going to pick this one onto Allen, though. And now that is Genesis Dogma with only 2 members up. I mean, this is 4 a.m. without the zone. Just as deadly. 3 eliminations already, looking to pick up more. For those that have been watching 4 a.m. play in the previous matches, saying they've just gotten zone blessed, that's how they're winning, that's how they're doing well, we'll see how they do in this one. They might not get the chicken, but if they can rack up the points, that's just consistency.
Oh, absolutely. We can see a storm is brewing. There's a storm brewing behind me, and it might be the 4 angry men, or it might be another team around the corner to take that position, to take that winner chicken dinner. GK Esports, hello. Welcome. Gaith picking up something towards Nongshim Red Force. It's not a confirmation, but it is a knock. You can see they're reaching on in all the way from Ruins just to the outskirts of Sunken City, finding another knock. Looking for those confirmations. Potentially they can find them. Oh, look at the split. They've got 1-1 split for the last remaining members that are still alive here from Nongshim Red Force. All of those reses onto one head as Gold just has to make a rotation on in, maybe be a distraction. Give their teammates that opportunity to get out of this position.
Man, Nongshim Red Force just constantly in the toughest of positions. I feel like every time the camera's on them, they're just fighting a very steep uphill battle. Covered in blue, their vehicles are blown up. GK, probably one of the strongest positions to gatekeep from, are there gatekeeping them. Yikes. Nongshim. We'll see how far they could get in this match. Meanwhile, everyone else is pretty much settled into zone, whether it be near center or on the edges. They're going to wait for the next circle shift to make their play. The Rejects team is still pretty much in a stalemate with Geek Fam. They're both on that Mount Everest on the southwest. You see that now, and that's the circle I was scared about, that I was worried about. It shifts north once again. Now the 2 bridges, it's going to get deadly. Not just the bridges. There's going to be a lot of players playing beneath the bridges as well.
A few trolls under the bridges, potentially. But there's not a lot of options for them here at this point in time. I mean, you've got 2 bridges, yes. Feels like a main island versus a military island, but here we go. Already it's happening. Rejects literally running themselves with the vehicles into the water. Frankie making a swim now as well, waiting to see if Rejects have spotted them out. Gaith,
oh my gosh.
Hello. GK Esports not letting up on the pressure here. Nongshim Red Force not having an opportunity. And now, as we were talking about the trolls under the bridge, here come 4 angry men.
And not just 4 angry men, here comes another team right over the top of the bridge. It's gonna be Geek Fam. Geek Fam, the one team that's gonna be like, cars aren't meant to go in water. This is silly people. We're gonna drive right across and take a prime position on the other side. Meanwhile, these bridge trolls will duke it out with each other. This is 4 a.m. versus the Rejects and DXavier. DXavier popping in the boat and out of the boat. It is all out mayhem here, trying to take a head count. 4 a.m. 2 knocked, 2 up. Rejects here with 3 players, all 3 up. And DXavier, it's a 3-way fight. DXavier only have 2 players, one of them which is knocked. Frankie in the boat getting some heal in. Ching Chen trying to pop up to take some shots, but they don't even know where the players are. Popping back and forth. He will get one out of the boat, and now it's Frankie coming up to take one back onto Ching Chen. Ching Chen gets knocked, and Rejects are here also in the mix of things. And Vivo-Key, Adrian just watching this like, what is going on over there? Lamborghini now popping up, taking shots at 3 of Rejects, and they're back in the water, back into the car. I'll end that off with just laughing.
You were afraid of this chaos? I wanted this chaos. We had a crazy wrangle.
Oh, he's got a nade.
Murmur.
Oh.
Yes, this could be huge. If it bounces off, it could find 4 angry men. It's going to be off target, though. So 4 angry men will stay alive. I don't know how, but again, GK Esports in the conversation up against you with Furious Gaming. Do not find that drop shot as Gaith goes down, and there's a turnaround now as Ragnar just manages to find that pixel in. Trigger, going down. Milo still up, but for how much longer? The answer is going to be 0. GK Esports, hello. Welcome. We've been missing you.
Yeah, GK in a great spot at that tower, but Circle's going to go north again. They're going to have to commit to a bridge crossing of some sort. I love how Geek Fam just drove over the top when all 3 other teams full-sended it in. But Geek Fam, they lost a player. That top position it might be in the center of a circle, it might be decent, but when you're surrounded, that's a lot of sightlines looking down on you, so GeekFam can't even control that as dominantly as they want. And this troll bridge battle continues, and it's, look at this. I tried to take this, you know, play-by-play seriously, but at some point, like, I'm just like, this is ridiculous. Why am I even? We just cue the.
They haven't moved.
Cue the Clown Fiesta music. That's the backdrop you need for that engagement there. Like, I mean, there's millions of dollars on the line, but I'm sorry, it is just there's what 12 around 12 players there, just popping in and out of vehicles, throwing things in and out of vehicles, getting into the vehicles to take the heals, popping up for a sec to take the shot. It's, oh man.
It's ridiculous. And they haven't moved. They haven't had an opportunity to get any sort of answer to this engagement because Vivo Keed also, they're looking for their answer in Savan. 4 angry men. How do they even still have an opportunity to keep themselves alive?
4AM, yeah, 4AM's actually up with 4. I thought for sure everybody would be taking casualties down to 2 at least. Next circle, I mean, it keeps them in zone so they can continue to keep doing this. They do have to watch out for Game Lords though. Game Lords might decide to join them. Meanwhile, in the midst of all this just Clown Fiesta chaos, we have IHC working methodically from the north, doing good old PUBG Mobile action. Still 0 eliminations, but they're in a good position to strike in. And that's a car that just flew somewhere. Not sure where. Rejects,
the game.
They still have a car to get into for healing's purposes. So 4AM up with 4. The Xavier is still here. Same with the Rejects. And here comes Game Lord. They will do the smart thing though and not just drive in. Or actually, maybe the smart thing was to drive in. Actually, they could stay there for a little bit. Tim Entertainment not in the zone. They'll be relieved of that pressure pretty soon.
Oh, Game Lords, though, this is the problem, right? As soon as they make that rotation, either they find themselves up against Tem Entertainment or they find themselves up against Vivo Keed, who we can't forget are still downriver from their position. They have a beautiful line of sight as to what's been happening here. They just haven't made that move because, well, they're out of zone. They don't want to draw attention to themselves, but they're still in contention. They know exactly all of these shenanigans that are happening under the bridge.
I'm just trying to, like, figure out how I'm gonna go about casting the next couple minutes of this fight down here, because it's only gonna get more chaotic. Because Vivo Keed is here now, joining in. Game Lords is here, joining in, and it's just
Train to kill.
Oh, I think 4AM might be done here. 4AM down to 1, and Nade comes in. I think it's all up to Good Shout. Good Shout does get into a vehicle to go for the heal, and Rejects are going to come in. That nade is good. There's still actually one more up for 4AM. 4AM finally taken out by Vivo Keed, and now it's the Rejects and D Xavier. The team with 4 will go out, will bow out. Finally, one team eliminated from being the Bridge Trolls.
Frankie's still here, man. You can't count them out. D Xavier, Rejects, they've been holding onto this bridge. Now they can say longer than the 4 angry men. They are the OGs under this bridge, and they are not looking to let go anytime soon. Genesis Dogma Gids making a rotation under a bridge of their own, but Tem Entertainment might have spotted them out. Vivo Keed, oh, it's a beautiful nade onto Frankie. D Xavier down to only 1. Whereas Rejects, they're still up with 2, potentially even 3. They could get that res. This is going to come down to the wire for all of these teams because, again, that zone is the determining factor. It has shifted off. That bridge, not in zone.
Yeah, it goes north once again. IHC on the northern side with 4. Train to kill, playing from the compound. Will be able to keep 4 up. Tem Entertainment, weathering the storm on the south side, will also have 4. There's actually quite a few players left alive for a zone this small. We have 35 remaining, 12 teams still fighting for their points here.
Talk about a final zone. We've got, unfortunately, Frankie now going down. D Xavier, their numbers are dwindling down to only 1 swimming member. I wouldn't say moving, but here it comes. Tem Entertainment putting in the fire, finding Genesis Dogma Gids. IHC finally picking up those eliminations. They're looking for that first one. Bevy down in the water now, having to swim up to catch up to Genesis Dogma Gids. as all of Tim's members are in the water.
Yeah, Tim having to swim it through. Tim
Ooh.
down to 2. They're making progress, however. They do get 1 right there. Genesis Dogma still trying to come in from behind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bridge, a nade flies through, does connect onto one of the Rejects players. The Vine is knocked. Duello swimming towards that car. He spots off another member, IHC. No confirmed points just yet, but Train to Kill is hurt heavily. However, Besiktas on the other side of things, pressuring down IHC from completely finishing out the fight with Train to Kill. And as that battle ensues, the bridge contestant is still there. Hold on, one player of D Xavier right in front of you, Ray J. D Xavier, he misses the shots. And oh, he's not down yet. He's still alive with 1 HP. He's going to swim around, try and go for the flank to get the pincer in onto the Rejects team, because the Rejects team are getting pushed by Vivo Keed as well. Ray J is good for 1. He's good for, no, almost good for 2. And the third party from across the side, Tem Entertainment taking shots. We still have GK swimming in the middle of all that chaos. And IHC still doing IHC things. Besiktas, this is the time to strike. Oh, the re-knock, though, is good. Once Besiktas gets this revive, if they're feeling the confidence, they can maybe swing around and take IHC's position. Next zone will shift, though, before anything or any of that could happen. So that will change how things play out for the Besiktas team, potentially.
Oh, GK Esports still just down to only Satan. D Xavier in the midst of all of that chaos did go down eventually. Unfortunately, 1 HP is not a lot to work with. Vivo Key, they have been quiet. They've been moving up of the river. One of the only teams that are still living from this crazy bridge contention, and it doesn't look like they have a lot of time left either. CeeLo down to a sliver of HP. CeeLo might be going down alongside the rest of their team, but here it is. Besiktas, one of the teams that have got such a good amount of numbers. The only other team with 3 players is FaZe, and look at where FaZe currently find themselves.
Yeah, FaZe has been working that shack position for the entirety of all this chaos. That one shack hardcover playing in huge. Geek with a tricky little 1-1 split. They'll be able to get cross angles the second a team passes by them. But down to 2, I don't think they're going to strike. Oh, Darude actually goes down.
Ooh.
So Geek Fam now down to a solo. I don't think he's going to do anything. Just going to try and play extremely quiet. Let everyone else duke it out. IHC has managed to push across and take out the one team. But now Besiktas will strike on this new circle shift, and they will do what I was saying. They could wrap around and take out the side of IHC. Besiktas is in a great position now. FaZe still with 3. Teams have to watch out for them because they managed to keep 3 up using that shack to very, very optimal progress.
Besiktas, they get that confirmation onto Vivo Keed. We're down to only 4 remaining teams, but Lycan, that nade will head on through. The only problem with that shack is it gives you your targets, your enemies, quite an easy target to go through. Just send in the nades. They're going to be connecting one way or another. Ventores up with his teammate now, trying to keep the FaZe name running high. Tony K looking for an opportunity as Besiktas make their move in from the ridgeline. They have an opportunity over towards GeekFam, to FaZe, and to Tem Entertainment, but I don't know if they're aware of Snipes.
Oh, Snipes in such a good spot as a solo player to just continue to stay alive. I don't think Besiktas realizes it's a 3v1v1. There's only solos left. However, if one player gets a knock onto Besiktas and then Snipes springs up and takes down another, it brings it down to a 1v1. Besiktas, though, looking very confident, looking very strong. They got to be a little bit careful here, though. They do leave their flank player that's covering the wider range of angles alone by himself. This gives a chance for Snipes to make a move, to make a knock, and get the thirst. Playing it so quiet and slow, yeah. Snipes definitely knows that Besiktas player is there, but Snipes is not going to give away his position. There's the knock. That's one player Besiktas knocks. Will Snipes make his play now? I think he's going to wait one more zone, however. The stalemate will continue. Ventores, low and quiet. Snipes gets back down, deciding to play quiet. It's going to be a very tense final zone for all of these teams involved. We're actually down to 3. I didn't catch it. So it's Venturas and Snipes versus the likes of Besiktas now.
Besiktas getting that closure onto Tem Entertainment, and unfortunately for Snipes, they don't have that information, but for Besiktas, they have the numbers advantage. If they can leverage that, if they can catch out these solos, they can close this one out as the only team that we can call a team right now. It is just them versus the solos. And Venturas and Snipes not in a position to really work off of one another, especially now that Besiktas has moved into the southern position.
Surely they spot out Venturas here. I don't think Venturas is even fully in the grass. Besiktas playing it careful though. There we go. Yeah, Venturas was not even fully in the grass there. So all Peace needed to do is peek on out a little bit more. What could have been a potential loss for Besiktas there when one of their players got knocked will turn into a pretty dominant chicken dinner, I'd say. Snipes, no zone to work with, 1v3 against 3 players on the high ground, all holding a wider range of angles. Snipes is actually going to do the smart thing, and deny the point completely.
Yes.
Definitely a thing you want to do against Besiktas, because Besiktas is a contender for sure now for that top 3. And any extra point that you can stop from them, like for them to attain, it's going to work out better, especially for the likes of Geek Fam, who are trying to hold that top 3.
Besiktas, we were just reveling in the fantastic individual prowess that they showcased yesterday. That clutch on Murmur left us shaking. But today, this is a dominating performance. On the last map of the day, Besiktas bring in a performance that make us ponder, that make us think about them as the next contender. They've moved up into 6th position from that last map. Now this one, to add on into that tally, to add on to their already well-crafted placement, this is an opportunity that Besiktas have been waiting for.
Yeah, that is momentum running on high from a 3rd place finish with good amount of eliminations onto Miramar to a 1st place finish with 10 eliminations, putting in the damage numbers as well. And that zone was not an easy one for anybody, but Besiktas ultimately, they navigated it and they had the most distance traveled, so they rotated for their position towards the end game. That was day number 2, a lot of new storylines to be had. Geek Fam with a good finish as well towards the very end. But it will be Besiktas coming out on top for the final game of the day. And we still got 2 more days to go.
And Besiktas, right at the end of the day, bounced back in a major way. 25 total points right here in the last match as we hit the halfway mark here in this tournament here. Tem Entertainment also putting some nice points on the board. Geek Fam coming out strong as the last one here for the day. I mean, Seven, what are your thoughts here as we wrap up day number 2 here for Group Yellow?
I'm very impressed with the Besiktas. The way they were able to win that game, I mean, they rotated fast into the circle from the northeast to the west. And then on top of that, they decided to crash into 2 players from T2K without even thinking about it. They were all sending it. They went for it. They were able to get that compound. And another thing that I actually enjoyed was that they left Ceci behind, scouting for IHC. So wonderful plays there out of Besiktas. And I felt like this is what we wanted to see out of them, Glitter, because they had such a great performance today.
Yeah, I'm glad they were able to close out the day because, you know, that's going to mean a lot for their momentum heading into tomorrow. But as we have the players to watch here, I mean, 30 elims on Micah for Geek, over 5,200 damage, and then we've got the 13 assists on Ching Chen. And I mean, this is just one of those days where we kind of got completely different people to talk about when it comes to the squads, but the individuals still are on top 7.
They are, and 4 Angry Men stay on top with those 3 chicken dinners total. Look at that, 145 points. Geek Fam, though, being able to bring it back, 136, making that gap not too big. And then Besiktas Esports being able to move up as well with that chicken dinner that they just got with 120 points. All these teams are very close. IHC Esports, I mean, between Besiktas and IHC Esports, they had an amazing performance today. Oh, obviously, 4 Angry Men did as well. And GK, I feel like GK Esports, I kind of don't want to keep on burning them, but I mean, it's just going to keep happening. This team has not woken up since yesterday, Glitter.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens tomorrow with them, but I'm looking at the rankings here, and 3rd to 8th right now is only separated by 29 points. We can see that Vivo moves up a little bit, shifts some things around, but nothing too crazy. And we heard the casters talking about it. We mention it all the time. 29 points is one good chicken dinner. So right now things are still very close. It's still anybody's game. Even people that are currently TEM Entertainment moves up to 13th. 13th still within striking distance of 11th and getting into that safety zone, if you will. So going into tomorrow, nothing is set in stone in any way, shape, or form. There's still going to be, or the teams are still going to need some really big performances to keep themselves safe.
From 11th to 15th, the point difference is only 14. I mean, that's just one game, and people can move up.
Yeah, this one's going to be super tight-knit here. Day number 3, I think, is going to be the most important day of this tournament. It's going to be important for some of those teams at the top to create a big enough gap to just say, hey, we got this, you know, and for those teams at the bottom to just bounce back in a major way. It's close. It can be done. So for everybody out there, make sure you mark your calendars. Tell every single person you know, because you know tomorrow is going to have that heat. And if it continues like this, Glitter, the last day is going to be nothing but amazing, glorious toxicity. What do you think?
The back and forth. I'm here for the back and forth. And we talk about this too. No team wants to be the team that's relying on the final 6 matches to make or break their chances in continuing on in this tournament. So tomorrow will arguably be that much more important because that's the last remaining safety net you have. You have to do something big tomorrow, create a little bit of a cushion, and set yourself up well for that last day because it will be insanity, like you're saying, Jukes.
Yep. Furious Gaming, by the way, Furious Gaming, I'm looking at you, okay? You keep bouncing back and forth there, 11th place, 10th place. Hopefully tomorrow you guys can make it consistent and figure out if you want to be in the top 11 or if you're going to just keep on slipping away as some of the other teams start stepping it up.
That's what I love so much about this tournament, especially this group, is I love the fact that any single one of these teams, we know that they can pop off, and they have, right? We've seen so many different squads here have just little signs of glory, and I think it's just going to take just one day where just one just busts out massive consistency, and they're going to run away with this thing. But so far, I mean, 4 Angry Men have been proven to be that squad to saying, hey, we are the heavy hitters here. Do you see another team that could possibly, you know, maybe snag first place away from them? 7, who do you think would be 4 Angry Men's biggest threat?
Geek Fam. I mean, the team is just aggressive. If they can narrow down their aggressiveness and just save that maybe aggressiveness for a little bit till later into the game, I think they can not only get a chicken dinner, they can steal a lot of eliminations from other teams and possibly try to break that record that they were able to, let's see, who was it earlier? I can't remember at the top of my head. The team that was able to break over 20 eliminations. Oh, that's right. It's Reject in Miramar.
That's right. All right. Well, you know what? Speaking, we're talking about 4 Angry Men. It looks like we have one of the players that we're going to have an interview with. I am so hyped for it, guys. Get excited. Give a round of applause for 4 Angry Men and our host, Blinky.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe?
Soon?
The suspense.
欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人 Linky， 站到我身旁的是来自 4M 的珊珊。Welcome to the interview. I'm Linky. This is Sansan Swan from 4M. Could you please say hello and introduce yourself to everyone?
大家好，我是来自 4M 的珊珊。
确实，再次欢迎一下珊珊。首先要恭喜一下 4M 今天连吃2击，现在的分数是位居第一。那么昨天经历了一个高开低走，想必应该是做了一些调整。今天连吃2击，今天做了一些哪些调整呢？
So our first question is about, so we have met some obstacles in Sparkle yesterday, but today we have shown a very good performance. So we are wondering about what he has done to make a better performance.
今天主要就是打法上还有心态上进行了一些改变，然后可能在打法上会更激进一点，然后打得会更找回自己的感觉一点。
终于也是找回了自己的感觉啊，延续了昨天第1局的这种激进的打法。其实仔细看来的话，今天的雨林地图是吃到了第1击，在昨天的雨林地图，听说失利影响到了你们自己的一个心态和状态。那么还有一句话，就从哪里跌倒从哪里爬起。今天是进行了一个究极的大绕运营，从这个绕了一圈，从西侧进入，当时的一个运营思路是怎样的？跟大家分享一下。
So Sansan Swan has told us that he has made some practical method in order to make a better performance, in order to find his own unique ways to perform in this game. And the host question is about, so after he had made some obstacles in the sand hook yesterday, but today has showed a very well performance comparing with yesterday. So what he has achieved in this process?
就是本来雨林图的战术就是。 可能会盲扎会往里挤，就是找圈点会多一点。但今天的话，因为圈型的一个原因，可能会偏向运营一点，然后就找了一个人可能少一点的地方进圈。
Okay, so just like he has some more rounds thought or some spot to find out, and then he changed some ways, and also he finds some special ways to get in the entrance, which there were few people there.
是，大家也都一直知道，我们的 4M 是一路走来非常的不容易，尤其是拿到季赛这样一个门票，是经过了一个纠结的追分之旅，也是同样在今天进行了一个大追分，现在是积分第一。那么明天就不一样了，明天会产生一个抗压的状态，并且是把这种分数逐渐的去和后面的队伍扩大。明天该怎么打
？So next question about, so we have escalating the remarks for the several months before, but right now he has enjoyed a very good performance and ranks today. So tomorrow, like what he will do to maintain this kind of momentum to get a good remarks.
明天其实还好，没有太大压力，因为我们队伍一直的心态跟选手大家的想法都是，大家以一个 冲锋者还有一个追分者的姿态去迎接每一场比赛。
是的，用一个冲锋者的姿态啊。其实我们回忆到上一次这个参加世界赛是在2020年，那么时隔2年，再一次回到了世界赛的舞台，感觉怎么样
？So what for Sansan Swan has told us that, so for tomorrow's game he has no pressure at all. He will use his unique method to compete for the next competition. And also the host question about, like, it has been 2 years since he last competed in this competition. So what kind of the method and mind he will do to perform and prepare for tomorrow's game?
还好，其实因为2年没打，然后这一次回来打季赛也换了队友嘛，然后也换了很多，就是战队里的东西、战术啊、打法之类的，就感觉还是熟悉的感觉吧，就是各种情况。
Sansan Swan's reply is about, first, he's very familiar with this game, and second, he will use some practical method along with the teamwork of his teammates, and also he felt no pressure at all. He will maintain his good performance.
确实是非常的不容易。那么，请海外的很多的网友、很多粉丝一路的非常支持我们 4M， 也是支持33。那么最后有没有什么话想要对他们说？
So the last question for him is about, there are many people and fans around the world who support him, Sansan Swan. So what will he say to his fans around the world?
尽力吧，然后雅加达见。
Okay, He will try his best, and also we will meet you in Jakarta and Indonesia in the future.
尽力就好，我们也是非常的感谢33接受我采访，也是希望 4M 能够在今明两天有更好的一个成绩，继续加油。
Okay, so lastly, thanks for his competition and for his perform for tonight. So thanks for your coming.
好的，那么以上就采访的全部内容了，我们把画面给到解说席。
And we're back. Okay, we finally get to hear from one of the 4 angry men. 7. What was your biggest takeaway from that interview?
I love that he answered the question about Sandhog because it's literally the exact same thing that I pointed out. The way they rotated into that circle, the way they were able to find a wild rotation. And he was talking about that they had to do something weird to get into that circle. And I'm glad that we got to hear that from that player.
Better?
Well, for me, honestly, it was the mindset. We talk about this a lot. He was unruffled, okay? He said they're going to change whatever they need to change, but not worry about it. He was very confident in his individual ability and his team's ability, which is massive to not only have that trust in your squad, but know that even if you've got a few hiccups along the way, it won't affect the next day's worth of games.
Yep.
Hey, it helps being here before. That is for sure. You know that squad knows what they're doing, and they're proving it here on the battleground. Any final thoughts here before we go into tomorrow? 7.
Geek fam, I'm going to be looking at you. I want to see that placement become a little bit better and for them to continue the aggressiveness, but I just want to see better placement.
Okay.
Glitter?
Okay. You know what? I'm going to do the same thing except for Besiktas. I want to see what you did today. Whatever you turned on today, keep that going for tomorrow, because I think that they could potentially really be in the running.
Yes.
And I want to go with the Falcons. Come on, Falcons. Go up tomorrow. Get it done. I'm your host, Hot Jukes. I'm here with the 7WG Glitter Explosion. We will catch you guys tomorrow. Tell your friends, and we'll see you then.